In a fantastical realm of mutual unspoken affection and profound adventure, we encounter a charmingly roguish painter and a mysteriously formidable young man from the Miao region, whose fates intertwine in unexpected ways. To unearth the truth, we ventured into the heart of Great Miao Mountain, entering the village of Pingyi Nan with 3 souls, only to find ourselves ensnared in its depths. The honesty and purity of a youth residing in the mountains proved so enchanting that Xiao Yu lost track of when he succumbed to his infatuation. It was akin to the first drop of dew in early spring inadvertently landing in his palm, and he found himself unwilling to return it to that season. The Great Miao Mountain in the southwest is regarded by locals as a forbidden ground where the living dare not tread. The rainforest exudes an untamed wildness that chills the heart during the rainy season. It is often shrouded in suffocating fog, teeming with venomous creatures and fierce predators, separated from the border by a tumultuous river. Within the rainforest, decaying leaves are trampled into the mud, while leeches, as thick as fingers, lay sprawled over moss-covered rocks. Amidst the thorns and lurking dangers, 2 figures desperately flee. Command Center, Xiao Yu has recklessly left the group and pursued deeper into Great Miao Mountain, requesting reinforcements. Stop him. He is not a police officer. He is not on the front lines. Xiao Yu, please respond. Quickly retreat. It's about to rain and fog is rolling in. Damn it. Did you hear me? If you don't want to die, get out now. Team leader Lu's roar reverberated through the earpiece, emanating from a branch just out of reach. The one being repeatedly called upon, however, was merely an artist by trade, who, due to unforeseen circumstances, had become embroiled in this apprehension. The tirade of curses was relentless, while the artist clung precariously to a juniper branch suspended above a fog-laden abyss. His other hand was shackled to a disheveled young man, both of them inseparably tied together. The branch appeared sturdy and unlikely to break suddenly. Xiao Yu gritted his teeth, muscles tensing as he searched for his lost walkie-talkie. Buddy, please don't let go. I don't want to die. The trembling plea only fueled Xiao Yu's ire. Shut up. If you don't want to die, why were you running around like that? If not for his pursuit, they would not have traversed half the province to this cursed place. Alone, he might have managed to climb up, but with this burden, he could hardly move, and the wait for rescue seemed interminable. Various self-rescue strategies unfolded in his mind as he appraised their feasibility. Glancing upwards, he noticed a dark cloud looming beneath the leaves, suddenly catching sight of an alarming flash of crimson within it. What was that? Narrowing his eyes, he scrutinized the young man below, who, fearing Xiao Yu's grip might loosen, attempted to explain, I didn't know that slope led to a cliff, otherwise I wouldn't have shut up. Before the young man could finish, Xiao Yu's focus remained fixed upon that ominous red flash. Teeth clenched as he muttered under his breath. Realizing it was a snake poised on the tree from which they dangled, panic surged within him. The snake, awakened by their commotion, was now inching closer along the branch. It is said that the more vibrant the colors of a snake, the more venomous it is, and this one resembled a flame. A single bite could spell doom. Cold sweat broke out on Xiao Yu's back. His previously heated grip on the branch felt icy under the snake's advance. The snake's tongue flicked, causing his heart to race. He clung to a sliver of hope that the snake might be docile, allowing for a harmonious coexistence between man and nature, but reality was swift to disabuse him of that notion. Within 3 seconds, the snake reared its upper body, preparing to strike. Xiao Yu's throat tightened, and he resolved, you'd better pray you don't fall to your death. What? The young man, unable to see the snake, was bewildered and terrified. No way. You're not going to let go, are you? Their screams shattered the air, and creatures below scattered as they plummeted, crashing through branches. Xiao Yu, with decisive resolve, released his grip better to gamble than face the snake's venom. The lush ecosystem below offered a cushion to their fall, softening their descent rather than reducing them to mere pulp. As he sensed a halt to his downward motion, Xiao Yu's consciousness remained intact, the pain coursing through him a reminder that he was still alive. The instinct to survive urged him to rise, yet he found himself immobilized, his limbs unresponsive. Time stretched in his muddled mind, leaving him uncertain of how long he lay there. The buzzing in his ears waned, and the darkness receded, revealing a canopy of trees. A small black dot circled overhead, an indistinct shape against the sky. He attempted to turn his head, relieved to find some mobility. Yet, amidst the green, a vivid flash of red reemerged. It hung ominously from a branch above him. Whether it was the same snake that had pursued him or a new threat altogether remained uncertain. What was clear, however, was that it was alarmingly close, its tongue flicking dangerously near his face, sending chills down his spine. Reflecting on the precarious circumstances, he realized he had escaped death by falling only to be confronted with a venomous snake. The sequence of events had merely shifted. His disoriented mind began to unravel a tapestry of memories, thrusting him back into the inferno. He recalled a faint voice from the smoke-filled room, a frail girl in his arms pleading, "Brother, save me." Xiao Yu could no longer discern if he was struggling for life in the rainforest or reliving that catastrophic fire. Amidst the haze, he could not tell if the snake had bitten him, but he felt an unsettling pressure on the back of his neck, a wave of dizziness and nausea overwhelming him. He caught snippets of indistinct conversation. Where did this child come from? Xiao Yu clung to consciousness, the flames of the past unfurling before him once more. The girl in his arms was fading, and he strained to carry her away, feeling as though a boulder weighed him down, preventing him from rising. The more desperate he became, the more immobile he felt, helplessly watching the fire engulf the room, trapping them. Xiao Yu sank into despair, his heart heavy with the realization that he could not save his brother. The sound of a bell abruptly pierced his thoughts, startling him from the inferno, and his consciousness finally returned to reality. As his eyelids fluttered open, he discovered himself in an unfamiliar cave, 3 figures seated with their backs to him, engaged in quiet conversation. Beyond the cave entrance lay an impenetrable darkness, yet the warmth of the fire beside him offered a semblance of safety. The sound of stone grinding echoed from the other side of the fire, and through the dim light he saw a silhouette, engrossed in its task. The individual before him donned peculiar attire, reminiscent of the distinctive garments of an ethnic minority. His long, ebony hair, reminiscent of ink, was gathered at the nape of his neck, with the tips subtly adorned by 2 small bells tied to the end of the hair tie. The interplay of light and shadow graced his profile, and from the prominent contours of his aristocratic nose, Xiao Yu instinctively deduced that this person was undoubtedly handsome. He attempted to rise, eager to confirm his assumption, but as he exerted his core, a searing pain radiated from every corner of his body to the tips of his fingers and toes, eliciting a sharp gasp that marked a sense of being truly alive once more. The commotion caught the attention of those around them. As Xiao Yu stifled his breaths, waiting for the agony to subside, the strangely dressed figure approached with feline grace. He crouched down, leaning in gently to support Xiao Yu's neck and shoulders, carefully aiding him to a seated position. Suddenly, a youthful and striking visage loomed large before him, prompting Xiao Yu to instinctively hold his breath. Only belatedly did he realize that he had been rescued. Chapter 2. A person who resonates with his aesthetic, a middle-aged man with dark skin, a thick beard, and deeply set eyes approached him, waving his hand in front of his face and inquiring, "Youngster, are you awake? If you're awake, it's not a big deal." The man's accent was thick, and there were 2 others, both in their 30s, who merely glanced over without uttering a word. Xiao Yu could barely decipher their meaning and guessed they might be locals. He moved his dry lips and asked, "Where am I?" Ultimately, Xiao Yu was not a police officer. He could at most be considered a talent brought in to assist the police with a case, a righteous individual skilled in sketching crew drawings. He had no need to exert himself so vigorously. Previously, he had plunged headlong into Great Miao Mountain, entirely unaware of the dangers within. His mind solely focused on retrieving someone and resolving a lingering concern. Little did he anticipate that, like the protagonists in martial arts dramas who tumble off cliffs, he would also experience such a fall. He wondered if any of these men would hand him a martial arts manual later on. Lost in his thoughts, the man remarked, "You fell into the mountain. Is he the one who rescued you? This is still in the mountains." He pointed to the youth who had been supporting him. The boy's hand remained on his back, eyes filled with concern. The boy was so strikingly beautiful that it momentarily made Xiao Yu think he had encountered a spirit or demon transformed into a youth. "How did you fall from up there, young one?" The man squatted down and asked. Xiao Yu fabricated story. "I came to play with friends and accidentally stepped wrong, falling down." The man nodded at this, taking a few glossy red fruits wrapped in banana leaves from another person and enthusiastically offering them to him. "Here, try this." Xiao Yu couldn't identify the fruit, but seeing the other 2 enjoying it heartily, he felt he couldn't refuse the man's warm invitation, so he accepted one. However, upon biting into what appeared to be a sweet wild fruit, he found it to be entirely different from his expectations, soft, astringent, and sour, with a peculiar taste. He nearly spat it out, but the intense gazes of everyone made him feel as though, should he dare to do so, They would each demand a hefty price for it. The morsel lingered on his tongue for several agonizing seconds before he forced himself to swallow. Xiao Yu managed to muster a weak smile, uttering, "Thank you." Seeing him swallow, the man inexplicably seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, as if he had accomplished a task. After handing him the remaining wild fruits, he returned to his seat. Yet the strange taste continued to churn in Xiao Yu's stomach, and he realized he could no longer eat. Before he could find an excuse, the beautiful youth took the bundle of wild fruits and set them aside. Thank goodness, Xiao Yu thought, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. A multitude of questions swirled in his mind, and as he opened his mouth to speak, he was abruptly choked by the dry air, leading to a fit of coughing. The wild fruit had left his throat parched and momentarily itchy. Could it be poisonous? He wondered, instinctively assessing the injuries that might be life-threatening. Upon sitting up, he felt a distinct wave of nausea, suspected concussion, and noted the evident pain and friction around his ribs. His breathing seemed normal, suggesting any rib fractures were not severe. He also discovered his arms and thighs, scratched by branches, had been bandaged and staunched, though the makeshift bandages were rudimentary, green leaves secured with thin, stripped vines. If one overlooked his tattered modern shirt and pants, he could have easily passed for a native of the rainforest. Xiao Yu found a bittersweet amusement in his predicament, admiring the primitive artistry of his surroundings, noting how, amidst the roughness, there was a hint of meticulousness. Suddenly, when his thigh was touched, he instinctively attempted to pull away, only to be gently but firmly held in place. The youth turned to look at him, his black pupils as clear as a spring, shimmering in the firelight. He was undeniably striking, and for Xiao Yu, beautiful was a profound term, not solely reserved for women. Unable to articulate his feelings due to their surreal nature, he thought of a vague description, akin to the flawlessly modeled faces of male protagonists in anime. It had been a while since he had encountered someone so captivating, and if circumstances permitted, he would consider inviting the youth to pose for him. In a moment of impulsive folly, he found himself asking, "May I draw you?" Perhaps under such circumstances, uttering such a request was exceedingly peculiar. The beautiful youth remained silent, merely gesturing toward the bandage on his thigh and cautiously untying the vines to remove the leaves. Xiao Yu noticed a 5-centimeter-long gash, devoid of blood but surrounded by a patch of bluish-green substance that appeared to be some form of herbal remedy. His suspicion was swiftly confirmed as the youth cradled the green leaves and returned to where Xiao Yu had been sitting. Upon his return, the leaves bore a layer of crushed herbs. The youth applied the leaves and herbs back onto his wound, providing a soothing coolness rather than pain. Xiao Yu's gaze involuntarily fell upon the youth's long, delicate fingers, and he sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. My name is Xiao Yu." The youth paused, looking up at him briefly without speaking, then lowered his head to continue binding the wound with vines, a faint smile curving at the corners of his mouth. What a remarkable face he had, Xiao Yu mused, noting the boy's slight shyness. Despite his injuries, he felt an inexplicable sense of joy. It was then he remembered the other individual who had fallen with him, lying nearby. This person also bore injuries, with shallow breathing and no signs of awakening. The youth did not tend to him, only placing a small amount of herbal paste on the wounds. Xiao Yu glanced down and noticed the handcuffs had broken in two. Now, only a silver ring remained around his left wrist, resembling a bracelet. "Did you break this?" he inquired, intrigued by how such a sturdy object could be severed in the rainforest. Xiao Yu fiddled with it, but the key was not on him, rendering it impossible to unlock. The youth nodded silently, still not speaking. "You're quite impressive. If the key had been lost, they would have needed heavy-duty pliers to break it." Xiao Yu complimented him, then recalled to ask, "By the way, what is your name?" After waiting several seconds without any response, he observed that the other three individuals showed no interest in their conversation, simply sitting there consuming wild fruits. Perhaps it was the lighting, but he couldn't shake the feeling that their eating motions appeared mechanical, exuding an odd rigidity. Xiao Yu gazed at them a moment longer, only to be met by the soulless eyes of the middle-aged man who had first spoken to him, startling him. After a brief moment, the man smiled at him before returning to his previous demeanor. Xiao Yu managed a dry smile, suppressing an inexplicable discomfort, only to find himself staring into the bewildered black eyes of the youth. He suddenly realized that since his awakening, the boy had not uttered a single word, leading him to ponder if he might be mute. Xiao Yu pressed his dry lips together, offering a friendly smile. "It's all right. I know a bit of sign language." He felt they could still communicate, even if it took some time. However, after a while, the youth did not make any gestures but instead glanced at Xiao Yu's cracked lips before turning to fetch a bamboo tube, bringing it to his mouth. A strong, fresh herbal bitterness and sourness surged through his nostrils, overwhelming him, and he noticed the tube contained a vibrant green liquid, undoubtedly the most primal and entirely unadulterated fresh herbal juice. Swallowing hard, Xiao Yu hesitated. Is this something to drink? Could it be fatal? The youth, oblivious to his skepticism, smiled charmingly, gently placing a hand on his ribcage as he shook the bamboo tube, implying that the medicine would aid his internal injuries. The warmth of that hand, even through the fabric of his shirt, brought a slight tickle akin to feathers brushing against his skin, and the youth's eyes radiated sincerity. This earnestness made Xiao Yu feel that rejecting such kindness would be an egregious act of ingratitude. Chapter 3. The scientific end is theology. He was an artist, possessing an unwavering appreciation for beauty. Under the youth's watchful gaze, Xiao Yu reluctantly opened his mouth and took a large gulp of the green liquid. The moment it touched his tongue, he fought the urge to spew it all over the youth. It was overwhelmingly bitter, a mix of sour and acrid flavors, leaving a lingering taste that was earthy and pungent after he forced it down. His stomach revolted, and in that fleeting second, he experienced an indescribable sensation. It seemed as if nothing these people offered had a taste that could be deemed normal. Xiao Yu forced a smile that conveyed a struggle more akin to weeping than joy, reluctantly uttering, "Thank you for the medicine. It's quite something." This marked the second time he expressed gratitude, a phrase that appeared to carry significant weight for the youth. Upon hearing this, the youth handed the bamboo tube completely to Xiao Yu, smiling brightly, his eyes shining more brilliantly than the firelight, and raised a fist in a mock toast. Xiao Yu thought, "Young man, one cannot toast with such concoction. The flavor is far more ferocious than any traditional medicine I've encountered. And surely you cannot presume your good looks grant you the right to toy with my life." The bamboo tube was scalding in his grasp, and unwilling to revisit the previous taste, he bit down hard, reassuring himself that bitter medicine is often beneficial. With eyes closed and head tilted back, he took another swig, feeling as if he were severing his own wrist in a moment of bravery. This time, he truly could not muster a smile. His head felt decidedly green, and the urge to vomit intensified. He began to hear echoes of cries for help. Just as he contemplated this, the youth's laughter faded as he turned to face the cave entrance. "Help! Help!" The cries grew increasingly desperate, and Xiao Yu was startled to realize they were not figments of his imagination. The voice sounded oddly familiar. Before he could ponder further, the youth darted outside, his hair brushing against Xiao Yu's chin. A faint scent of cold wood wafted into the air, quickly dissipating. "Little one, in the mountains at night? One must be cautious when hearing cries for help." A man suddenly spoke lazily, halting Xiao Yu's movements. What significance lay in his words? The man remained seated, not casting a glance outside the cave, his gaze lowered. The firelight did not illuminate his face, leaving Xiao Yu unable to discern his expression, but he continued to advise. "In the mountains, there are all kinds of creatures. What you see or hear may well be a mountain spirit deceiving you. One misstep, and you could be devoured whole." Xiao Yu was unaware of what the man meant by mountain spirit. At that moment, he thought it referred to a young woman with the surname Shan. He felt that encountering any girl in the forest would likely frighten her more than himself. It was only later that he learned mountain spirit was a colloquial term for phenomena that could not be fully explained, a respectful reference by locals to things they feared or revered. At that moment, Xiao Yu dismissed the man's words, later feeling fortunate that he had made the right decision. He bore the pain and rushed out of the cave, raindrops pelting his face. Outside, he saw the youth still standing there, accompanied by a black horse, an old-fashioned oil lamp in hand, and wearing a raincoat and hat. Unsure if the youth was waiting for him, Xiao Yu added, "That may be my colleague. It's too dangerous in the dark. I'm still capable of moving, and having two of us is better for safety." The night jungle loomed like a coiled beast, making it impossible to predict where danger might strike. The youth cast a complex glance at the cave, silently handing over the oil lamp, kindly removing his hat and placing it on Xiao Yu's head. He swiftly mounted the horse and extended a hand to Xiao Yu. The youth's hand was large and strong, with long fingers that effortlessly pulled Xiao Yu onto the horse's back. As the black horse reared and galloped, Xiao Yu leaned back instinctively, almost thrown off. With nowhere else to grasp, he wrapped his arms around the youth's slender waist. He could feel the youth's body tense momentarily before relaxing. Given their proximity, Xiao Yu realized he had invaded the youth's personal space. Contact within 15 centimeters was considered intrusive for a stranger. He chose not to dwell on any discomfort during that fleeting moment, as he was far more concerned about preserving his own life. He had raced cars but had never ridden a horse before. This was his first experience. At this speed, it was akin to reckless driving in traffic. The sensation not particularly enjoyable. His mind was consumed by a singular thought: do not be thrown off. The youth glanced down to see a pale, slender hand, with visible tendons grasping his waist. His feelings were complex, predominantly filled with joy, yet he pondered that this outsider, unaware of the dangers, dared to draw near. What if he were to know? Never mind, he mused privately. As long as he remained silent, he should not be disliked. The night enveloped the rainforest like a vast net, the glow of the oil lamp illuminating only a small radius. Shadows danced among the trees, and the underbrush morphed into monstrous shapes in the flickering light. The only sounds were the rushing wind and the pounding hooves, leaving an eerie silence in their wake. It seemed the herbal concoction had begun to take effect. The pain from his injuries remained bearable, yet he felt a growing dizziness from the ride. The urge to vomit becoming increasingly acute, almost reaching his throat. Fearing he might inadvertently expel his stomach's contents onto the youth, Xiao Yu was about to call for a stop when the youth, in perfect sync, tightened the reins with one hand, bringing the black horse to a halt. Dismounting with a hint of awkwardness, Xiao Yu bent over in the grass to vomit. He averted his gaze from the unpleasant sight, but unconsciously noted that what he expelled appeared to be the undigested fruit pulp from earlier. The red skin had turned black, and as he stared, he thought he saw something squirming within. Goosebumps erupted across his skin. This was too repulsive to bear. Finally emptying his stomach, Xiao Yu stood upright, feeling reborn, only to find the youth on horseback, his brow furrowed, staring intently at the night sky, where a full moon broke through the clouds. What's wrong? Xiao Yu thought, sensing a shift in the youth's demeanor. Having just felt relief, his mood tightened once more. Forgetting the youth's muteness, he received no answer. Instead, he heard the youth whistle sharply before urging the horse forward. Unlike the bashful youth from before, he now exuded a wild, untamed essence, as if born from the very heart of the mountains, untouched by the mundane world. This thought flickered in Xiao Yu's mind as he focused solely on the youth on horseback. But soon, he realized that both horse and rider had vanished into the darkness ahead. "Hey, buddy, are you forgetting someone who isn't T-mounted yet?" Xiao Yu exclaimed, holding the oil lamp and spinning in place, running a hand through his hair, suddenly unsure of what to do. Should he chase after them or remain where he was? It felt akin to stepping out of a rest-stop restroom only to discover the driver had left without counting heads. The rest stop at least had a decent environment. Now, he stood in a desolate area, unsure of which way to go. Furthermore, he could not ascertain the direction from which he had heard the cries for help. The surroundings were eerily quiet, devoid of even the sound of insects, as the rain fell softly and silently. As Xiao Yu was lost in thought, a sudden rustling sound emerged behind him. He raised the kerosene lamp and turned to look, vaguely seeing a figure with an unusual gait approaching his direction. Assuming the figure was seeking him out, Xiao Yu raised his hand to wave the lamp and hurried forward. However, upon catching sight of the individual, he instinctively covered his mouth and quickly crouched down, hiding in the grass. His heart raced so violently that he questioned his sanity. Surely this was a figment of his imagination, a prank devised by his friends to frighten him by masquerading as a ghostly apparition. He admitted to being thoroughly frightened, and indeed, quite severely so. The person approaching him was none other than the man with a heavy accent from the cave. But he appeared markedly different from what Xiao Yu had previously witnessed. His clothes were tattered, his face marred by patches of decaying skin, his eyes a dull gray, and his movements were stiff, devoid of any semblance of life. Xiao Yu slapped himself across the face, reminding himself of the rational world and rejecting superstitions, even as he recalled the notion that the limits of science may lead to theology. In that fleeting moment, he mistakenly believed he had stumbled upon a domestic version of Train to Busan or a new take on the corpse transport in western Hunan. Yet, the sting of his self-inflicted slap was all too real, a reminder that this was no dream or illusion. Had his mental fortitude been any weaker, he might have lost control of his trousers. This newfound awareness had flung open the doors to a new reality, a reality Xiao Yu had no desire to explore, contemplating instead how to close it off. His worldview was shattered by this unexpected event, his limbs as rigid as the undead. Though thankfully his mind remained agile enough to extinguish the kerosene lamp just in time. What to do? He steeled himself for a confrontation, realizing that if discovered, he could still fight against a single zombie and perhaps have a chance of survival. He cursed the police force for not providing him with a firearm, claiming that as logistics, he did not require frontline weaponry. Thus, he was left with no choice but to grasp a nearby stone as a makeshift weapon. The zombie drew closer, and Xiao Yu could smell the putrid stench of decay. He fervently prayed not to be discovered, invoking his lifelong single status as a plea for this creature to overlook him. 1 step, 2 steps, 3. The zombie passed within 2 steps of him. Xiao Yu nearly choked in relief, his heart racing to a crescendo just as the sound of galloping hooves approached from afar. He strained to see through the dense foliage, only to hear a horse's whinny. Before he could comprehend the situation, he felt a sudden tightening around his waist, and he was hoisted uncontrollably into the air, landing atop a horse with someone unconscious draped across the front. How did this happen? Xiao Yu was bewildered. He was an ordinary adult male, albeit on the slender side, and yet this lift onto the horse felt almost effortless. He lowered his head to speak, but the youth standing on the ground behind him suddenly uttered a strange sound resembling Ben before slapping the horse's rear. The black steed bolted forward. Instinctively, Xiao Yu grasped the horse's mane to steady himself, then seized the reins. When he turned back, the youth and the zombie were already out of sight. Fortunately, the horse was well trained, avoiding obstacles on its own, and it was headed back towards the cave. However, this relief was short-lived, as 2 zombies blocked their path. The narrow trail was flanked by thorny brambles, and sensing danger, the horse began to back away. Sweat beaded on Xiao Yu's palms as he gripped the reins. Observing the 2 zombies, their bodies caked in mud, faces a ghastly gray, with dark splotches on their skin reminiscent of rot. Oddly, their clothing was not completely decayed, appearing almost like that of smuggled immigrants. 3 of the 4 figures were these abominations. Had he truly been blind to their true nature? They say that in dire situations, the brave prevail. Xiao Yu fixed his gaze on the 2 approaching zombies, the tension in the air palpable. Suddenly, the individual lying face down in front of him stirred and began to regain consciousness. Don't move. Xiao Yu pressed down on his back to prevent him from falling from the horse. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a firearm at the man's waist, and a surge of hope flooded through him. Thankfully, aside from him, others had been armed during the capture. Much of his fear stemmed from a lack of firepower, and now he yearned to yell at the zombies with an expletive. Raising the gun, the thunderous sound reverberated throughout the rainforest. One of the zombies was shot in the head multiple times, but Xiao Yu underestimated the agility of these inexplicable entities. The zombie leaped toward him with surprising vigor. He had seen zombies jump in films, but never had he encountered one with such remarkable leaping ability, capable of clearing 2 meters in a bound. To evade the oncoming creature, Xiao Yu tilted his body and rolled off the horse. Thorns pierced his skin, causing him to gasp in pain. His colleague, just regaining consciousness, witnessed this scene and, face to face with the zombie, let out a blood-curdling scream, fainting at the sight. Despite the agony, Xiao Yu struggled to rise from the thorns, only to find his gun had jammed at the worst possible moment, filling him with a sense of urgency. He reached for a spare magazine, but in the blink of an eye, the zombie was upon him, its lifeless eyes fixated on him. As the decaying head tilted, preparing to sink its teeth into his neck, Xiao Yu felt frozen, thoughts racing through his mind in his final moments, hoping to avoid becoming one of them, which was utterly repulsive. Accepting his fate, he braced for the anticipated pain, but instead was met with a sickening, viscous liquid spraying across his neck and chest. The zombie's head had completely detached from its neck, rolling into the grass, while the body teetered, about to collapse into Xiao Yu's taut embrace, when a swift kick from the approaching youth sent it sprawling away. The youth crouched down, anxiously observing him, and attempted to speak, though Xiao Yu understood not a word. However, the concern in his eyes seemed to inquire, "Are you all right?" "Not at all. This is serious. Does this thing possess toxins?" Xiao Yu gritted out, his body rigid and unwilling to move. He had a strong aversion to filth, and the repugnant zombie fluids clinging to him made him wish to excise the contaminated parts of his skin. He wanted nothing more than to rid himself of his clothes and neck. It was more distressing than facing death itself. His expressions must have conveyed his turmoil. The youth scanned him from head to toe, then gestured in a direction, hefting the unconscious Xiao Wang onto the horse. Xiao Wang, under team leader Lu's guidance, had only recently been confirmed for the team, and Xiao Yu didn't even know his full name. After taking a few steps, the youth noticed Xiao Yu had not followed, hesitated for a moment, then returned to gently tug at his sleeve, leading him to a clean water pool nearby. Xiao Yu's eyes brightened, ready to jump in, but the youth stopped him. He collected several long, nameless leaves and tied them into a knot, tossing it into the water before allowing Xiao Yu to wash. At this moment, Xiao Yu hesitated again, with zombies lurking nearby. He was wary of what strange creatures might emerge from the depths of the shimmering green pool under the moonlight. Sensing his apprehension, the youth patted his back, nodding towards the pool, reassuring him of its safety. Although the night's events had shattered his worldview, the unbearable stench clinging to him was too much to bear. He would rather face death than succumb to the foulness surrounding him. Xiao Yu disdainfully removed his shirt, catching a glimpse of the boy turning his head, seemingly intending to leave. Alarmed, he quickly grasped the boy's arm, exclaiming, "Wait a moment." In Chapter 5, the boy was indeed both beautiful and kind-hearted. To be honest, Xiao Yu had never been accustomed to bathing in front of others. During his childhood, he spent some time at his grandmother's house, and throughout his schooling in the South, he had never had the opportunity to use a public bathhouse until he graduated high school and went abroad for university. However, this was a different time and place, and now he felt apprehensive. Earlier, while foolishly mingling among zombies, he had been oblivious, but now, even if the boy claimed to be a mountain spirit in disguise, he would gladly accept that as long as the boy did not transform into an unsightly form. Moreover, this person had rescued him several times, making it difficult for him to remain suspicious. The water in the pool was frigid, and when it touched his wounds, it stung painfully. Under such rudimentary outdoor conditions, he could only scrub himself hastily. He shivered as he rinsed away the remnants of the corpse, simultaneously glancing over his shoulder to ensure the boy had not stealthily abandoned him. His mind was a whirlwind of questions, and the icy water jolted him into realization. So, you can speak, but you merely do not understand Chinese? Upon seeing the boy remove his raincoat and hat, revealing distinct ethnic features, it dawned on him that the boy was not mute, but rather unfamiliar with the language, possibly struggling to comprehend it. Previously, he had taken for granted the notion that Chinese was universally understood, and he had assumed that apart from a few foreigners, there were hardly any young individuals who could not speak it. And yet, here was one before him. Was the boy's life truly so isolated? Indeed, when faced with Xiao Yu's words, the boy blinked in confusion, displaying a yearning to comprehend, but ultimately appearing lost. Upon making eye contact with the boy's bare, pale chest above the water, the boy quickly looked away, focusing intently on polishing the ancient knife he had used to sever the zombie's head. It had a short, straight blade and a ringed handle. Though not particularly striking in appearance, its sharpness was undeniable. Xiao Yu had seen similar knives in the minority literature at the History Museum. With the emergence of zombies, it seemed that nothing was beyond the realm of possibility. He accepted this new understanding, yet many unanswered questions remained perplexing. The language barrier was particularly challenging for Xiao Yu, who found himself tugging at his hair in frustration, never having anticipated that he would encounter such a situation on his native soil one day, until they returned to the cave where they had previously found the fainted Xiao Wang and carefully laid him down. Xiao Yu did not give up attempting to communicate with the boy. Even if their conversation was akin to a chicken speaking to a duck, it was still preferable to silence. To his surprise, there were indeed some words the boy could understand, and even a few he could utter. Xiao Yu let out a sigh of relief. At least they could communicate gradually, which was not too problematic. He had expected to find a fugitive lying in a bloody heap, but to his astonishment, the boy seemed to have survived unscathed, even unappreciated by the zombies. It was true that good people do not live long, while evildoers linger for ages. After checking Xiao Wang's condition and finding no life-threatening injuries, Xiao Yu settled by the fire to dry his clothes. His gaze fell upon the banana leaves where he had placed the red wild fruits, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes in horror. Instead of fresh fruits, he discovered a mass of moldy, decayed matter teeming with maggots. The mere thought of what he had previously swallowed made him gag, though his stomach was already empty. The boy returned to prepare medicine to apply to his wounds, and whether it was due to the miraculous properties of the herbal remedy or his own robust constitution, he felt the wounds beginning to scab over in just a day. Why had he initially seen fresh fruits? This was the most disconcerting matter for Xiao Yu. He pointed at the blackened, rotten fruit, his expression akin to someone who had just bitten into a dead fly. The boy's voice was melodious yet deep when he spoke his dialect, the intonation naturally rising at the end of his sentences, making it a pleasure to listen to him, despite the unfortunate drawback of incomprehensibility. After finishing a complete sentence in his dialect, the boy seemed aware of his own limitation and paused, struggling to organize his words. I don't know, Dad. I'm afraid I can't express myself clearly. He then tapped the bamboo tube containing the medicinal liquid, drank from it, and spat it out. His spoken Chinese was awkward, yet in the stillness of the night, it carried an air of seriousness. It seemed he would mentally recall the correct words before responding. The words he managed to pronounce were mostly accurate. Xiao Yu speculated that he must have studied Chinese, albeit minimally. As long as others spoke slowly, he could understand some simple phrases. As for the boy's words, Xiao Yu inferred that he was trying to convey that consuming the rotten fruits would not lead to death, and vomiting after drinking the raw medicine would suffice. Although the poison would not kill him, the thought still made him uneasy. Xiao Yu shifted his gaze away from the rotten fruits, preferring to keep them out of sight. Even before the advent of written language, human communication and expression had already been diverse. Xiao Yu and the boy gradually found a way to connect, relying on the boy's limited command of Chinese intertwined with gestures, allowing them to unravel the nature of the bizarre phenomena he had encountered. To put it simply, he had been afflicted by miasma, causing his brain to misfire and create illusions, leading him to see the three zombies through the lens of normal human beings. Well, this was just Xiao Yu's conjecture, as explaining all the intricacies to a boy who could not speak Chinese would indeed be a tall order. In his understanding, any inexplicable phenomenon could simply be distilled into a single phrase. In this vast world, there are wonders beyond imagination. Xiao Yu fully embraced this notion and recognized the immense value of mastering a foreign language. Lowering his head, he caught a whiff of the herbal scent clinging to his body and felt a surge of gratitude for the boy's beauty and kindness. He offered sincere thanks, prompting the boy to smile as his eyes curved, responding to his politeness by producing another bamboo tube filled with medicinal liquid to offer him. This startled Xiao Yu considerably. No, I didn't mean to imply I wanted that. I'm quite fine. My back no longer aches and my legs don't hurt. They pushed and pulled at each other, and Xiao Yu even resorted to the polite demurrals typical of gift-giving during the new year. Suddenly, Xiao Wang, who had been lying on the ground, took a deep breath and sat up abruptly, startling both of them. His sudden movement resembled a resurrection, leaving them both momentarily stunned. Then Xiao Wang turned his head sharply, fixating on their clasped hands and with wide eyes asked, "What are you two doing?" Seeing his dazed state, Xiao Yu inquired with concern, "You're awake. Are you feeling all right?" Xiao Wang stared at him blankly for a moment, then absently scratched his head. "Huh? I'm fine. I had lunch earlier." Xiao Yu was taken aback. Has this child been frightened into a stupor? He glanced at the bamboo tube, and then at Xiao Wang, turning to the boy, patting his own chest and giving a thumbs up. "I'm okay now." He then gestured towards Xiao Wang, shaking the bamboo tube in his hand. "Should I give this to him?" Receiving a slight nod from the boy, he approached Xiao Wang and handed him the concoction. Innocent Xiao Wang, trusting and unsuspecting, took a large gulp, and his face visibly turned green. Xiao Yu swiftly covered his mouth, saying, "Be good, don't let down the goodwill of our ethnic brother." Under Xiao Yu's reassuring gaze, which seemed to say, "I understand, just swallow," Xiao Wang, with tears welling in his eyes, gulped down the questionable liquid, finally regaining his senses. A flash of memory struck him, recalling the moments leading up to his fainting spell. His complexion paled as he stuttered, "Alive." Shouts to the corpse. It moved. Chapter 6. No hidden intentions. He simply wanted to know where the boy lived. Xiao Wang stood up excitedly, gesturing animatedly, his words tumbling out incoherently. "Calm down," Xiao Yu said, returning to sit beside the boy, attempting to comfort him. "I know, I saw it too." In stark contrast to Xiao Yu's composure, Xiao Wang felt overwhelmed by the impossibility of remaining calm. After all, they had witnessed the dead walk. How astonishing that this world could be so incredible. Xiao Yu smiled wearily, recalling how the boy had deftly decapitated the zombie. Had Xiao Wang seen that, he would have surely been driven mad. Just thinking about it made him uneasy. In response to this, he became increasingly curious about the youth, who, despite having limited understanding of the Chinese language, dared to venture alone into the vast Miao Mountains. It did not seem likely that he had merely stumbled upon them by chance. As he blended seamlessly among the throng of zombies without a hint of fear. Who then was this individual? Xiao Yu's eyes darted over him, while the youth observed Xiao Wang's exaggerated gestures, seemingly pondering their significance. Although he could not comprehend the words, he gleaned some meaning through their body language. Xiao Yu, ever intrigued by challenging matters, inquired the youth, "What is your name, the title by which others refer to you?" The concept of a name bore a resemblance to the phrase "thank you." The youth responded promptly, pointing to himself. Name, Liu, Senator Liu's son. This name suited him quite well. Xiao Yu gestured to himself, stating, "My name is Xiao Yu," fearing the youth might not understand. He took a piece of charcoal and inscribed it on the ground. Displaying his skills from a calligraphy competition, he was met with a blank stare from a youth, realizing that he did not comprehend Chinese characters. Just as he was about to erase it, the youth pointed at the writing and accurately repeated, "Xiao Yu." Ah, indeed. His capacity for learning was commendable. Xiao Yu, pleased, gave him a thumbs up, suddenly aware of his potential as an educator. Xiao Wang, still grappling with the reality of encountering the deceased, suddenly posed a whimsical question. "Xiao Ge, do you think he might be a mountain spirit transformed?" The elder often spoke of beautiful spirits emerging from the depths of the mountains. "What, are you afraid? We're all men here. Are you worried about being robbed of your essence?" Xiao Yu chuckled. "He is, after all, your savior." Xiao Wang, a recent recruit to the police force, had initially addressed Xiao Yu as Teacher Xiao due to the latter's reputation as a specially hired artist introduced by team leader Liu. However, Xiao Yu felt unworthy of such a title, prompting Xiao Wang to refer to him as brother instead. Thus, he regarded Xiao Yu's words with the respect due to an elder, aware that it was this brother who had rescued him. Xiao Wang expressed his gratitude, uttering the words, "Thank you," which elicited an immediate response from Liu San, who slapped the bamboo tube in his hand and, from his limited vocabulary, clearly articulated a single word, "drink." His way of reciprocating gratitude was marked by the purest, simplest expression. His clean demeanor starkly contrasted with anyone they had encountered outside. Xiao Wang, visibly distressed and unsure how to decline this hospitality, was met with Xiao Yu's amused remark, "Go ahead and drink." This was not merely to share the bitterness he had tasted. Xiao Yu had discovered that the herbal concoction indeed possessed remarkable healing properties. As the pain from his injuries had subsided, replaced by a soothing sensation akin to a balm permeating his body, Xiao Wang, clutching the bamboo tube and moving aside, wore a pained expression, hesitant to speak. When Xiao Yu inquired how he had ended up in the Miao Mountains, Liu San did not respond, but instead furrowed his brow and pointed to the young man whom no one had bothered to assist, a criminal they were to apprehend. "He is a fugitive. Do you understand what that means? It signifies one who has committed wrongdoing, and we intend to escort him back to face the law." Some of the terminology he used was evidently too complex for Liu San to grasp. However, he understood the implication of bad person, as his expression reflected clear disdain. Noticing the makeshift herbal remedy on the fugitive, Xiao Yu seemed to piece together a realization. Did you already know he was a bad person? Which is why you did not tend to his wounds. Liu San shook his head, patting the ground and gesturing outward. No dislike, bad person. He did not point to himself, leading Xiao Yu to infer that he was indicating a dislike for those who commit wrongdoings entering this place. However, when Liu San suddenly pointed at him, Xiao Yu momentarily feared that he was also unwelcome. In that fleeting second, he reflected on his past actions, struggling to recall any misdeeds, save for the incident at age 7 when he had wet the bed and discreetly changed his childhood friend's sheets. Did that count as wrongdoing? He had always considered it a dark secret. Liu San's hand moved to the bracelet on Xiao Yu's wrist that remained unfastened, mimicking a knot with his hands before cautiously touching the bandaged wound on Xiao Yu's thigh, displaying confusion. This time, Xiao Yu understood. It was not that Liu San believed he had done anything wrong, but rather he could not fathom why he was handcuffed to that individual. Had it not been for this circumstance, Liu San likely would have left the criminal to fend for himself. Since the fugitive had not perished, they could not resort to vigilante justice. He must be turned over to the law to receive the punishment he deserved, regardless of whether Liu San could fully comprehend. Xiao Yu had imparted some legal education in the depths of the mountains. Liu San, partially understanding, seemed to temper his murderous intent as he regarded the fugitive. Though his disdain remained apparent, he indicated that come dawn, he would see them safely out of the Miao Mountains. They had witnessed the fierce disdain for evil embodied by the ethnic brothers. Xiao Yu initially believed he would be unable to sleep, concerned that some strange entity might appear in the dead of night. Yet, resting his head against the stone wall, he drifted off. Lulled by the scent of the grass Lu's son had gathered outside and tossed into the fire, and did not awaken until morning. Unbeknownst to them, while they slept soundly, Lu Sun had stood beside the wrongdoer for quite some time. The rain had ceased, though the fog lingered. However, with Lu's son leading the way, they had not lost their bearings. The fugitive had awakened, but with a broken leg, he required Xiao Wang's assistance to move. Lu Sun led the horse, making it clear he had no intention of allowing the wrongdoer to ride. Xiao Yu walked beside him, accepting a branch laden with dark purple fruits that Lu Sun had plucked from a nearby plant. City dwellers lacked the audacity to forage for wild fruits without hesitation. He asked uncertainly, "Can we eat this?" He recalled the taste of a rotten wild fruit. Lu Sun, however, cheerfully pointed to his own stomach and nodded. Xiao Yu broke off a piece and handed it to him. "You eat too." It was not a matter of suspicion. They had consumed nothing but the herbal remedy since the previous evening, and their stomachs had been grumbling incessantly. Moreover, he noted that Lu San appeared genuinely pleased when others accepted his offerings. Regardless of what it was, he radiated joy, his eyes shimmering like two sparks. And a charming smile graced his lips, an openness and sincerity that the fog could not obscure. A refreshing breeze wafted into Xiao Yu's collar, causing his shirt hem to flutter, a bit chilly yet invigorating. "Lu Sun, do you live nearby?" Chapter 7. It was not his fortitude, but his fortunate encounter with a noble person. Xiao Yu had spotted the cement road at the journey's end. He inquired about others' residences, assuring himself that he meant no offense, merely wishing to express his gratitude in person. Lu Sun halted, indicating that he would accompany them no further, and did not answer the question about his home, leaving Xiao Yu uncertain whether he had not understood or simply chose not to respond. The look in Lu Sun's eyes held a subtle hint of melancholy, and for the second time, Xiao Yu heard him speak his name with utmost seriousness, as if conveying something of great importance. Xiao Yu, not seen. Huh? It seemed the brother with limited language skills had misspoken, likely intending to say goodbye. Before Xiao Yu could clarify, Lu Sun suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder and uttered a phrase in his distinctive dialect, incomprehensible yet resonating like solemn bells echoing from mountaintops, repeating again and again, vibrating in his ears. Xiao Yu felt a buzzing in his ears, discomfort prompting him to close his eyes and shake his head. When he opened them again, he stood bewildered at the roadside. How strange. Had he not pursued the fugitive into the depths of the Miao Mountains? How had he suddenly ended up at the edge of the road, still clutching the branch laden with wild fruits, evidence that he had likely taken a few bites? The lingering sweetness of fruit lingered in his mouth, and as he savored it, Xiao Yu realized he had no knowledge about this peculiar plant. In astonishment, he pondered, could it possibly be toxic? Lowering his gaze to the unusual bandaging on his wound, he felt as if he had transformed into a walking piece of art. Turning to Xiao Wang, he asked, "Did I return from begging? This is rather embarrassing." His mind was clouded with a vague impression, yet it felt as if he had no memory at all. His current recollections resembled a damp, spoiled disc, where forcing it open revealed nothing but static, devoid of any sense of reality. Xiao Wang appeared equally dazed. "I don't know. Perhaps you fell while capturing someone?" He was still supporting the barely conscious fugitive, unaware of how he had managed to bring the person back. A sharp pain throbbed in his head, discomforting him immensely. Fortunately, Team Leader Lu was diligently seeking the safest route into Great Miao Mountain, and their vehicle was meandering along the roadside, soon spotting the three exhausted individuals. Team Leader Lu, a man in his 50s exuding a rugged masculinity, bore a stern visage that transformed into an expression of displeasure when he wasn't smiling. Indeed, the frequency of his smiles could be counted on one hand. Thus, when he approached Xiao Yu, the others held their breath, bracing for the impending reprimand directed at Xiao Yu. Yet, Lu merely opened his mouth. Xiao Yu, feeling faint, shook his head, closed his eyes, and collapsed sideways, fainting. This stifled the rebuke that had yet to escape Lu's lips, rendering his expression even more grim. "Hey!" The person who caught him gasped, looking up at Lu in a state of confusion. "What are you staring at? Get him to the hospital." Lu felt overwhelmed, his head throbbing as he observed the others struggling to lift the unconscious Xiao Yu into the vehicle. Amidst whispers of jest regarding the team's leader's newfound ability to intimidate someone into unconsciousness without uttering a word, Xiao Yu overheard every word. Feigning unconsciousness, knowing that Lu would surely scold him for 2 hours for disobeying orders and acting independently. In a bid to spare Lu from wasting his breath, he expertly pretended to be unconscious. However, the headache was genuine. He felt as though he had forgotten something crucial. How did he acquire the wild fruit? What caused his injury? Who had bandaged it? A cascade of questions, like a toppled domino effect, urged him to delve deeper into the recesses of his memory, ultimately leading to his vomiting upon disembarking the vehicle, leaving him disoriented and fatigued, with a fleeting vision of a striking yet unfamiliar face. The damp disc had not truly been damaged. Once exposed to sunlight and inserted into the projector, the images returned to clarity, replaying its contents. Upon awakening in the hospital, Xiao Yu was perplexed by his sudden amnesia, yet time did not permit him to dwell further on matter. Team leader Lu, arms crossed and a displeased expression on his face, subjected him to a lengthy 2-hour lecture. As anticipated, he could not escape the consequences. Don't put on that IV, learn my lesson, and 1T do it again face. I'm not your father, that 1T work on me. Lu, exasperated, took a sip of water, feeling utterly powerless against Xiao Yu's demeanor. Despite his mouth running dry from lecturing, this young man maintained a facade of humility, appearing obedient. Yet it was evident he had not truly absorbed Lu's words, likely preoccupied with his own thoughts. Xiao Yu did not retract his expression, leaning back as he said, "Team leader, I am sincerely accepting your criticism. I will listen to you and obey orders in the future." "Cut it out," Lu snapped, knocking his cup against the table before sitting down heavily on the chair beside the bed. "You can put on a good act for your father, but do you think I will fall for it? Only someone as foolish as your father would. I'll report you." Xiao Yu replied with an innocent smile. "Go ahead. Once you do, your father will know who volunteered to come here as a portrait artist, and this artist disregarded orders, nearly losing his life." Lu pinched his nose in frustration. Truly cunning, Xiao Yu thought, his smile fading. After enduring another half-hour of reprimands and promising a 5,000-word reflection, the matter was finally put to rest. "Xiao Yu," Lu sighed, speaking sincerely, "you are no longer a child. Consider what you truly desire. I have applied for an opportunity for you to join the team officially, given your commendable performance this past year. Perhaps you can find love, marry, and settle down." "Uncle Lu, ever since you became a grandfather, you've developed a bad habit of pressuring others to marry." In the empty hospital room, since personal matters have been broached, Xiao Yu dropped the formalities and addressed Lu directly. His father and Lu were sworn brothers, and although Xiao Yu worked as a portrait artist in the team, he had earned his position through a rigorous selection process. The impetus for his role was a painting that had gone undelivered and 2 lives he had failed to save. After a full year, the last fugitive was finally apprehended, and the ordeal was at last concluded. "Don't interrupt me. If it weren't for your good fortune, and by sheer coincidence you made it out from Great Miao Mountain, had anything gone awry, I would have had to call your father to retrieve your body." Lu slammed his hand on the table, adopting a tone befitting an elder. "It wasn't mere coincidence," Xiao Yu retorted, feeling compelled to clarify. "We were rescued by someone kind-hearted who brought us out. Otherwise, you would have indeed had to come collect my remains." Merely encountering zombies was astonishing enough. To emerge alive was not a testament to his fortune, but rather to the serendipitous encounter with a benefactor. "Who is this person?" Lu inquired, puzzled. "Wasn't it just you and Xiao Wang who brought the fugitive out? It must have been a local resident near Great Miao Mountain, named Lu. Senator, such a person exists?" Lu was increasingly perplexed. "I first interrogated Ran Ping and then asked Xiao Wang. They both said you made your way out of Great Miao Mountain on your own. There was no one named Lu's son," Lu insisted. "That's impossible. I fell off a cliff and was saved by a young man named Lu's son, who later rescued Xiao Wang as well. However, he doesn't speak Mandarin and I have no idea where he lives," Xiao Yu lamented. Lu furrowed his brow, genuinely confused. "Wait, how do your accounts not align?" Chapter 8. A staunch materialist who does not believe in ghosts from Xiao Wang and Ran Ping's statements. They have been lost in Great Miao Mountain until they fortuitously found their way out, without any mention of the Lu son Xiao Yu spoke of, nor had they encountered any zombies. 3 individuals, yet 2 distinctly divergent narratives emerged. The doctor concluded that only Xiao Yu exhibited signs of a head injury, suspected to have induced peculiar delusional symptoms, potentially stemming from psychological stress, requiring psychological guidance. The evidence supporting this conclusion was that aside from Xiao Yu, the other two had no recollection of encountering Lu's son or any scientifically implausible zombies. However, their accounts of how they entered Great Miao Mountain, how they pursued and were captured, and how they emerged were largely consistent, yet their memories were worlds apart from Xiao Yu's. Even when Xiao Yu illustrated Lu Sen's likeness, they had never seen this person. And even after inputting it into the database for comparison, it yielded no results, further affirming that the one with the issue was Xiao Yu. I understand you don't want your friend to die in vain, and have placed immense pressure on yourself regarding this matter. Now that the person has been captured, relax a little, Lu advised, simultaneously reminding him of his position. The agile dead you speak of only exist in films. A staunch materialist does not believe in ghosts. You must comprehend that these things do not exist in the real world. For individuals who have received higher education, this indeed seems like an unfathomable occurrence. When the data comparison results emerged, even Xiao Yu began to question whether he was truly experiencing delusional symptoms. Without the segmentation of events, the principle of the majority yielding to the minority presents inherent issues. Had any one of the three been absent, the conclusion would not have been so readily reached. People are accustomed to placing their trust in the words of the majority. Xiao Yu lay in the hospital for a week. His physical injuries had healed, yet he had been transferred to the psychiatric department. Just as he exited the consultation room, a call came in. Dad, your brother's birthday is next month. Please buy a ticket to return home in a few days. The background noise on the line was bustling, suggesting a busy atmosphere. Xiao Yu discerned that this statement was not an inquiry, but a notification. He opened his mouth to explain, I have already. But before he could finish, the call was abruptly disconnected, leaving him no opportunity to convey his return. In truth, he had come back from abroad a year prior, yet due to various circumstances, he had not set foot in his home since. Gazing at his phone, now locked on the screen, he stood in the hospital corridor as dappled shadows from the trees outside cascaded onto the pristine white wall, enveloping him in darkness. He felt the cigarettes in his pocket, entered the elevator, and pressed the button for the top floor. Skillfully prying open the door to the rooftop, he placed the cigarette box on the edge, staring at the vacant flower bed below the building. Lighting a cigarette, he melancholically contemplated the state of the world. Then, with no lingering attachment, he leaped into the void, his life concluding amid countless screams and a sea of unheeded crimson. All of these thoughts had been contemplated countless times before, yet he lacked the courage to act. In reality, he merely opened the door to the rooftop, found a quiet spot, lit a cigarette, and gazed across the street, emptying his mind of thoughts. He remained in this state of emptiness until team leader Lu approached him, delivering the news that his application for incorporation had been approved. However, Xiao Yu declined. Are you really not considering it? On the rooftop, Lu leaned against the railing, flicking ash from his cigarette, his words imbued with concern as well as a desire to retain talent. The evening sun, now reclined in the west, had retracted its blinding glare, transforming into a golden orb that cast a warm glow upon the glass of distant skyscrapers, reflecting a bright golden hue. Xiao Yu squinted against the glare, removed the cigarette from his lips, tilted his body slightly, and politely smiled as he declined. No, Team Leader Lu, I wish to grant my mind a respite. In professional contexts, he was not fond of addressing Lu as uncle, as it conveyed a sense of peculiarity. Lu's gaze fell upon Xiao Yu's slightly overlong hair, which he had casually tied back, adding an air of rebellious artistry to his otherwise gentle appearance. There was a hint of fatigue in his eyes, and his pale complexion, when devoid of vitality, possessed a sickly pallor. After contemplating, Lu suggested, taking a break should not conflict with your formal incorporation, right? Once you are in a better state, I can exceptionally grant you 3 days off. He was Xiao Yu's superior, as well as a family friend, well aware of the boy's circumstances and the absence of guardianship in his life. Given Xiao Yu's commendable performance throughout the year, his artistic prowess, boldness, intellect, and diligence, Lu had taken him under his wing. His only notable flaws were his capriciousness and a tendency to be somewhat difficult to engage with. This difficulty was not one-sided. Despite Xiao Yu's polite demeanor towards everyone, even being regarded as an ideal type by the office's young women, he remained distant and unfamiliar with the notion of friendship. As he gazed into the distance, contemplating the label of difficult that had been affixed to him, he understood that this was the maximum vacation Lu could offer. Yet he still waved it off. I initially volunteered to assist solely for this matter. now that it has concluded, if there are opportunities for collaboration in the future. Let us not dwell on that. I'm enough of a headache for you already. He was not in a formal position, merely an external artist, enjoying a degree of freedom in his actions. Prior to this, he had merely been a laid-back artist with a modicum of renown. Following a tragic incident involving a loan shark and an arson case, a childhood friend, Lin Yang, and his young daughter had lost their lives in the blaze. In his quest to apprehend the perpetrators, Xiao Yu had volunteered his assistance, ultimately bringing the criminals responsible for the inferno to justice. Now, with his burdens alleviated, his desire to continue working wasn't particularly strong. Recognizing his resolute nature, Lu fell silent, no longer attempting to persuade him. After a moment of stillness, Lu resumed with a serious tone, "If you ever decide to come by, I would be delighted. How about I treat you to dinner sometime?" Xiao Yu chuckled casually, seeing through the underlying intention. "You need something from me, don't you?" Lu, unfazed by workplace formalities, nodded straightforwardly after the recent border operation. Ran Ping has been experiencing sudden convulsions and had to be rushed to the emergency room. Upon regaining consciousness, he kept muttering about people from the village wanting to kill him. "We are uncertain if he has accomplices, given your familiarity with illustration. We would like you to listen and, if possible, create a sketch." This prompted Xiao Yu to recall a youth named Lu Senator, Chapter 9, The Punished by the Divine. This matter had lingered in his mind, causing him to oscillate between self-doubt and suspicion towards others. Regardless of how many confirmations he and Xiao Wang, as well as Ran Ping, had reached regarding that fateful night, none of them had any recollection of a boy named Lu Senator Xiao Wang, in particular, had no memory of fainting from fright. Furthermore, their memories were not blank. Rather, as time passed, they could recount the events with increasing clarity. "CAE. This ISNTA movie. There are no absurdities. After I got separated from the main group, I stumbled upon you, and we wandered in Great Miao Mountain for quite a while. Exhausted, we finally made our way out." This was what Xiao Wang had conveyed to him. Repeatedly hearing this had even begun to shake Xiao Yu's belief in Lu Sen's existence, leading him to question whether it was merely a manifestation of his strong survival instincts. He ought to trust in science and reject all forms of superstition. As for Ran Ping, he had not seen him since he transferred to the psychiatric ward. He was not responsible for the interrogations, and such matters did not require his intervention. Since team leader Lu had already approached him, Xiao Yu inquired, "When shall we go?" "Tonight," came the reply. The sooner this matter was resolved, the better. Xiao Yu nodded in agreement. At 9 o'clock, the young officer stationed at the hospital greeted Lu and Xiao Yu as they arrived. Having kept watch all day, Lu sent him off to grab a meal and, before entering, reminded Xiao Yu to prepare himself mentally. So serious, could he be dangerous now? If that were the case, Xiao Yu resolved to keep a safe distance, learning from past experiences to avoid any unintended harm. Lu pushed the door open. "You will know once you see him." A strong scent of disinfectant hit Xiao Yu as they entered the ward, far more potent than that in the corridor. He found himself somewhat averse to this smell, as it seemed to serve as a reminder of his own ailments. "Ran Ping." Lu called out a name, and the young man, who had been lying with his back to them, slowly turned to face them. Upon seeing his face, Xiao Yu couldn't help but gasp softly. He held no biases regarding beauty or ugliness and would never maliciously criticize another's appearance. However, as an artist, he was naturally drawn to beauty. Hence, in front of such a prisoner, he could only describe him as utterly unrecognizable. Ran Ping's skin was marred, with no part untouched, riddled with raised pustules. Some had burst. Ozing yellowish pus. Xiao Yu, upon witnessing such a situation, looked at team leader Lu in disbelief, silently questioning how it had come to this. Team leader Lu turned his head and whispered, "It was fine at first. We managed to revive him, but suddenly he changed like this. We are still investigating the cause." Xiao Yu felt astonished. Given the current level of medical expertise, it was perplexing that they had not yet discerned the nature of this ailment. "Rest assured, it is not contagious," Lu added. After explaining, he approached the bedside and called out to Ran Ping, "Please recount in detail the individuals you encountered in the village." Xiao Yu noticed that since their arrival, Ran Ping's gaze had remained vacant, only sharpening and becoming animated upon hearing the mention of the village. "Do not enter the village. There are terrifying things inside. You must not go in. I am not inquiring about the village. I wish for you to describe that person," Lu interrupted impatiently, clearly having grown weary of his ramblings. When they received the news and rushed over, Ran Ping had already fled towards the Great Miao Mountains. where he had been prior to that, and what he had done remained a mystery. Ran Ping's expression suddenly froze. He is not human. Xiao Yu took out his drawing board and pencil, while Lu offered him the chair in front of the bed. He declined, opting instead to lean against the window, hastily sketching an outline of a figure. Habitually, he would let Lu ask the questions, only interjecting when confronted with vague descriptors that required him to clarify his understanding in more straightforward terms. It was a godlike being. I committed a wrongdoing, and the god decreed that I should be punished. This appearance is my punishment, Ran Ping stated. Have you ever seen a god? Surely you have not. Only those who have done wrong can behold him. Lu pinched the bridge of his nose, his patience wearing thin from Ran Ping's nonsensical ramblings. Get to the point. What does that person look like? That is not a human. It is a god. Ran Ping corrected him. All right then, what does this god look like? Lu conceded, wishing for him to continue. Thankfully, he was dressed in casual clothes. Otherwise, following along with Ran Ping's narrative might have felt like indulging in superstitious beliefs. The god descended from an exceedingly high mountain. He is the most indifferent deity in existence, with a vacant gaze and long hair, speaking in divine utterances incomprehensible to mortals. After a few sentences, Ran Ping's descriptions became increasingly nebulous, often veering off into unrelated topics mid-sentence. Moreover, he held a deep reverence for the god he spoke of. When Xiao Yu probed for specifics, he could not discern which aspects were influenced by Ran Ping's subjective impressions of what he believed the god to be, leading to a portrayal that might contain inaccuracies. Xiao Yu could only analyze the god's appearance through the vague descriptor of a vacant gaze. Attempting to delineate the facial features, he suddenly halted, realizing that the figure he had sketched bore a striking resemblance to Lu Sr. Was it because he subconsciously did not truly believe he was suffering from delusions, leading him to depict that figure? Lu, having exhausted his line of questioning, turned to see Xiao Yu staring blankly at his drawing, and inquired curiously, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Xiao Yu became aware that he might have inadvertently intermingled his thoughts with his work, unsure whether he was deceiving himself or concealing something. He crumpled the sketch into a ball. Tonight might not work, as the vague descriptions rendered more than 60% of the drawing inaccurate. It was the first time Xiao Yu appeared so lacking in confidence. Reflecting on Ran Ping's confusing statements, it was indeed a challenging task to illustrate. Lu did not press further. As time was running late, they were about to leave the ward when Ran Ping's voice echoed, "My remaining days will be spent in repentance." His eyes, swollen and barely open, gazed at Xiao Yu. "This is what the god told me." He spoke earnestly, and Xiao Yu, still clutching the crumpled drawing, felt no position to question his mental state. Upon exiting the ward, Lu rubbed his face vigorously, beginning to suspect that Ran Ping had fallen victim to some sort of cult, as the brainwashing seemed too intense. Would his workload increase yet again? "Do you need me to take you back?" Lu asked. Xiao Yu shook his head in refusal. "No, I still have some matters to attend to." "All right then, I'll be busy." As Lu took a step, Xiao Yu recalled a question and called out to him. "What village did he mention earlier?" "It might be called Ping Yinan Village, but we aren't certain which border area he ventured into. He himself could not clarify, and we are still investigating." Xiao Yu nodded, indicating that he had no further inquiries. Lu, a workaholic, hurriedly left the hospital. Xiao Yu took out his phone and made a call, communicating briefly before confirming that the individual was in the hospital. He then turned and headed toward the psychiatry department. Chapter 10. A relationship is not as good as raising a cat knowing he was coming. A cup of coffee had already been prepared for him. Xiao Yu made himself at home, placing the crumpled paper on the tea table by the window, and took a large sip of the coffee. He did not appear as a patient seeking treatment in the dead of night. Rather, he seemed to be there to reminisce, or perhaps he indeed was there to reminisce. Even a beautiful Persian cat in the office had grown familiar with him. Upon seeing him sit down, the cat gracefully leapt from the desk and approached Xiao Yu, curling up in his lap. Xiao Yu contentedly stroked its fur, glancing at the man across from him in a white coat, wearing gold-framed glasses, who, despite being 40, looked 30. This was his attending physician, Ming Yuan, who could be considered a former student of his father. Xiao Yu claimed to be receiving psychological treatment from him, though it resembled more of a friendly reunion. "You're still drawing him at this hour?" Ming Yuan picked up the crumpled paper and, as anticipated, recognized the familiar portrait. After a moment of contemplation, he cut straight to the heart of the matter. "It seems you've made him look a bit less appealing than before." Xiao Yu leaned heavily against the back of the sofa, asking him, "Am I getting worse?" In response to his patient-esque inquiry, Ming leisurely sipped his coffee, savoring it. In what way worse? Do you feel you're on the brink of death? Xiao Yu found it perplexing how direct he was. Hadn't anyone had disputes with him in the years he had practiced? After all, he was a psychologist. Ming shrugged indifferently. Patience require it. If you need me to speak gently, I can do that, but I fear you might not be able to handle it. Imagining Ming gentle tone, Xiao Yu sighed and waved his hand. No need for that. Should I stop taking my medication? In truth, he had always known he had issues. When the feelings of nihilism first surfaced, he had bought numerous psychology books in an attempt to self-heal. Whether it had worked, he was unsure. At least he had not acted impulsively during dark moments, managing to live on until now. Thus, he felt both skeptical and convinced about his delusions, caught in a conflict. Perhaps what you need now is not medication, but rather a new outlet for stress relief, such as a new hobby or perhaps even a romantic relationship to divert your attention, Ming suggested. Xiao Yu struggled to think of any hobbies besides drawing. As for a romantic relationship, why don't you give me the cat? Xiao, buys a mail. Ming snatched the cat back from Xiao Yu, fearing he might bolt out the door with it. Or you could go travel. In short, do anything that allows you to choose the most comfortable way to live. Is it really unnecessary to consider medication? Xiao Yu pressed. Ming adjusted his glasses with a finger, nodding emphatically. He had seen Xiao Yu's previous artworks and recognized a strong sense of self-rescue within them. Setting aside the delusions, he appeared relaxed, yet mentally tight-strung. The art conveyed a message of striving for excellence solely for others, living for others. This could relate to a certain person or event, perhaps even family. But the patient showed no desire to discuss those matters. Medication, after all, was not the antidote to unraveling a mental knot. Xiao Yu's gaze fell upon the crumpled piece of drawing paper. He pressed his lips together, feeling a touch of madness. Is there a possibility that zombies truly exist in this world? He chuckled to himself, sensing a mental split. Two voices were at war in his head. One urged him to trust in science and adhere to his medication and treatment regimen, while the other insisted he was not ill and that the world was indeed wondrous. Ming took a sip of coffee, genuinely contemplating the matter, subjectively. I find your thoughts agreeable. After all, there are countless unsolved mysteries in this world. However, you must understand, I must guide you objectively. For what you describe is implausible and should not exist. His words were measured, yet decisively strengthened Xiao Yu's resolve. Instead of becoming entangled in doubt, he decided to venture back to Damianshan to verify the truth for himself. Xiao Yu often oscillated between extremes in his character, sometimes exhibiting extreme calmness, other times displaying impulsive fervor. This was evident when he had recklessly pursued into Damianshan. Before his discharge, he listened once more to Ran Ping's account, only to find this time even more disheartening, as Ran Ping suddenly dismissed all previous statements. He exhibited no memory of the deity he spoke of, appearing bewildered and unable to articulate 3 coherent sentences. No one had anticipated such a turn of events, and in exasperation, team leader Lu mandated a psychological evaluation. The reasons were no longer of interest to Xiao Yu, for regardless of the circumstances, it was inevitable that he would face legal consequences. He formally tendered his resignation to team leader Lu and completed all requisite formalities. As he exited the police station, he chanced upon a flower shop across the street. He entered and purchased 2 bouquets, then took a taxi to a cemetery located in the suburbs. Far from the clamor of the city, the cemetery was enveloped in tranquility, broken only by the rustling of leaves in the wind. Clutching the flowers, Xiao Yu ascended the hillside via a side staircase, passing by rows of cold, orderly gravestones, ultimately stopping before 2 dusty gravestones leaning against one another. He wiped the dust away and placed the flowers down, intending to express many thoughts, yet now found himself at a loss for words. Gazing at the gravestone inscribed with the name Lin Yang, he could only convey, everyone has been apprehended. Be clever in your next life, and avoid such troubling matters. Xiao Yu lingered in silence for a moment before remembering his oversight. The painting you asked me to create, I forgot to bring it. I shall give it to you next time. A year prior, he had dined with Lin Yang abroad, during which Lin Yang had requested a painting for his home, claiming his living room was too bare and in need of artistic embellishment. However, before he could finish the piece, Lin Yang had hurriedly returned home. When Xiao Yu finally arrived at Lin Yang's residence with the painting, he was met with the tragic scene of a fire consuming the building. Regrettably, The painting never reached its intended destination, a poignant loss for Lin Yang, who had a promising future ahead, and for his young daughter who had yet to experience the world. Xiao Yu retrieved a few candies from his pocket and placed them on a nearby gravestone, noticing the neon lights flickering in the distance. He booked a train ticket online, and the urgency to seek validation suddenly dissipated. He realized he needed to allow himself some respite on the journey to Damianshan. As he departed the cemetery in a taxi, he instinctively glanced back at the hillside. In the twilight, he perceived a shadowy figure standing where he had just been, eerily fixed in his direction. Who could it be? A chill ran down Xiao Yu's spine, but the driver turned the car around. When he looked out the opposite window, the hillside was empty, devoid of any figure. Perhaps it was merely a trick of the fading light, he reassured himself. Chapter 11. The pursuit of scientific inquiry into theology. The train from Zhoushan City to Huang'an City traversed several counties and small towns along its route. At 3 in the morning, the world outside was shrouded in darkness, with only vague outlines of scenery slipping by. Xiao Yu felt wide awake, the night air's temperature starkly contrasting with the midday warmth. He tightened his coat around himself and opened a message from a childhood friend, who had just sent him a video. Suddenly, a grotesque, bloodied face filled his phone screen, accompanied by a piercing scream from his headphones that startled him greatly. What madness is this? Xiao Yu gasped, nearly dropping his phone. The video showcased a clip from some zombie film, featuring a master in a yellow robe chanting incantations, accompanied by a line of obedient zombies shuffling forward. It was a famous scene from the horror genre, depicting the tradition of corpse transportation in Shaanxi. Scared yet? His friend messaged, followed by a voice note filled with laughter. Xiao Yu, though initially taken aback, replied with a terse, boring. The next voice message erupted with a cheeky chuckle before asking what time he'd arrive. Xiao Yu instinctively glanced outside, realizing he had no idea where he was or what the place was called. His friend ceased responding, perhaps sensing Xiao Yu's disinterest or having fallen asleep. Having slept too much during the day, Xiao Yu found himself restless throughout the night, haunted by images of slaying zombies. He fervently hoped this was all real. Otherwise, he might truly lose his mind. The train arrived at 6 in the morning, and, as Xiao Yu disembarked, he spotted a well-dressed young man with slicked-back hair, leaning against the wall with a beaming smile, holding a sign with Xiao Yu's name on it. Xiao Yu considered bypassing him, but the exuberant figure approached him eagerly. "Old Xiao, it's been ages." Zhang Kongqing, his childhood friend, enveloped him in an exaggerated embrace. "Let's grab breakfast. I've been waiting for you." With an arm slung over Xiao Yu's shoulder, Zhang led him out of the train station. "You haven't been up to anything nefarious, have you?" Their familiarity was such that they could discern each other's moods with merely a glance, regardless of the time apart. Xiao Yu soon learned that Zhang Kongqing's destination was similar to his own. He intended to visit Damianshan, while Zhang was bound for Pingyi Nanjai, a distance neither too far nor too close. "Don't worry, I've cleared my schedule. I heard you left your job. Perfect timing. I'll show you a good time and ensure you're in high spirits every day." Zhang Kongqing playfully patted Xiao Yu's shoulder and winked mysteriously. A sense of foreboding crept over Xiao Yu until they arrived at a hot pot restaurant in Huang'an City specializing in lamb dishes. Eating such hearty fare so early in the morning made Xiao Yu want to tease his friend about his apparent weakness, but upon entering, he found the place bustling with patrons, at least a dozen of whom were already seated and dining. "Hello, everyone." Zhang clapped his hands, waiting for all eyes to turn toward him before grandly introducing, "This is my renowned artist friend, Xiao Yu." The crowd, clearly familiar with Zhang, erupted in cheers, making it seem as though a celebrity had graced their humble hot pot establishment. Fortunately, the early hour meant fewer diners, or else Xiao Yu might have suffered the embarrassment of social faux pas. Maintaining a composed smile, he raised a hand in greeting, discreetly elbowing Zhang Kongqing. "What are you doing, throwing a kidney-boosting party at a hot pot restaurant this early?" Zhang led him to an empty spot at one of the tables, gesturing toward a few individuals. "Those folks are all content creators on the internet, focusing on unique folk customs and taboos, employing scientific methods to explore theology, like the corpse transportation in Shaanxi, Miao witchcraft, and the crying of yellow weasels at graves, among others." Xiao Yu followed the direction of his finger and observed the first 2 young men, who seemed quite ordinary, likely in their 20s or 30s. However, the third individual stood out distinctly. He was an elderly gentleman clad in a floral shirt, with a prominent nose and deep-set eyes. the corners of which bore 3 conspicuous wrinkles. Adorned with a beret, he mingled among a throng of youthful men and women, cheerfully sipping beer, looking even more fashionable than Xiao Yu himself. As Xiao Yu glanced around, he noticed several foreign individuals with blonde hair and blue eyes, chattering in an unintelligible tongue that rolled off their tongues like cotton candy. But alas, it was not English, and he could not comprehend. "Your social circle is impressively diverse," Xiao Yu remarked, surveying the scene. "You mentioned you were a corpse driver from Shaanxi. So why are you here in Pinyi Nanjai instead of your home region? The two places are hardly the same." Zhang Kongqing began to boast. "Oh, we've already explored Shaanxi. The tales of corpse driving are merely stories. It's not as if we actually encounter zombies to drive. This time, we heard from somewhere, who knows how, that in the heart of the Miao territory, deep within the mountains of Pinyi Nanjai, there exists a mysterious living Miao tribe that practices witchcraft. We intend to film a documentary there. When we learned you were headed to the same place, we thought to invite you along." This information was relayed to him by Yingming Yuan, who expressed concern about Xiao Yu's mental state. Xiao Yu, curious, asked, "Since when did you develop an interest in folk documentaries?" His childhood friend, who had always indulged in the pursuit of girl groups and a carefree lifestyle, seemed an unlikely candidate for such interests. With a grin and a wink, Zhang Kongqing replied, "I'm just here for fun. I heard the water in the mountains is good for one's health, and the local girls are quite enchanting." Xiao Yu sighed, his gaze drifting toward the group of foreigners. "Are they all your friends?" No. Zhang Kongqing waved his hand dismissively. "I came here with a foreign woman. I got acquainted with the others along the way." He referred to a striking foreign lady with cascading golden waves who he had met at a gathering. They had conversed a bit, and, out of boredom, he decided to join her on this venture. The woman, Mia, noticed Xiao Yu's gaze and turned her head, resting her chin on her hand, accepting his scrutiny with a raised eyebrow and lifted glass. "Mia," she introduced herself. Xiao Yu returned her greeting with a polite smile and a nod. "How about that? This trip seems to be worth it," Zhang Kongqing boasted. Xiao Yu felt indifferent. Mia was not his type. Perhaps it was a lingering occupational hazard from his year in the police force. But he couldn't shake the feeling that a few of the individuals present were not entirely trustworthy. After a night of feasting and revelry, Xiao Yu followed the eclectic group, men, women, young and old, as they set off. Huang'an City was quite distant from Pinyi Nanjai, situated deep in the mountainous heart of central and southern regions, with a travel time of several hours ahead. Due to the cumbersome filming equipment, they opted for self-driving. The lively atmosphere made the journey enjoyable, even if the language barrier led to a cacophony of mispronunciations like sorry, okay, and meow ning that filled the air. Beside him, a blue-eyed foreigner, eager to learn, was engrossed in a new Chinese dictionary and called out to him, "Little fish." "It's Xiao Yu," he corrected. "Xiao Yu? Little fish." "Let be," Xiao Yu thought, bemused. Correcting the pronunciation of the blue-eyed man could require an entirely different approach. "I have a painting of yours in my collection. I truly admire it," Andrew said, showing him a framed landscape painting displayed in his study. Xiao Yu recalled having painted it casually during a trip to a small town 3 years prior. Recognition from others, regardless of who they were, was always a pleasant experience. As they continued their conversation, Xiao Yu learned that filming documentaries was not a first for them. The vehicle wound its way up the mountain, the road rugged and bumpy. Upon disembarking, they rubbed their sore heads, staring at what was labeled a parking lot, but was merely an open space. A weathered wooden sign stood nearby, its words long since faded. Adjacent to the crossroads was a dilapidated farmhouse, with no signs of civilization for miles. The farmhouse was covered with a makeshift canopy, and without a dusty sign proclaiming food, one might mistake it for a garage. A plump woman emerged from a nearby building, wiping her hands as she greeted them. "What would you like to eat?" Her accent was thick, yet comprehensible. "Do you have a menu?" one of the more fashionable elderly gentlemen asked, revealing his Beijing roots immediately upon speaking. "Just look and see," she replied, moving a few long benches from the wall and setting them beside a square table, shaking off the dust with a towel. "Well, it's quite clean here," the elderly gentleman remarked, waving a hand to fan the air. "We're in a remote area, so we don't have many standards. What do you want to eat?" she inquired brusquely. The group exchanged glances, likely surprised that the foreigners could even understand the conversation, let alone order without a menu. Zhang Kongqing raised his hand. "Steak?" The elderly gentleman scoffed. "Child, would you like a bottle of red wine and a candle with that? Do you see the environment here? What do you think, we are a high-end restaurant?" "Actually, we do have steak," the woman replied, unfazed. Xiao Yu looked around, genuinely surprised that such a remote place could offer steak. Andrew proudly declared in his limited Chinese, "I want to sleep." The group stared at him in unison. The woman scratched her head. "If you want to sleep, you can go find a place. I don't provide accommodations here." "I want to eat," Andrew reiterated. The woman blinked, smiling at Xiao Yu, amused by the foreigner's antics. Andrew's brows furrowed in confusion as he flipped through his dictionary, convinced he was correct. Xiao Yu, recalling his own struggles with language barriers abroad, kindly explained, "Let us have a plate of dumplings. You can choose the rest based on what is available to fill us up." Grateful, Andrew looked at Xiao Yu and added, "Please, could you put some vinegar on my order?" The woman turned to prepare the food, mumbling under her breath. After several large plates filled with both meat and vegetables were served, she placed a bowl of dumplings before Andrew. "All right, dig in." Andrew, holding chopsticks, stared in bewilderment. "Is this sleep? How is there soup?" The elderly gentleman, taken aback, remarked, "Our culinary culture is rich and diverse. You'll have a lifetime to learn." Zhang Kongqing eyed his serving of beef ribs, licking his lips as he glanced at the woman, wanting to explain the difference between steak and beef ribs. But he swallowed his words upon seeing her impatient expression. "Well, at least the aroma of these beef ribs is delightful," Xiao Yu thought. Not particularly hungry. He preferred stronger flavors, and after a modest meal, he set down his chopsticks. Noticing the woman outside preparing vegetables, he approached her, tapping his fingers. "Excuse me, could I ask you something?" The woman, seeing his amiable demeanor and handsome appearance, smiled warmly. "Go ahead." Xiao Yu opened his sketchbook, presenting a portrait of Lu's son. "Do you know this person?" Although this area was somewhat distant from Great Miao Mountain, if Lu's son resided nearby, he might have visited this place before. The woman brushed her hands, drying them on her pants before accepting the drawing. Humbly speaking, Xiao Yu possesses a certain innate talent for painting. Regardless of the subject, particularly when it comes to portraits, one can easily discern the identity of the depicted individual at a mere glance. When the elderly woman's gaze fell upon the portrait of Lu's son, her expression clearly showed surprise. Unfortunately, with her head bowed, Xiao Yu was unable to catch her unusual reaction in time. "Who is he to you?" the elderly woman inquired. Xiao Yu hesitated, scratching his face in uncertainty. Given the nature of the question, should he describe their relationship as a fleeting encounter or perhaps as a life-saving benefactor? He was now unsure of the man's very existence. "Have you met him before?" Xiao Yu deftly sidestepped the question and posed a counterquery. The woman glanced at him, shaking her head. "No, I haven't." Xiao Yu, unable to conceal his disappointment, noticed the woman studying him for a moment before she looked back at the painting and softly asked, "Are you here to find this person?" "More or less. If you happen to see him in the future, would you kindly contact me?" Xiao Yu was unable to finish his thought as a young man dressed in black homespun clothes and a dark headscarf approached, leading an ox cart. His gaze initially fell on Xiao Yu with curiosity before he conversed with the elderly woman in the local dialect, a language Xiao Yu could not comprehend. The elderly woman nodded to the young man, returned the painting to Xiao Yu, and accompanied him deeper into the shed to retrieve something. Upon seeing the young man enter, a few individuals who were dining inside lit up with excitement, bustling to set up a camera. A tall, lean person approached the young man to engage in conversation, seemingly grasping a bit of the local dialect. After a flurry of exchanges, the tall individual clapped his hands in excitement and turned to the others, exclaiming, "He has agreed to let us attend his wedding." Chapter 13. The abundance of fun in Great Miao Mountain. The group, involved in foreign media, was particularly intrigued by the local customs surrounding weddings and funerals. After securing the homeowner's permission, they hastily gathered their belongings, shouldering their equipment to keep pace with the young man. The route to the young man's home was inaccessible for their vehicles, compelling them to proceed on foot. Xiao Yu took the opportunity to write down his phone number on a piece of paper and handed it to the elderly woman, regardless of whether he received news later. It was a chance worth taking. "Child, you can't be a bad person, can you?" The elderly woman, clutching the paper with his number, wore a face full of uncertain concern. Xiao Yu chuckled softly. "Sister, rest assured, my intentions in finding him are not malicious. At most, he merely sought to verify his own health. Moreover, with his upright demeanor, was that not compelling enough? Very well. Dear sister will keep an eye out for you." The elderly woman, demonstrating her simplicity, noted that Xiao Yu's non-threatening appearance was indeed rare. She peeked outside and lowered her voice to caution him. "We have many taboos here. Do be careful not to offend anyone." "Old Xiao, what are you doing? Ready to depart?" Zhang Kongqing called from outside, his backpack slung over his shoulder. The group was prepared to park their vehicle at the elderly woman's place. Xiao Yu thanked her before rejoining the main party. The path to Pingyi's South Village lay along a small road below. The young man, not being from South Village, led the unfamiliar group of men, women, and children down another route. Through the tall individual's translation, Xiao Yu learned that the young man's name was Huazhua, which in Mandarin means to climb cliffs. He was out today to procure items needed for tomorrow's wedding. The tall individual pointed to the ox cart laden with items, and the camera followed suit. Unfortunately, each item was covered in plastic bags, obscuring their contents. Due to the language barrier, only the tall individual could communicate somewhat with Huazhua, leaving the rest with limited information. Xiao Yu found little interest in these matters, choosing instead to admire the surrounding mountains. When he rushed into Great Miao Mountain, he hadn't paid attention to the terrain, only recalling that they navigated past various villages along a cement road leading from the border. Now, observing the mountain-encircled area, he tapped the tall individual on the shoulder, asking, "Could you inquire which mountain Great Miao Mountain is?" This was his first time speaking directly to the tall man. With so many people around, he was inclined to engage each one in conversation. The tall man, also of Chinese descent, accepted his request without further inquiry and asked Huazhua in dialect. Xiao Yu saw Huazhua shake his head and respond in a string of unintelligible words to him. Unable to comprehend, Xiao Yu turned to the tall man, who translated in Mandarin. He says Great Miao Mountain cannot be seen from here. The mountains over there block the view, and outsiders are not allowed to enter. The tall man pointed to one of the mountains, and Xiao Yu nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, Mia, who had been subtly observing him, interjected, "What are you going to Great Miao Mountain for?" "To have some fun." Xiao Yu kicked a stone along the road, reluctant to divulge his true intentions. "What kind of fun?" Mia, whose command of Chinese was decent, at least better than Andrew's, pressed further. As for her question, Xiao Yu inwardly scoffed. If his memories were accurate, there were indeed many adventures awaiting, from being chased by a 2-meter-high zombie to mistaking zombies for ordinary people in the miasma, which even invited one to partake in decayed wild fruits. No, he began to feel nauseous. Xiao Yu swallowed hard, noticing that Mia was still waiting for a response. After pondering, he teasingly replied, "There's a beautiful maiden." "A beautiful maiden?" Mia twirled a strand of her hair. "Am I not more beautiful?" "That is not quite the same." Mia's beauty exuded the allure of a mature woman, without a doubt. As for Lu's son, Xiao Yu could not articulate it. He merely felt it resonated perfectly with the eye of a certain artist. However, before Mia could delve deeper into the artist's uniqueness, the tall individual interrupted, announcing, "Ahead lies Huazhua's village. He says his home is situated on the hillside, quite far away." Another hill to climb? Zhang Kongqing, who lacked physical prowess, was already breathless from the journey to this point. Now hearing of an additional ascent, sweat dripped from his face, and he leaned on Xiao Yu for support, gasping for breath. "Young man, you truly need more exercise." The elderly gentleman passed them by with an air of leisure, not even breaking a sweat. Zhang Kongqing, inspired, straightened up. "That old man has some stamina." Xiao Yu assisted the breathless Zhang Kongqing as they continued onward. The village appeared sparse, with houses scattered apart, and those working in the fields paused to observe the newcomers. Their expressions were devoid of emotion, their gazes fixed with a peculiar intensity, akin to a peculiar form of scrutiny. Zhang Kongqing leaned closer to Xiao Yu and whispered, "Why do I feel so uneasy under their watchful eyes?" Xiao Yu's expression was inscrutable, yet he too sensed that the onlookers' gazes held something beyond mere curiosity, a feeling he could not quite articulate. It was reminiscent of being observed by a venomous snake, sending chills down his spine. It was just them. Others felt it too, as conversations fell silent. All around them, silence enveloped like a shroud, the villagers cautiously following Huazhua towards his home. Fortunately, Huazhua's residence was distant from the other households, and from the hillside they could only see the houses, not the inhabitants. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group, and gradually murmurs resumed. Throughout the journey, Huazhua spoke little and offered scant explanations. As they approached a spacious flat area on the hillside, Xiao Yu spotted a woman in a floral dress hanging up laundry within a fenced yard made of bamboo. "You're back." Upon seeing Huazhua open the fence gate, the woman turned, her face radiant with a welcoming smile. Xiao Yu distinctly heard her speaking Mandarin, her enunciation precise. Upon meeting Xiao Yu's gaze, the woman stepped slightly behind Huazhua, asking, Who are they? She inquired in Mandarin, while Huazhua responded in dialect, successfully communicating. From her expression, it appeared Huazhua had conveyed that they were guests attending the wedding. The woman offered them a timid smile, her shyness evident in her silence. The conversation with Huazhua and the tall, slender individual translated to, "This is his beautiful bride." With Huazhua's consent, the others began to set up cameras in the courtyard, preparing footage for the documentary the following day. The three social media influencers pulled the tall individual aside to translate some local customs Huazhua had mentioned. "Cough. You shouldn't stare at the bride like that. Be careful not to get hit." Zhang Kongqing pretended to cough, nudging Xiao Yu with his elbow. Xiao Yu snapped back to reality and noticed that Huazhua was casting an unfriendly glance at him while speaking with the tall individual. He realized his rudeness and offered an apologetic smile, forcing his gaze to settle on the wooden stilt house behind him. This was Huazhua's home. The three-story building, built against the mountainside, boasted nostalgic yellow wood finish, not much different from a typical stilt house. After surveying the area, he couldn't resist glancing back at Huazhua's bride. There was no particular reason for his curiosity. He simply sensed something amiss. Chapter 14. Why did Lu Sun sneak into the boudoir at night? Although Xiao Yu was not an expert on local customs, he had visited historical museums and perused related literature. Among them was a tradition still observed in certain areas. The couple would not meet the day before their wedding. This traditional practice suggested that couples would meet before the wedding but avoid each other afterward. This was especially true in remote and isolated regions. Yet, Huazhua's bride was already residing in his home, and she clearly did not hail from this place, as indicated by her dress. While he harbored suspicions, he could not dismiss the possibility that the two were genuinely in love. On such a joyous occasion, inquiring too boldly might provoke the host's displeasure, and he could risk a beating. However, with so many of them present, Xiao Yu didn't worry much about that. Huazhua introduced them to his beautiful bride, Aya, and soon after sent her back to her room. For the remainder of the time, Huazhua busied himself with preparations for the wedding feast, while the others lent a hand. Aya only emerged at dinner time, briefly encountering Xiao Yu as she entered. "The guest room upstairs is ready," she said, nervously clutching the hem of her floral dress, her gaze flickering. "Thank you." Xiao Yu observed her subtle movements and tentatively probed. "You don't seem like a girl from the village. Where are you from? Perhaps we share hometowns." Aya blinked, her anxious words faltering as she caught sight of someone behind Xiao Yu, prompting her to pivot to a window seat. "I added an extra blanket." With a stern expression, Huazhua approached and spoke to Aya in dialect, and they soon left together. To bystanders, they appeared quite affectionate. Aya was gentle and obedient to Huazhua's every word. Nevertheless, Xiao Yu felt a bit paranoid lately, sensing something was amiss. Zhang Kongqing pulled him aside, concerned. "Hey, Lao Xiao, you're not actually falling for that bride, are you?" "What nonsense?" Xiao Yu shot him a glare. "Nonsense? You've gazed at her no less than 800 times. If I were Huazhua, I would have knocked you out by now." The groom's face darkened, and it was the first time Zhang Kongqing had seen him so lacking in decorum. "I don't think she meant anything by it," Xiao Yu explained to his carefree childhood friend. "Don't you find it strange?" The easygoing friend scratched his head. "Strange about what?" Xiao Yu smacked him on the head. "I'm talking about Aya." Zhang Kongqing regarded him with a complex expression for a moment, then earnestly advised, "She's getting married. You must suppress any untimely feelings. Get lost." Zhang Kongqing laughed triumphantly, throwing an arm around him. "Come on, Xiao. We're here to have fun. Lighten up." Xiao Yu cautioned, "Don't speak carelessly. There is no conclusion yet. If there's a problem, I don't want to raise alarm." Zhang Kongqing pounded his fist on his chest, assuring him he could be trusted. An elderly man passing by clicked his tongue, shaking his head at their embrace, his expression one of disdain as he sighed deeply. "Hey, old man, what do you mean by that?" Zhang Kongqing couldn't tolerate the old man's attitude and shouted, ready to argue. Their group of over 10 people was noisy in Huazhua's courtyard, their commotion echoing across the hillside. Huazhua enthusiastically lit a fire outside and prepared a whole roasted lamb to entertain them. The bonfire party was lively, and the homemade rice wine had a distinctive aroma, delivering a potent kick. Xiao Yu managed to drink only one cup before his face flushed, but Andrew continued to toast him, calling out, "Fish-flavored shredded pork. Fish-flavored shredded pork. What chaotic mix." The old man exclaimed, always complaining about these foreign devils speaking haphazardly, unable to bear it any longer. Xiao Yu fled back to the guest room to secure his place. Though Huajua's house was not small, accommodating so many people was impossible. They managed to arrange a large communal bed. Whoever claimed a spot first would sleep there, while those without space would have to sleep outside. The guest room was impeccably clean, devoid of any dust. Xiao Yu had noticed that Huajua's home was spotless, every corner devoid of even a single cobweb. Rubbing his fingers on the wooden planks, he found not a speck of dust. It seemed excessively clean. He approached the communal bed by the window, where the others were still eating and drinking, but Huajua was nowhere to be seen. Lifting the blanket, Aya's earlier words flashed through his mind. Why had she specifically mentioned adding an extra layer? As he pulled back the covers, he considered what he would do if he found a mass of insects inside. Fortunately, upon lifting the blanket, he discovered only a small piece of paper tucked within the folds, which he inadvertently shook loose to the ground. Bending down to pick it up, he unfolded it to reveal a note torn from an old calendar, inscribed with delicate handwriting. Help me. In this household, apart from the outsiders, only Huajua and Aya remained. It was clear who had sent this message. Indeed, his intuition had proven correct. Xiao Yu opened the door and saw a dim orange light spilling from Huajua's room, casting a blurred shadow outside. He and T closed the door. Damn it, to reach Aya's room, he would have to pass Huajua's door. After a moment's contemplation, he turned and descended the stairs. Xiao Yu in the wine, Andrew called out, raising his bowl amidst the crowd. Xiao Yu excused himself to the restroom, while Zhang Kongqing, draping an arm over Andrew's shoulder, turned him back, saying, "Come on, I'll drink with you." With that, he forced Andrew to gulp down a hefty mouthful. Not bad, on the right track. Xiao Yu circumnavigated the stilt house toward the back, and after a few steps aligned perfectly with Aya's window. In the dead of night, a stranger attempting to sneak into a bride's boudoir would surely face dire consequences if discovered. Perhaps he would even make headlines in the local news. As the unfamiliar man climbed through the window, he felt quite nervous. He had never done anything like this before, and it was indeed his first venture into a young lady's chamber. Even as a child, he had refrained from joining others in sneaking peeks into girls' bathhouses. A law-abiding young man could only reassure himself that this was a special circumstance deserving of special treatment. Thanks to his training during a year with the police force, his physical abilities were not in vain. Xiao Yu climbed up, pried open the window, and half his body swung inside, his long legs straddling the sill. Upon raising his gaze, he froze at the sight of two individuals in the room. Damn, it turns out I'm not the one in trouble, but rather Lu San, who had sneakily entered the lady's boudoir ahead of me, his hand resting on the bride's wrist, clearly startled at my sudden appearance from the window. Chapter 15. She appears quite gentle. The occupants of the room stared at the figure perched on the window, while the figure at the window gazed back at them. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Xiao Yu lightly blinked, turning his head to glance at the chicken coop below. So shall I leave? What a bizarre situation. Lu Sin, upon noticing him, awkwardly withdrew his hand from Ajia's wrist. Misunderstanding that he had disrupted someone's romantic endeavor, Xiao Yu found himself in a predicament. Neither entering nor exiting seemed appropriate, leaving him to sit awkwardly by the window. Shoo! Ajia was the first to regain her composure, hastily stepping forward to beckon Xiao Yu inside. She cautiously looked downstairs to ensure no one was watching before gently closing the window. Since she had invited him, it couldn't be considered a disruption, could it? Xiao Yu mused, continuing to maneuver himself through the opening. Observing his movements, Lu San instinctively stepped forward, reaching out to assist him, but upon making contact with his clothing, hesitated, lowered his gaze, and withdrew his hand behind his back. As Xiao Yu's feet touched the wooden floor, he turned to find Lu San standing beside him, his shoulder displaying an evident motion as if he had just retracted his hand. Could it be that in a fit of anger, he contemplated a sneak attack? The peculiar atmosphere prompted Xiao Yu to scrutinize the clean-cut youth beside him. Their eyes met, and the boy was the first to avert his gaze. Xiao Yu's mind was a whirlpool of confusion. Should he say something? Should he take the initiative? But what could he possibly say? The shock of discovering Lu San in Ajia's room at such a late hour was overwhelming. He had envisioned countless scenarios for their next encounter, yet never anticipated it would occur in a young lady's private chamber, feeling as if they were caught in an illicit affair. This completely overshadowed his earlier relief of proving his health. You two know each other? Ajia sensed the strange tension between them and quietly posed the pivotal question. Seeing Xiao Yu nod, Lu San's eyelashes fluttered, seemingly unable to believe his eyes as he returned his gaze. Xiao Yu noticed the boy's slightly reddened lips moving, as if he wished to speak. Before he could dwell on this unusual reaction, a sudden noise from outside interrupted his thoughts. He couldn't comprehend the words, but judging by Ajia's reaction, someone was indeed calling for her, with footsteps approaching. Xiao Yu felt as if he had been stabbed in the back. Hastily disregarding any oddities, he caught sight of a small cabinet beside the bed and hurriedly pulled the still-dazed boy towards it. He opened the door, shoved him inside, and followed suit, shutting the door behind them in one fluid motion. Phew! Thankfully, they weren't discovered. Xiao Yu listened intently as, just a second after he closed the door, the sound of another door opening echoed. Hua Zhua entered, his tone indicating he was in high spirits. Though Xiao Yu couldn't discern what he was saying to Ajia. What if he were to learn that 4 individuals occupied this room? Xiao Yu glanced at the person opposite him, intending to revel in the moment of his quick reflexes. However, as he turned his face, he was suddenly enveloped by a faint, pleasant scent of cedar that wafted into his nostrils, and he realized just how close they were. Their proximity was such that a mere breath could easily touch the other's face. Xiao Yu's breath hitched, and he instinctively shifted back a little, only to find the back of his head pressed against the wooden panel, rendering any movement futile and making him appear guilty. He froze in place. The cabinet door, despite being tightly shut, still left a narrow gap through which light seeped in. Once his eyes adjusted to the dimness, it became clear that they could see more than they initially thought. Xiao Yu's gaze wandered aimlessly before finally settling on the boy's straight nose, slowly drifting down to his lips. In this environment, the boy's slightly parted lips revealed a natural rosy hue, leading Xiao Yu to ponder how soft they must feel. His thoughts veered into inappropriate territory, prompting him to chastise himself for his lasciviousness. Shifting uncomfortably, he distinctly heard the boy's breath become noticeably heavier. The conversation outside ceased, and Hua Zhua glanced around the room suspiciously. Ajia quickly seized a wedding outfit, modeling it for him, inquiring if it looked good. This promptly redirected Hua Zhua's attention. Xiao Yu, hearing the chatter, breathed a sigh of relief, only to notice his left knee pressed against the boy's hip. Standing at 6 feet tall, he was a slender yet fit adult male, while Lu San appeared to be slightly taller. Thus, one might wonder how 2 boys over 6 feet could possibly avoid physical contact within this cramped cabinet. Xiao Yu had already shrunk back as much as possible and, given the previous incident, was now hesitant to move at all. His gaze met the boy's deep, dark eyes and, suddenly, he recalled Zhang Kongqing's warning earlier that day. You must suppress any untimely feelings of attraction. How utterly perplexing. Xiao Yu was at a loss for words. Their eyes locked, the boy tilted his head, his prominent atoms apple bobbing. He had been drinking. Lu San remained motionless. The closeness allowed him to detect the faint scent of alcohol emanating from Xiao Yu, the homemade rice wine from their locality. The aroma intertwined with Xiao Yu's natural scent, creating a delightful fragrance that filled the air with each breath. Although a sliver of space remained for air to seep in, the two felt as if the confined space was pressing in on them, making their breaths grow heavier. Xiao Yu's shirt clung to him, stifling and warm. As he silently cursed Hua Zhua for lingering, he finally heard Ajia close the door, granting him release. Are you both all right? Ajia's gaze flitted between their faces, noting that despite the weather, they appeared excessively flushed, one wiping an imaginary bead of sweat from his forehead, while the other's face and ears were crimson, as if they might bleed. Xiao Yu dismissed the non-existent perspiration, waving his hand. Why did it feel as if the atmosphere had suddenly transformed into something scandalous between the two of them? What should I do? Hua Zhua has already delivered the wedding outfit. Ajia's words snapped them back to reality. Lu San, aware that Ajia understood the local dialect, promptly communicated with her about the specifics of what she needed to do tomorrow. Xiao Yu, unable to comprehend, looked on with curiosity. Upon meeting Lu San's gaze, the boy paused momentarily, his ears reddening further before he continued speaking. Ajia, not entirely at ease, replied in the dialect. And once Lu San affirmed her concerns with a nod, she finally felt reassured. Could you perhaps translate for me? Xiao Yu inquired, refusing to be outdone by his ignorance. Lu San shot him a quick glance before relaying a few sentences to Ajia, then produced a small porcelain vial from his belongings and handed it to him. Ajia promptly translated. There will be an issue with the drinks Hua Zhua provides for you tomorrow. Find a way to ensure everyone consumes the medicine in this vial. Chapter 16. The mysterious maiden at the wedding banquet. The two outsiders felt the risk of being discovered increase with every minute spent in Ajia's room. Xiao Yu, despite his myriad questions, forced himself to suppress them, understanding that this was not the time for inquiries. Be cautious. Lu Sun, still blushing, hesitated momentarily before reminding him in Mandarin. Although the boy's demeanor seemed calm, his ears betrayed his unease. In that moment, Xiao Yu was transported back to a simpler time, an era when holding hands could lead to scandalous implications. Of course, they both lacked such capabilities. Yes, you two, be careful. Xiao Yu tucked the small vial away, pleased to see that his concern had turned the innocent youth's ears an even deeper shade of red. If he were to whistle now, he'd undoubtedly earn a reputation as a rogue. However, recalling the elder's warnings about whistling at night leading to bedwetting, he chose to quietly descend through the window once more, leaving Lu Sun to his own devices. He trusted he would see the boy again come morning. While Huazhua was absent, Xiao Yu discreetly poured the powdered medicine into the vat of rice wine. Upon spotting him, Zhang Kongqing approached with an expression that was both intriguing and accusatory. Honestly, what mischief have you been up to? It seemed that this person's demeanor fluctuated between carefree and serious. Xiao Yu, aware of the implications behind that expression, decided to divert the conversation. The organization has entrusted you with a formidable task, Comrade Zhang Kongqing. Do you think you can handle it? Zhang Kongqing embraced the wine jar. Still complying with the command, Commander, I assure you, the task will be completed. Let everyone partake of this jar of wine. Not a soul shall be left behind. Xiao Yu tapped on the jar's surface with his fingers, and Zhang Kongqing glanced between the jar and him, then turned to survey the surroundings before lowering his voice to inquire, Is there a situation? Xiao Yu nodded, offering no further explanation. Having a person who unconditionally trusts you at all times alleviates many unnecessary troubles in handling affairs. Zhang Kongqing, being quite the social butterfly, returned to the crowd with the wine jar, and with a few words, reignited the nearly exhausted atmosphere. They partied almost until the wee hours, with the crowd eventually wrapping themselves in their coats to sleep on the ground. By dawn the next day, the wedding of Huazhua proceeded as scheduled, contrary to their expectations. During this time, Xiao Yu only saw an old man who arrived early with a shoulder pole delivering goods, hurriedly dropping off his load without partaking in the wine before departing. Aside from that, there was no one else. Strangely, these outsiders became the only guests requiring hospitality. Among them was a middle-aged man who exchanged glances with the only translator in the group, the tall, slender figure. The scenes they wished to witness remained elusive, making it difficult to gather material, and the edits would ultimately feature only their party indulging in the feast. Huazhua donned local bridal attire, with floral fabric adorning her chest and back, colorful stripes embellishing the cuffs, and a silver flower in her hair, as she offered toasts one by one. The tall man attempted to speak several times, but struggled to find the words. With a reminder, Xiao Yu fixated on the wine in his bowl, anxious that he might inadvertently find something strange or unpleasant within. He had become somewhat paranoid in matters of food, having been bitten by a snake once, now fearing even the rope of the well. The round of toasts was swiftly completed, primarily involving their small group. Huava led Aya to the main hall, from where she produced a black clay pot, roughly the size of a head, adorned with vibrant, ancient patterns. Quick, quick, the camera! The middle-aged man finally grew excited at the sight of something unusual. Huazhua, unfazed by the presence of outsiders, directly broke the seal on the pot. He spoke to Aya, and Xiao Yu observed as Aya extended her hand, allowing Huazhua to pierce her fingertip to draw a drop of blood. That drop fell into the pot, and Huazhua's expression shifted from joy and eagerness to confusion and shock. He looked at Aya in disbelief, and the pot slipped from his hands, shattering upon the ground. The shards scattered, narrowly missing the trousers of several nearby individuals, prompting gasps of surprise from the crowd. Those closest, startled, instinctively retreated. The pot contained a fire-red, lifeless snake. It might have been alive before Aya's blood was introduced. This was Xiao Yu's conjecture, influenced by the conversation between Lu Sun and Aya the previous night, which clearly indicated an intention to assist her with some issue. Huazhua, in disbelief, interrogated Aya, his dialect becoming increasingly animated. Xiao Yu shielded Aya, positioning her behind him. This action provoked Huazhua's ire, and his hand rose as a sudden laugh echoed. The voice was distinctly that of a girl, perched among the trees outside. Through the dense foliage, a girl clad in an intricately embroidered short jacket and a pleated green skirt, adorned with silver jewelry and a necklace, sat gracefully in a tree. Her hands and ankles were adorned with silver chains, which jingled melodiously with her movements. She looked down at Hua, uttering a few words followed by a series of mocking giggles. "What are you dawdling for? Translate." The old man anxiously nudged the tall translator. The bewildered translator quickly regained composure and began to interpret. "Who are you?" Hua glared darkly. "You don't recognize me?" The girl tilted her head, pointing at Aya. "She doesn't even like you. Why are you forcing her?" Hua, struck at his vulnerable point, erupted in anger. "You're asking for death." "Who are you?" "Nanjai." And then, Xiao Yu pressed the tall translator, sensing the critical moment, wondering why the translation halted abruptly. From the girl's previous remarks, she could not have merely uttered the name of a place. The tall man scratched his head in frustration. "It's not that I want to translate. I didn't catch the remainder." She seemed to mention a name, or perhaps a place. The pronunciation is too difficult to discern. Several foreigners were equally lost, and even they felt adrift. Only from Hua's reaction could they infer that the girl's subsequent words carried weight. Hua's face drained of color, and he scanned the surroundings in terror, seemingly searching for someone's presence. "You have violated the regulations. Come back with me to acknowledge your mistake." The tall translator understood this sentence and promptly conveyed it. The girl, agile, leaped down from the tree, her stature shorter than Hua's, yet her demeanor remained assertive, as if warning him against any resistance. Xiao Yu glanced around, noting the absence of Lu Sun, who he had expected to appear after last night's events. This was unexpected. Chapter 17. The heavens do not abide by Jesus' doctrine. The unexpected turn of events on the wedding day caught everyone off guard. Xiao Yu turned to ask Aya what Lu Sun had said to her the previous night, but suddenly a gasp erupted from the crowd, drowning out his voice. By the time he looked back, Hua had already dashed into the mountains, followed closely by the girl. The sound of jingling bells echoed, receding with each passing moment. "Hurry! Catch up!" Someone in the crowd shouted, and the disoriented outsiders gradually regained their senses. In a flurry, they rushed forward, the leading figure unknown. Yet the momentum propelled everyone to pursue. Have they all gone mad? Xiao Yu could not halt this reckless group, intent on documenting the event at any cost. Realizing he was now alone and Aya had vanished in the chaos, he clenched his teeth and followed suit. Hua's home was nestled against the mountains, making entry to the rear hills particularly easy. However, the thicket was thick and overgrown, nearly taller than a person, obscuring the path. Initially, everyone ran together, but soon they lost their sense of direction amidst the chaos, unable to distinguish who was who, only faintly hearing the distant sound of bells. Gradually, even the bells faded from earshot. Xiao Yu halted, gazing at the sky obscured by towering trees, the solitude pressing down on him as he lost his bearings. He could not help but mutter a curse. "Where is everyone? How did I end up alone?" "Old Zhang?" He cupped his hands around his mouth to call out. Apart from a few nameless birds fluttering past the treetops, there was no response. He pulled out his phone, but the signal had vanished, leaving him unable to make a call. Xiao Yu forced himself to calm down, assessing the direction others had taken through the flattened grass. Ultimately, he succeeded in completely losing his way. The darkness fell swiftly in this place, and by 6 o'clock, he needed to use his phone's flashlight to navigate the path ahead. Xiao Yu wondered if fate had conspired against him by naming this place the Little Forest, as if to counter his existence with a twist of fate. Each visit to such wooded areas seemed to culminate in misfortune, save for his encounters with Lu Sr. Perhaps if he called out to someone else, he might summon that person. The oppressive darkness heightened his anxiety, leading his thoughts into wild speculation. Before he could act, the beam of his flashlight flickered across a patch of grass 5 steps away. Leaves on the ground shivered, as if something lay hidden there. Xiao Yu hastily grabbed a stick, his mind racing back to the zombies he had encountered in Great Miao Mountain. For safety's sake, he should quietly distance himself and flee. Yet, curiosity got the better of him. This was not Great Miao Mountain, and it could merely be a wild rabbit. He was scaring himself for no reason. Comforting himself, Xiao Yu switched off the flashlight and cautiously approached from the other side. In the dimness, a vague shadow crouched on the ground, its wooden stick raised, accompanied by a murmuring sound. "O Lord, you are my strength. I beseech you to heed my prayer through my Lord Jesus. Amen." Upon hearing a few words, Xiao Yu sighed, recognizing the foreign zombie's voice as oddly familiar. He switched on his flashlight and discovered Andrew crouched in the grass, earnestly praying while holding a Bible. Upon seeing the beam of light, Andrew's eyes lit up. "Oh God, you truly heard my prayer. You must be joking. Your Jesus is light years away. It's improbable he could hear anything here." To preserve international camaraderie, Xiao Yu refrained from voicing his thoughts, instead pondering the peculiar sight of this international friend reading the Bible in the underbrush. "Where are the others? Just you?" "Yes, yes." Andrew nodded vigorously. "Xiao Yu. They are gone. So what are you doing here? Is it convenient?" Xiao Yu instinctively glanced at the Bible to check for missing pages. Andrew waved his hands. No, there are no instant noodles here." It appeared that Andrew's command of Chinese was lacking, and Xiao Yu was too weary to correct him. Just as he was about to seek out the others, a creaking sound abruptly echoed in the darkness. Andrew grew excited and immediately said, "That is the sound I just heard." Xiao Yu, alert, crouched down and promptly turned off the flashlight. He listened intently, discerning that the noise resembled a small dog gnawing on a bone. Unable to pinpoint its source, but certain there were multiple origins, Xiao Yu recalled scenes from zombie films, imagining a gruesome spectacle of zombies feasting on brains. Next time he ventured into such a place, he decided he would bring Buddhist scriptures instead of the Bible. "Why?" Andrew asked, puzzled. "Heaven doesn't subscribe to the Jesus narrative here. Your foreign gods are utterly useless in this predicament." This was indeed a stroke of misfortune. Concealed by the underbrush, Xiao Yu ruminated on strategies. If fortune favored him, perhaps he could stealthily crawl back the way he came without being detected. He carefully discerned the direction of the gnawing sound, oblivious to Andrew, who, after a moment's contemplation, suddenly had an epiphany, declaring, "Xiao Yu, I understand." "Understand what?" Xiao Yu turned back in bewilderment, only to see Andrew gleefully opening his phone. As a song he knew all too well erupted into his ears, "Fold 1,000 paper cranes and tie a red ribbon. May good fortune come to kind-hearted people every day." What on earth are you doing? Chapter 18. The corpse transport in Xianxi. The atmosphere was already tense. And then Andrew, with the semblance of a brain devoured by zombies, played an exceptionally cheerful song. Xiao Yu was bewildered and profoundly shocked. Terrified, he seized Andrew's phone and silenced the cheerful death tune, growling, "Are you out of your mind?" Andrew wore an utterly innocent expression. "Oh, this is what Kong Qing taught me. He said it's a life-saving song." "Kong Qing? You mean that guy Zhang Kongqing?" Andrew nodded, clearly believing in the absurdity of Zhang's words. If it weren't for the dire situation, Xiao Yu would have questioned the origins of this so-called life-saving song. But now is not the time for idle chatter. After silencing the music, the gnawing sounds around them ceased abruptly. There were now two possibilities. Either the source of the sound had been frightened away by the music, or their location had been compromised, and something was stealthily approaching. If it was the former, it would indeed be a cause for celebration. If the latter, "Old Xiao," a faint voice called from a distance. Xiao Yu craned his neck, unable to discern the exact direction due to the volume. "Old Xiao, quick, climb a tree." This time, the voice was slightly louder, accompanied by a flickering light about 50 meters ahead. Xiao Yu recognized the figure waving frantically from a tree as Zhang Kongqing and immediately understood his intent. "Hurry!" He grabbed Andrew and dashed toward their direction, swiftly climbing a nearby tree. With a wider view, he noticed several indistinct figures moving stiffly through the grass at their 2 o'clock. Having encountered such entities before, he instantly recognized that they were not normal people. As the zombies drew closer, Xiao Yu suddenly remembered, "Oh no, we can't stay in the tree. Those zombies can jump 2 to 3 meters high. And these trees are too short." "Are you joking, Old Xiao?" Zhang Kongqing, who had a fear of heights, clung tightly to a branch. Hearing this, he clutched even more desperately. "Damn it, I nearly fell victim to them last time. Why would I lie?" Xiao Yu quickly descended, urging, "Hurry, there's no time." The zombies were already perilously close. Andrew, his eyes wide open in shock, exclaimed, "Oh my God." Accompanying Zhang Kongqing in the tree was the elderly gentleman. Noticing Zhang Kongqing trembling and hesitating, the old man frowned. "Kid, can you make it down? Even a grandmother would descend more nimbly than you." Just the sight of the ground made Zhang Kongqing's legs weak. He had a severe fear of heights. As he struggled, the old man couldn't hold back and kicked him out of the tree. "Damn, old man you!" Zhang Kongqing cried out in distress, wanting to voice his grievances against the old man's actions, but Xiao Yu rushed over, seizing him by the collar and dragging him away. Remembering the cause of their current predicament, Xiao Yu cursed, "What nonsense did you teach those foreigners? That ridiculous life-saving song. You can't blame me. That was just a physical cheat I used while watching horror films. Who knew that idiot foreigner would take it to heart?" The zombies had already caught wind of their commotion, some tilting their heads stiffly, cracking sounds echoing as they turned their decaying skulls toward them, baring their teeth and lunging forward. Zhang Kongqing was momentarily paralyzed. "My grandmother, this can't be real, right? Whether or not it's a dream. Stop being so indecisive and run." Xiao Yu dodged a lunging zombie and rolled into the underbrush with Zhang Kongqing. Sharp stones hidden in the grass cut into his palm. And as he lifted his head, a rotting face loomed close, just as a mouthful of teeth was about to snap down. The old man swiftly turned and kicked the zombie several feet away. Xiao Yu was stunned. This old man was impressively formidable. The old man swiftly grabbed both of them and continued running, even finding the energy to mock. "What on earth did the police teach you? You're utterly useless." Xiao Yu retorted defiantly. "I'm a desk officer. The standards for physical training are completely different. How can you even compare?" At that moment, everyone was solely focused on escaping, and Xiao Yu didn't ponder why the old man seemed to know about his police background. Zhang Kongqing had only mentioned him as a painter. The elderly man, appearing nearly septuagenarian, was outrunning them, dashing ahead with remarkable speed. Zhang Kongqing, gritting his teeth, sprinted. "I was wrong. Xiangxi truly has corpse transporters. Help!" Those terrified to the point of brain freeze, unable to discern their whereabouts, were nearly paralyzed with fear. Xiao Yu and Andrew ran side by side, the relentless zombies gradually closing the distance behind them. Approximately a dozen of them, clad in modern clothing, some already decaying as if draped in tattered rags, approached with pallid faces, grayish pupils, and evident signs of rot and pus. Andrew suddenly stumbled, letting out a scream. As he saw the figure roll down, Xiao Yu instinctively grasped the backpack slung over his back. However, the inertia was too great to evade the zombie lunging from behind. He had no choice but to tumble down the slope with Andrew. A stone lay in their path, and Xiao Yu frantically tugged at several tufts of wild grass before managing to roll himself down from the other side. He held tightly to Andrew's backpack, which came to a halt against a tree, preventing him from colliding painfully. Yet a new predicament arose. He had lost Andrew and now found himself isolated. Just as he attempted to rise, a pair of hands suddenly covered his mouth from behind. Chapter 19. Colliding into his embrace, Xiao Yu stiffened. He felt that the zombie had a certain flair, covering his mouth before attempting to bite. However, with the next breath he took, the familiar scent of cold wood incense relaxed his rigid spine. He felt a surge of relief as this figure had finally appeared. Lifting a hand, he patted the hand covering his mouth, and Lu Sun, realizing he would not scream, gradually released his grip. Yet he did not step back. His chest still pressed against Xiao Yu's back, his dagger gripped firmly at his waist, his gaze fixed on the encroaching zombies ahead. What to do? Xiao Yu spoke in a whisper, barely audible, sensing that perhaps Lu Sun could not hear him. Before he could finish his thought, his mouth was covered once again. Fine, he would remain silent. With Lu Sun behind him, even though the grotesque faces of the surrounding zombies loomed, he no longer felt the initial anxiety and fear. Particularly, he could distinctly sense the taut muscles of the man behind him, a state of readiness, poised to react to any sudden developments. A few strands of hair brushed against his nape, bringing a faint tickling sensation. Xiao Yu's breathing slowed. The hand over his mouth seemed to have split its attention to his breathing rate, the gentle warmth of Lu Sun's breath rising and falling in his palm. His heartbeat seemed to synchronize with this rhythm. Lu Sun tightened his grip on the dagger once more. He had made physical contact with this stranger again, a connection that felt inappropriate, as he should not bring any misfortune upon him. Contemplating this, he loosened his hand, retracting it, when Xiao Yu suddenly shrank back, colliding once more into his embrace. Unaware of the thoughts of the man behind him, Xiao Yu was oblivious to his actions. He merely gazed in astonishment at the direction for which a crossbow bolt had been shot. Perched on a tree diagonally opposite them was the girl who had previously appeared in the midst of the chaos, a quiver of arrows at her waist. Holding a small bow, it was a single-shot bow, but the girl expertly wielded it with one hand, biting two bolts in her mouth. She swiftly shot one bolt, then reloaded at an astonishing speed, taking down the zombies surrounding them with fluid grace. Fearing the splatter of zombie fluids, he had to retreat. silently acknowledging that this girl was indeed remarkable. After dispatching the last zombie, she flashed a triumphant smile at the person behind Xiao Yu before leaping down from the tree. The sound of her jingling bells fading into the forest. Xiao Yu noticed that the zombies, originally heading in their direction, turned to pursue the girl instead. These zombies appeared to be quite different from those in movies. They seemed exceptionally sensitive to sound. As bewilderment washed over him, a gentle pat on his shoulder brought him back to reality. Turning around, he saw Lu Sun pointing in a direction opposite to where the girl had departed. From the expression in Lu Sun's beautiful eyes, Xiao Yu inferred. Could they escape the forest by heading that way? Lu Sun nodded, then stood up, intending to follow the girl's path when he felt a sudden tightness in his arm. Confused, he looked back to find an equally perplexed expression on Xiao Yu's face. Are you not coming? Xiao Yu grasped his arm. Leaving him to navigate the desolate woods alone felt too precarious. Lu Sun's lips moved slightly, seemingly recalling something he had said, but Xiao Yu could not comprehend. After a moment as thought, he crouched down, poked 2 dots on the ground, and drew a circle around them, gesturing with his finger in a slicing motion across his throat. Are you suggesting that you want to lure the zombies to a location and then deal with them together? Fearing Lu Sun might not understand, Xiao Yu mimicked the gesture of slitting his throat when he mentioned resolving the situation. Lu Sun nodded again, continuing to gesture toward the opposite direction, urging him to go. His tone lacked any harsh reprimand, implying that it was safer for him to leave that way. Though his limited command of the Chinese language only permitted him to express his intent through simple words. Xiao Yu comprehended his meaning, but did not release his grip. Instead, he inquired whether the zombies were particularly sensitive to sound. Upon receiving Lu Sun's affirmative nod, he bent to rummage through Andrew's backpack. I will accompany you. I can help you lure the zombies more quickly. It seemed that the life-saving tune would soon be put to use. As he unzipped the bag, he stumbled upon something even more useful. Chapter 20. An unusual hunt is about to commence. Foreigners will be foreigners. They even pack such items into their backpacks. Xiao Yu unearthed a string of firecrackers from Andrew's bag, clearly remnants from a wedding celebration. This was far more effective than a mere life-saving tune. He proudly showcased it to Lu Sun before stowing it back in the bag and nodding in his direction. Let us proceed. Donji. Lu Sun frowned, disapproving of him accompanying. With his fair complexion and refined demeanor, he appeared utterly out of place in this desolate wilderness, especially considering what they were about to do. Those filthy outsiders would surely be frightened by their presence. Ignoring Lu Sun's disapproval, Xiao Yu firmly patted his shoulder. But you are here with me. To let him venture into the desolate woods alone would indeed be perilous. Xiao Yu resolved not to let him slip away, given their previous encounters in the small forest. Who knew what else they might face? Better to be cautious than take unnecessary risks. He was determined to hold onto this ally. Delaying further might endanger that girl they had just seen, without affording Lu Sun any opportunity for further deliberation. Xiao Yu grasped his hand and ran toward the direction the girl had taken. Just as they departed, Zhang Kongqing and the elderly man, armed with branches and stones, returned to the battlefield with a spirit of self-sacrifice, hoping to rescue their cowardly teammates. You young ones should be taken out for some training, the elderly man proclaimed, brandishing a forked branch, resembling an elderly version of a rustic farmer ready to fend off wild boars. His age lending him a penchant for grumbling about one thing or another. Zhang Kongqing chimed in beside him. Indeed. Look at you, fleeing when it matters most. Exactly. Such delicate appearances. Who could argue? The elderly man paused for 2 seconds before asking, Child, are you afraid? Never heard of such a thing. I had heard this area had so many zombies. Could it be that they too have nightlife, and, at the appointed hour, they gather for a party, only to be inadvertently interrupted? Zhang Kongqing retorted, gripping a fist-sized stone tightly as a weapon, his eyes darting around anxiously. The elderly man replied at this point, There is no need for flattery. Zhang Kongqing quickly added, You are too kind. Isn't that why this crosstalk is a part of our cultural heritage? It sounds amusing, and if told alongside a horror tale, it could even make the ghosts laugh. Moreover, as one speaks, the zombies might just vanish. Does crosstalk possess such exorcising capabilities? He resolved to transform his life-saving melody into a compilation of master was crosstalk in the future. 2 individuals engaged in a dialogue reminiscent of unprofessional comedic banter to alleviate their spirits when, from the slope below, a hand suddenly emerged. The elderly gentleman acted with remarkable swiftness, akin to a skilled hunter, swiftly pinning that hand between a tree fork and the ground, exclaiming, "Gotcha!" The zombie that crawled up from the slope let out a pained scream, causing Zhang Kongqing, who held a stone in hand, to nearly strike it down. However, upon recognizing a somewhat familiar face emerging from the bushes, he quickly halted his action, almost mistakenly injuring an ally. It was Andrew. He reached out to pull him up, but halfway through, he kicked him back down, inquiring, "Have you been bitten?" Movies often portray that if one is bitten by a zombie, they would soon transform into one themselves. Thus, he must remain vigilant. Andrew groaned in pain, hastily asserting his innocence. "No bite, no bite. Can we trust him?" Zhang Kongqing queried the elder. A zombie, devoid of a brain, should be incapable of deceit. The elder retracted his makeshift weapon, a branch resembling a pitchfork, to examine Andrew more closely. Zhang Kongqing once again assisted Andrew in climbing up, then promptly retreated back to the elder's side. The elder eyed Andrew warily, prepare to act should he transform. Zhang Kongqing asked, "What is the situation now?" Andrew, looking disheveled, lamented, "My family is scattered." "What?" Zhang Kongqing momentarily failed to comprehend. But the elder relaxed, realizing the foreigner was misusing idioms, indicating he genuinely had not been bitten. It appeared Andrew's command of Chinese had reached a commendable level. But where was Xiao Yu? Surely he hadn't been dragged away by a zombie to have his brain devoured? They scanned their surroundings, finding no trace of Xiao Yu. Just as Zhang Kongqing was about to call out, the elder restrained him, leaning down to listen intently. Hoofbeats. Moreover, there were more than one source. The elder's keen perception left Zhang Kongqing astounded. How could he possess such skills? "Elder, do you secretly embody a reclusive master with extraordinary abilities? Perhaps possessing skills akin to the 6 Meridians divine sword or 9 Yang divine art? Or at the very least, some lightness skills?" The elder hoisted Andrew up from the ground, then turned with a look of pity, patting his shoulder. "Child, read more newspapers and fewer martial arts novels." At his age, he could hardly start as a heroic figure. The elder, embodying an elderly version of a heroic character, led the way, pondering how challenging it was to guide a child, especially with a lost little rascal still unaccounted for. Meanwhile, the runaway rascal had once again mounted Lu Sen's black horse. Having become accustomed to the thrill of speed, he now embraced the exhilarating experience. Lu Sen expertly directed the horse while occasionally glancing at the sky. In such moments, one would not indulge in melancholic literary poses, as even those with limited command of Chinese would likely be oblivious to such artistic expressions. Xiao Yu followed suit, looking skyward, where he discerned a vague silhouette soaring above. The darkness obscured the identity of the bird, but he realized that Lu Sen relied on it for navigation. They unexpectedly plunged into a vast, circular pit in the forest. Gazing upward from the bottom, which resembled a bowl, Lu Sen halted the horse and whistled. Immediately, a response echoed back. Xiao Yu turned toward the sound, spotting a girl standing on the edge of the pit beside a tree, her profile turned as if awaiting something. Chapter 21. In ancient times, heroes hunted wolves and tigers. Now, brothers from ethnic minorities encircle zombies. From her reaction, Xiao Yu understood they had arrived at their destination. He observed as the girl readied her crossbow, the bells adorning her attire jingling in the stillness of the night. The commotion caused by Lu Sen and the girl attracted numerous zombies, who leapt from the edge of the pit without hesitation, contorting their bodies as they scrambled to their feet and continued their pursuit. Such movements and speed were utterly inhuman. Lu Sen squeezed the horse's belly, maneuvering it to evade the zombies as they charged toward the opposite side of the pit. Now was the moment. Xiao Yu retrieved a string of firecrackers from his backpack. A mere whistle would not suffice to draw all the zombies in the forest. They required a greater disturbance. At the instant the girl felt a zombie charging toward them with her arrow, Xiao Yu ignited the fuse of the firecrackers with a lighter. Ironically, the firecrackers, which had failed to make a sound at home, were now fulfilling their true purpose. Sparks ignited along the fuse, and Xiao Yu turned his head, exclaiming, "Wishing you prosperity and good fortune." The lit firecrackers were tossed, and in the next moment, the explosive sounds echoed throughout the forest. It could be said that Zhang Kongqing's life-saving song was not without merit. The joyous crackle of firecrackers amongst the zombies appeared almost comical, diminishing their fearsome presence. This also implied that 80% of the horror in ghost films stemmed from the background music. The black horse leaped from the pit, returning to solid ground. While Lu Sun vaulted onto a tree, inadvertently pulling Xiao Yu up with him. Were they supposed to hide? He expected Lu Sun to engage in fierce combat amidst the horde of zombies, but it seemed he had no intention of doing so. Lu Sun calmly observed below, his brow unfurrowed, exuding a composed detachment that belied his youth, radiating a maturity born from experience, starkly contrasting with the impression he initially left. This calmness emanated a subtle sense of aloofness. "Look," the youth simply stated. Xiao Yu momentarily faltered, pondering, "What should I be looking at?" Suddenly, from the periphery of the woods, riders emerged from all directions, brandishing whips and clad in ethnic minority attire, some bearing bows and arrows. Others with crossbows slung over their shoulders, quivers attached to their saddles. They surged forth with unstoppable momentum, yet moved in an orderly fashion toward the pit, stirring up clouds of dust. Their faces wore an unwavering calmness that instilled fear. They were encircling the zombies. Xiao Yu was astonished. He had witnessed such hunting scenes in films, but witnessing it firsthand was far more impactful. In ancient times, heroes hunted wolves and tigers. Now, brothers from ethnic minorities encircled zombies. The fierce tenacity of their culture was beyond mere description. It was a raw, passionate wildness that enveloped him. It became evident that Lu Sun was not alone in the forest. Everyone worked in harmony, suggesting such events were not uncommon. In this hunt, only he, the outsider, and Lu Sun refrained from combat. Compared to his fervor, Lu Sun's deep, dark eyes remained exceptionally calm and composed. Amid the festive sounds of firecrackers, they transformed into a requiem for the undead. Standing in the tree, Xiao Yu absorbed the scene, feeling a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. Not only him, Zhang, Kongqing, and others, drawn by the firecracker sounds, had taken refuge in the bushes, utterly mesmerized, unable to regain their composure. "Elder, we haven't crossed over, have we?" "Child, I told you to read fewer of those novels." They hid nearby, witnessing this rare spectacle, while Andrew, the foreigner, was thoroughly captivated, exclaiming, "My God! Oh my God!" The last zombie fell to the girl's arrow, and Xiao Yu, transfixed from his perch on the tree, realized this was akin to a real-life shooting game. Unable to contain his excitement as he raised his hand, eager to high-five someone, Lu Sun looked at him in confusion, unable to comprehend his intent. Before he could express his inquiry, someone grasped his hand and mimicked the gesture. He paused, his hand dropping, fingers instinctively curling in a gentle caress. A faint blush creeping up his ear. His gaze drifted to Xiao Yu's hand, where two prominent scars, inflicted by stones, were strikingly visible. Lowering his eyelids, he barely spoke before the girl dashed to their tree, her head tilted upward, joyfully conversing with him. Their dialect was genuinely challenging to comprehend, with particularly difficult pronunciations. Had she not gestured numbers with her hands, Xiao Yu would not have guessed she was attempting to boast about the number of zombies she had just dispatched. Seeing Lu Sun jump down from the tree, one could not help but wonder whether he lacked the courage to risk an injury or simply chose to descend carefully. "Were you all lying in wait from the break of dawn?" He stood beside Lu Sun as a group of young hunters approached, halting a respectful distance away. His inquiry went unanswered. Perhaps Lu Sun had not comprehended him. He merely observed Lu Sun, with an air of detachment, exchange a few words with the leading youth. When a young man's gaze fell upon him, Lu Sun subtly furrowed his brow, nodded, and issued a command. The youths then dispersed. Xiao Yu resolved to seize any opportunity to master this dialect. For each instance of misunderstanding gnawed at his curiosity about what was being said. Before he could articulate his desire for knowledge, Lu Sun suddenly called out to him, "Xiao Yu." The pronunciation was impeccable, imbued with Lu Sun's distinctive tone, sending a shiver down his spine. An ominous premonition washed over him. Next to him, he noticed a girl observing him with a curious tilt of her head, while Lu Sun wore an apologetic expression. Shortly thereafter, his consciousness faded. Upon awakening, he found himself reclined in the back seat of a car, the daylight streaming in. What transpired? He sat up and discovered two individuals asleep in both the driver's and passenger's seats. Glancing outside, he recognized the dilapidated farmhouse nearby. Chapter 22. Lu Sun is indeed a tangible presence. Wasn't he still in the woods? How had he suddenly returned here? Xiao Yu shook his slightly dizzy head and exited the vehicle, noticing a group of people gathered around a car, diligently attempting repairs. Indeed, Lu Sun had vanished once more. He had just been calling his name a moment ago, and now he had rendered him unconscious. Yet, he could not recall what Lu San had done to cause this. His neck was not sore, his head bore no injuries. Merely a lingering sensation akin to waking from a prolonged slumber. Were the others unharmed? He approached, uncertain if the group had diminished in number due to the incident. Mia, hands on her hips, was supervising the foreign workers as they repaired the vehicle. Upon hearing him, she turned and replied, "Fortunately, no one was injured, and the car is still being repaired." This unexpected inversion of sentence structure startled Xiao Yu as he glanced at the foreign workers replacing a tire, curiously asking, "What happened to the car?" He recalled that everyone had walked to the event at the Huajia family's home, and the vehicle had been in perfect condition prior to their departure. Surely, no one had secretly punctured their tires? Hadn't they paid the farmhouse owner to keep an eye on things? Just then, he spotted the owner sitting at the entrance, washing vegetables, while Mia smiled with a hint of exasperation. You slept? And the car had an accident. It rolled into a ditch." Mia must have meant to say he had slept too soundly. Xiao Yu reevaluated her words, and suddenly he felt a jolt. An accident? What accident? Where did that come from? A sense of foreboding welled up within him, and Mia seemed taken aback by his reaction, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, Zhang Kongqing wandered over, yawning. "What are you discussing? Do you remember anything?" Xiao Yu pressed, a hint of agitation in his voice, fervently praying that it was not as he feared. How could one simply forget? Even in the case of amnesia, one would surely need to suffer a severe blow to the head. A mere bump could not explain it. Moreover, collective amnesia seemed a far-fetched notion. Sensing his distress, Zhang Kongqing cautiously lowered his voice. "Old Xiao, are you all right?" He sounded concerned. Ying Mingyuan had mentioned Xiao Yu's psychological issues, advising him to keep an eye on him, fearing that he might act impulsively. "First, tell me, what do you remember?" His voice rose slightly, drawing the attention of the foreign workers, who paused their tasks to listen. In the woods, Zhang Kongqing had been terrified by zombies, an experience likely etched into his very DNA, leaving psychological scars that would follow him to the grave. Xiao Yu suddenly felt lost. Their reactions should not be so tranquil. Even if they were well-versed in folklore and media production, a normal response would entail either fear or spirited discussions about their experiences. Yet, they remained unervingly calm, making him feel as if he were the only one with a troubled mind. Zhang Kongqing, too, seemed oblivious. "What should I remember?" Xiao Yu wearily pinched his brow. Having served a year in the police force and received over 9 years of formal education, he believed he should dismiss all superstitions and confront the irrational. If he succumbed to such beliefs, the philosophical pioneers would surely criticize him. This had been his steadfast conviction. Yet now he found himself silent, unable to rationalize the events that had transpired. He shifted the topic. What happened to the car? Xiao Yu sensed that his memories diverged from theirs. Indeed, Zhang Kongqing appeared taken aback by his agitation, relaxing as he replied, "You forgot? On our way here, the driver somehow drove the vehicle into a ditch. Fortunately, it wasn't serious. It just delayed us. Otherwise, we would have arrived in Nanjai much earlier." "Were you in the car at that time?" Xiao Yu inquired. "No, I wasn't." Zhang Kongqing shook his head. "Why? Then how did you get that bruise on your arm?" He pointed to the purple mark on Zhang Kongqing's exposed forearm. "Oh, this? I must have bumped into something," Zhang Kongqing casually remarked, twisting his arm to inspect the bruise. Xiao Yu fell silent, scanning the faces of everyone present. Yet he found no one who shared his memories. It was as if their recollections had skipped over their joint visit to the Huajia family and their encounter with the zombies in the woods, only to be replaced with a new narrative. At that moment, Xiao Yu's memories felt utterly at odds with theirs. If not for the distinctly embroidered dark blue handkerchief wrapped around his injury, he might have succumbed to the despair of questioning his own sanity. This handkerchief was undeniably not his. It had been used to bandage the wound on his hand inflicted by a rock. As he unwound the handkerchief, he made his way toward the farmhouse owner, who was still washing vegetables at the entrance. Diners were already inside, and upon seeing him, the owner warmly greeted him. "What would you like to eat?" He glanced inside and asked, "Sister, haven't you seen me before? You just arrived? How would I have seen you?" The owner replied, rising to wipe her hands on her pants, inviting him to sit freely, and calling out to the foreign workers within, "The food will be ready shortly." The owner carried the washed vegetables into the kitchen, seemingly unaware of him, as if it were indeed their first encounter. Andrew beckoned him to join him inside, but Xiao Yu ignored him, surveying the surroundings. He approached a table amid a pile of cardboard boxes, where numerous papers were strewn about. including purchase orders and beverage pricing, with a calculator pressed down to prevent it from blowing away. On the table's edge lay a landline phone, accompanied by several blue-covered notebooks. While tampering with someone else's belongings may not constitute a crime, it is morally questionable. Xiao Yu could no longer afford to ponder such matters. He flipped open a notebook, shaking it slightly, only for a familiar piece of paper to tumble out. Inscribed with his phone number. Therein lay the truth. The one with memory issues was not him. Lu Sun was indeed a real entity. Chapter 23. It seems I have also acquired a touch of the divine. The experiences of recent times had surpassed Xiao Yu's comprehension of the world. He had reviewed footage from the media creators' cameras, some of which had malfunctioned, while the old man lamented their ill-fated journey, incessantly mourning the decision to leave the cameras in a vehicle. The surroundings remained as they were. Aside from the scenery along the road and the sparse records of Huazhu's home, everything else was blank. The only remnants of his memory were a note with his phone number written on it, left for his elder sister, and a dark blue handkerchief adorned with intricate embroidery that did not belong to him. Having experienced this once before, Xiao Yu was not as eager to verify things as he had been initially, since he was bound to encounter Lu Sun at Huazhu's home. It was certain that Lu Sun resided nearby. This area, neither too vast nor too small for human activity, offered a reasonable chance of meeting someone. He followed the group into Nanjai, where Zhang Kongqing, the local wealthy individual, had arranged for a guide to welcome them. The guide, surnamed Yang, was a villager from Pingying Nanjai, proficient in fluent Mandarin, which enabled him to facilitate their reception. Perhaps due to the ample funds at his disposal, Yang was exceedingly diligent, anxious that they might never return from this trip and become stranded in Nanjai. Along the way, he incessantly reminded them, "Gentlemen, allow me to give you a warning. Once you enter the village, please refrain from carelessly touching, taking, or engaging with the villagers' belongings. Avoid areas that are uncertain, and do not provoke the villagers, especially the young women. Doing so could cost you a lifetime." Zhang Kongqing jested. "I heard the girls in your village are adept at casting love spells. Is that true?" Yang replied, "That was more common in the past. Now it has diminished somewhat due to stricter regulations." He candidly shared additional precautions. Xiao Yu, feeling flustered, listened only half-heartedly, relieved when they turned onto another path revealing breathtaking scenery. Here, the sky was a brilliant blue, the clouds a pristine white, and the mountains a lush green. Everything displayed its most original hues, unlike the city where the sky was a dull white and the mountains appeared gray and indistinct. He rolled down the car window, allowing the fragrant breeze filled with the scent of grass to rush in. After a brief nap, he awoke to find they had arrived at the stilted house where they would be staying in Nanjai. Contrary to his expectations of backwardness, the village was electrified, though transportation remained inconvenient, leaving both economic development and educational issues in a state of underdevelopment. However, with its stunning mountainous backdrop and picturesque landscapes, once the influence of tourism expanded, it would likely invigorate the local economy. Their lodgings comprised a 3-story stilt house that Yang had rented out to tourists. They prepaid 3,000 yuan for 3 days, which included meals. Xiao Yu shared a room with Zhang Kongqing and Andrew. On their first night, Yang, in a display of hospitality, set up several tables in the open space in front of the stilt house for a simple banquet. Though termed simple, the dishes were abundant and featured local specialties. Truly, the local environment nurtured its people. How charming the village girls were. The young women serving them were radiant and graceful, their bright eyes and white teeth captivating. A mere glance from them sent shivers down one's spine. Xiao Yu wished to inquire about Lu Sun from Yang, but the foreigner's incessant chatter prevented any opportunity for casual conversation. Over the next 2 days, as he admired the scenery of Nanjai, his hands itched to sketch. Just then, a heavy rain poured down, washing away the dust and revealing the village's beauty in all its glory. "Is this the Lu Sun you mentioned?" Zhang Kongqing leaned over to glimpse the sketch in Xiao Yu's hand. He had sensed something was off with Xiao Yu during their previous discussions about Huazhu's home. From Ming Yuan, he learned that Xiao Yu seemed to exhibit symptoms of delusions, although the specifics remained unclear. Now, observing the sketches, more than a dozen, he marveled at how, in the mind of an artist, there truly existed no ugly individuals. Xiao Yu nodded absently, his hand never ceasing its movement as he captured the scene of a zombie hunt in the woods, focusing intently on Lu Sun's face. "So handsome. Why is he not a girl?" Zhang Kongqing shifted his perspective, realizing that Lu Sen's appearance eclipsed even the village's most enchanting maidens. Though they shared the commonality of long hair, Xiao Yu's artistic skill was remarkably vivid. The figure in his drawing was frozen in a glance over his shoulder, gazing into the distance with an air of longing and remoteness, as if separated by mountains and rivers, exuding an ethereal innocence. Zhang Kongqing's remarks elicited a strange look from Xiao Yu. "What are you staring at? Is there something wrong with what I said?" Xiao Yu hesitated for a moment, shaking his head. Some thoughts remained unspoken, as they pertained to the private life of another. "You mentioned wanting to visit Damianshan to find this handsome youth?" He nodded again, and Zhang Kongqing reassured him, "No worries, we're here now. Let's enjoy a few more days and ask around about him." The saying, "now that we're here," is regarded as one of the 4 tolerant phrases in societal discourse, especially when one is exhausted from climbing and considers giving up. Hearing someone say, "now that we're here," often rekindles the determination to reach the summit. This phrase provided some comfort to Xiao Yu. He closed his sketchbook, leaning against the eaves, his gaze drifting toward the darkening sky, hinting an impending storm, calmly retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Amid Zhang Kongqing's teasing about his brooding demeanor and urging him to smoke less, he lit a cigarette with practiced ease, a smile playing on his lips as he drawled. "You must be reluctant to leave the beautiful girls here." Zhang Kongqing retorted without hesitation, "Why not find a second spring for you right here in Nanjai? With your artistic face, there's no girl you couldn't charm. It would be a fine solace for your long-lost youth." Xiao Yu often engaged in banter with him, chuckling at the remark, "Get lost. My youth isn't as frivolous as yours. Be careful, it doesn't come back to haunt you one day." "Just kidding, I Zhang Xiao. Have navigated the realm of romance for years. When have I ever stumbled?" Zhang Kongqing, as if to prove a point, looked up and cheerfully greeted a girl on the second floor of a nearby stilt house, her shy laughter echoing back. They were likely tourists. The village girls were far more traditional. "Take it easy with your youth. I wouldn't want to find myself one day bringing your portrait to the police station." Zhang Kongqing playfully tapped Xiao Yu on the shoulder, then patted his own chest, saying, "Don't worry, buddy, I know my limits. Just a friendly chat." He then pretended to straighten his collar, strutting like a peacock, only to realize it was raining and tossed the umbrella he held to Xiao Yu. Caught the umbrella with one hand, Xiao Yu observed his friend, animated and spirited. In the distance, the mountaintops were shrouded in thick white mist, lingering like a long-forgotten secret, giving the place an ethereal quality, as if they had stepped into a realm of deities, where they might glean a touch of divinity. He relished this sensation, the sound of the rain soothing his emotions, allowing him, amidst the crowd seeking shelter, to encounter that person once more. Chapter 24. In Nanjai, one must not recklessly hold hands as pedestrians hurried past him to escape the rain. The world seemed to slow down in that instant, time stretching within the curtain of rain. Xiao Yu stood transfixed, watching a youth approach through the throng, his hair tied in a high ponytail, clad in a dark blue jacket adorned with intricate embroidery, and wearing a pair of silver bangles engraved with dragon motifs. His heart raced uncontrollably, thoughts flitting to the possibility of needing a heart checkup, yet his feet remained rooted to the ground. He raised his hand, intending to greet, "Hi." Last time before he could finish, the ascending youth brushed past him, eyes averted, not pausing for even a moment to acknowledge him. The rainwater collected on the eaves dripped onto the stone pavement below, splashing droplets that danced briefly before falling again, mirroring Xiao Yu's tumultuous feelings. The other's gaze remained pure and untainted, an ethereal quality about him. Yet, as he passed by, his steps did not falter, seemingly indifferent to any desire for small talk. The sound of the bangles chimed softly, an enchanting melody amidst the rain, while the unfamiliarity of the youth rendered Xiao Yu's hand, raised in greeting, frozen in midair. Could it be that he has forgotten as well? Xiao Yu released his grip, turning almost without hesitation, and hurriedly caught up with him. This abrupt action caused the young man to furrow his brow momentarily before relaxing, staring at him in silence. The sensation of his grasp was strikingly real, reminiscent of their encounter in Great Miao Mountain and that night at the Huazhua family's home. Yet it felt foreign instead of familiar. The words that had been on Xiao Yu's lips were swallowed back as he suddenly felt an inexplicable tension after his initial excitement. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he reformed his thoughts, ultimately opting for the most straightforward expression. "We have met before. Don't tell me you also don't remember me? Upon uttering this, he found a phrase oddly familiar, recalling that it was a line often used by Zhang Kongqing to flirt with girls. Regardless, he was eager for confirmation. Yet Lu San's gaze remained fixed on the hand gripping his arm, silent and unresponsive. Following Lu San's gaze, Xiao Yu realized his abruptness and quickly withdrew his hand. I apologize. He had heard that in the southern village, one should not casually grasp a girl's hand. But regardless of gender, such a glance might also convey discontent. However, Lu San continued to observe him, remaining silent for an extended period. Xiao Yu's mind drifted back to that night in Great Miao Mountain. In his excitement, he had forgotten that this person's command of Mandarin was rather lacking. He could not speak too quickly. Xiao Yu repeated himself, opting for simpler vocabulary, articulating each word carefully and gesturing towards a distant mountain. He felt that learning another language was indeed of paramount importance. Lu San followed his pointing finger, comprehending the meaning, yet his expression bore an unusual curiosity. His gaze returning to Xiao Yu. You remember? These three simple words pinpointed the crux of the matter. Xiao Yu suddenly grasped the most significant insight. It would be normal for him not to remember. An enigmatic conundrum regarding Lu San unfurled in his mind, rendering him momentarily sluggish. Only then did he notice that Lu San's other hand was shielding his head from the rain, the fine droplets having formed a layer on his hair. As he blinked, small beads of rain fell from his eyelashes. Hastily, he stepped closer, extending a considerable portion of the umbrella over Lu San's head. Forgetting wet would be a travesty. Now in proximity, he detected a faint scent of cool cedar, mingling with the fragrance of nature. He could not ascertain whether it emanated from Lu San himself or from their rain-soaked surroundings. In any case, this aroma had a remarkable ability to soothe his previously agitated spirit. Cursing himself inwardly for his lack of composure, Xiao Yu discreetly reined in his emotions and softened his tone. Do you know why they forget you? From Lu San's expression, Xiao Yu ascertained that he understood. Yet he remained silent, his dark pupils seemingly bottomless, filled with a complexity that was beyond interpretation. As Xiao Yu pondered whether Lu San was merely reticent, contemplating leading him to find the guide Yang, the rain intensified, embodying a sense of unfinished business. His back was drenched, yet Xiao Yu paid it no mind, steadfast in his hold on the umbrella. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the rain-soaked atmosphere. Boss Xiao. Truly, thoughts manifest into reality. Yang, the guide, stood beneath an eave at the top of the steps, calling out to him, his gaze inadvertently flicking to Lu San before hastily averting it. As Xiao Yu turned his head, the young man abruptly patted his shoulder, uttering something incomprehensible. After speaking, regardless of the downpour, he bowed his head and stepped out from the umbrella-esque shelter, rushing towards his intended direction. Xiao Yu stood there, taken aback by the figure disappearing into the curtain of rain. He could not understand the words spoken, only recalling that Lu San had said something similar when they parted ways at Great Miao Mountain. He was certain the pronunciation was identical, and his mind felt dazed until Lu San's silhouette vanished from view, awakening him from his reverie. His thoughts returned to the uniquely intoned dialect, pondering its meaning. Was he cursing him, akin to vulgarities in Mandarin? If so, to articulate insults so elegantly was indeed a skill. Is he also one of your people from the southern village? Xiao Yu inquired of Yang, who was approaching him. Yang instinctively glanced towards Lu San's departing figure, his expression peculiar. He responded, almost as if in tacit agreement. Xiao Yu pressed further. Where does he live? Yang hesitated for a moment, his expression suggesting inner conflict. What? Is it forbidden to disclose? Under Xiao Yu's curious gaze, Yang managed a stiff smile, hesitating before admitting, it's not that I can't say. It's just that he doesn't reside in our front village. Chapter 25. The festivities of the New Harvest Festival. I've done my part. Are you raising fish? Why the emphasis on the front village? The southern village of Pingyi is essentially divided into front, middle, and back villages. Typically, tourists only explore the front village, while some fortunate ones might receive an invitation to visit the middle village, but overnight stays are rare. As for the back village, it is the most mysterious area of the southern village, strictly off-limits to outsiders. The individual in question resides in the middle village, and without an invitation, one cannot enter freely. Yang, seemingly perceiving Xiao Yu's thoughts, added that last remark. How might I receive an invitation to visit the middle village? Would money suffice? Zhang Kongqing had plenty, and he could have his father purchase the land. After all, tourism development is not an entirely unprofitable venture. The scenery is beautiful, and the people are attractive. Yang was momentarily taken aback by his words, unsure of how to respond, stammering for a while before awkwardly shaking his head. I really don't know. Tourists rarely visit the middle village, Boss Xiao. To be honest, there's not much to see there. Yang attempted to dissuade him from the notion, but Xiao Yu disregarded every syllable, contemplating instead. If not, do you know where Lu Sun usually spends his time? Aside from places I cannot go. Yang looked at him with a complex expression, then glanced towards Lu Sun's departing direction, hesitantly asking, Boss Xiao, do you know him? Why are you so eager to find him? Yes. He knows him, yet he was uncertain if he should claim that knowledge now. Xiao Yu opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words, countless reasons flashing through his mind. Under Yang's gaze, he blurted out a reason he hadn't even registered. It's nothing really. He is quite handsome. Indeed, he completely aligned with Xiao Yu's aesthetic preferences. After years of sketching, he had never encountered anyone more striking than Lu Sun, particularly in that ethnic attire, which imbued him with a captivating and mysterious aura from nature. Yang waited for him to elaborate, nearly choking on his own saliva, managing only an awkward smile. There were things he wanted to caution, but the individual they discussed was not someone to be trifled with or excessively mentioned. Several times he attempted to express that he should keep his distance from Lu Sun, yet he could not find the words. Coincidentally, the new harvest festival was underway, and due to a surge in tourists in the front village, a significant businessman had brought a team for a corporate retreat, leading to an early celebration of the festival by 3 days. This traditional celebration of harvest and a prayer for the coming year's bounty would enliven the southern village for 3 days. The atmosphere buzzed from dawn till dusk. During the day, villagers from the front village would gather ripe grains and fruits from the fields, placing them beneath ancient trees, then slaughtering chickens and sheep to honor their ancestors. In the evening, a bonfire would be lit at the Lushing Square, where everyone would don their finest attire, coming together to sing and dance, hosting a grand banquet for hundreds or even thousands. Those engaged in social media and external networking had already prepared their equipment, eagerly waiting to document these culturally rich festivities. As the day grew busier, Andrew found himself with little time to feign interest in studying Chinese. Instead, he was discreetly inquiring whether the paintings he possessed were available for sale. If they were, he would be the first to approach, and the price could certainly be negotiated. However, Xiao Yu's purpose for this excursion was not to sketch, but rather to casually sketch a few strokes while waiting for Lu Sun during his moments of boredom. He had no intention of letting any drafts slip out and tarnish his reputation. Zhang Kongqing had already dragged him to the Lushing performance area to secure a spot, as the guide Yang had mentioned that the villagers from Zhongzhai would never attend such lively events. Xiao Yu's enthusiasm was waning, and he was reluctant to disturb his childhood friend, who was engrossed in watching the young maidens of Nanjai sing and dance. After consuming a few cups of locally brewed rice wine, he was oblivious to who was toasting him. The tourists and villagers were particularly uninhibited that day, with the young men and women of Nanjai displaying an enthusiasm that surpassed their usual demeanor. In the center of the square, several brawny men from Nanjai were performing fire-breathing feats, taking a mouthful of liquor and then expelling it towards specially crafted torches. The orange flames erupted like a mushroom cloud against the night sky, evoking gasps and cheers from the crowd as the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Standing at the periphery, Xiao Yu chuckled at the sight of Zhang Kongqing being pulled into the dance circle, moving awkwardly like he was attempting physical therapy alongside the maidens around the bonfire. Suddenly, he heard the tinkling of a bell, and a young woman stepped on his toe. She looked up with a charmingly innocent face, offering him a bowl of fragrant rice wine. This petite girl, shorter than him, was someone Xiao Yu recognized. The memory flooded back of her face when he had shot a zombie from a tree, and he instinctively glanced around. He did not immediately accept the bowl, nor could he spot Lu Sun in the crowd. The girl stamped her foot in frustration, causing Xiao Yu's toe to throb through his shoes, leaving him utterly bewildered. She insisted on handing him the bowl, downing her own in one gulp and extending the empty vessel back to clink against his. Xiao Yu could discern her intent in the gesture, a playful jab at him. In Chapter 26, she asked, "Will you come with me to Zhongzhai?" The hospitality of the Nanjai people had already been evident when he was inundated with drinks earlier. He hadn't anticipated that the maidens would be equally generous. This diminutive girl was indeed a testament to the adage that one should not judge based on appearances. Eager to inquire about Lu's son, Xiao Yu accepted the drink and mirrored her actions, downing the wine in one go. This was considered a gesture of respect in non-Jai, and the girl's smile brightened, revealing her charmingly innocent demeanor. The locally brewed rice wine was rich and sweet, initially mild, but gradually intoxicating. Xiao Yu, confident in his drinking capacity, recalled the local dialect he had diligently learned from Yang and attempted to converse with the girl. However, as soon as he spoke, the girl squinted her eyes and burst into laughter, nearly doubling over in amusement. Xiao Yu thought to himself, what is so funny? Your command of Mandarin is hardly superior to mine. He had never faced ridicule for speaking English, yet the pronunciation of the non-Jai dialect was perplexing, more convoluted than the winding mountain roads. He had already done remarkably well to articulate his thoughts as he had. Please, stop laughing, he implored, feeling exasperated. At least answer my question. The girl clutched her stomach in laughter, the silver ornaments on her head chiming melodically. Though she might not fully grasp the meaning of his clumsy, non-Jai dialect, she clearly recognized the name Lu's son, which caused her to pause her laughter, her expression shifting to one of innocent inquiry. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of nostalgia. He had always believed it was normal to remember everything. Yet here in non-Jai, it seemed those who forgot were the ones who truly belonged. The girl scrutinized him, her finger pointing in a certain direction. It was towards a 3-story, stilted building nearby, where the stilted structures around the lushing area formed a distinctive circular bridge on the second floor. Her indication veered slightly away from the performance area, making visibility difficult, yet Xiao Yu's gaze locked onto the solitary figure standing on the bridge, far enough that he couldn't discern their expression, but they were clearly meeting his gaze from a distance. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yu returned the bowl to the girl and hurried towards the building. Behind him, he heard her voice echoing in surprise, but he paid her little mind, sprinting up the bridge. If this were a test of physical fitness, Lu would surely wake from a dream, chuckling at his exertion. Strangely, though he was not in pursuit of a criminal, he felt a distinct urgency to reach that figure before they could disappear. Panting heavily, he reached the top, finding the figure still in place, and he let out a relieved sigh. Taking a moment to catch his breath, he instinctively adjusted his shirt collar, attempting to regain composure before approaching. Last time, I felt we had unfinished business. Would you mind discussing it with me? Lu Sen's brow furrowed slightly, his face calm, yet betraying an undercurrent of curiosity, wondering why Xiao Yu still remembered. Xiao Yu could easily interpret the unspoken question. What happened that you still recall? Where others had forgotten, why did he alone retain the memory? The girl caught up, equally animated as she conversed with Lu Sen, likely discussing the same matter. However, Lu Sen's expression shifted towards the girl, and his words seemed tinged with a hint of reproach. Xiao Yu initially thought he misread the situation, but upon hearing the girl's animated chatter cease, she cast a bewildered glance at him before her face flushed crimson, hurriedly gesturing as if to explain herself. Why on earth are you blushing? Xiao Yu pondered, sensing that Lu Sen had redirected the conversation, seemingly disapproving of something the girl had said. He strained to decipher their dialogue, focusing intently as if it were an English listening exam. Yet the outcome felt akin to preparing meticulously for a test only to hear the audio malfunction, leaving him with fragments of meaningless phrases. From the disjointed conversation, he caught only the 2 words stepped on. The girl had indeed stepped on his foot earlier, perhaps prompting Lu Sen to admonish her about politeness. Lacking a complete understanding of their exchange, he was left to speculate, his mind akin to piecing together a puzzle. Fortunately, he did not misconstrue buying clothes as a ghost story. At least that was logical. He stood awkwardly to the side, contemplating whether he should interject if matters escalated. Amidst his musings, Lu Sen and the girl exchanged a few more words before falling silent, their gaze landing on Xiao Yu. Lu Sen's expression shifted subtly, and just as Xiao Yu was about to articulate his thoughts, everything seemed to settle into a profound stillness, the air thick with contemplation. Lu Sen's gaze remained earnest and sincere, as he implored, "Will you come with me to Zhongzhai?" In Chapter 27, one might almost mistake his inquiry for a confession of affection. His tone was gentle, lacking any coercion. Should Xiao Yu decline, Lu Sen would not insist. Just as in their prior encounter in Damien Shan, every decision and statement from Lu Sen seemed to carry an extraordinary weight. Xiao Yu found it impossible to refuse such an invitation, nor did he wish to. Inwardly, he rejoiced at the prospect of such an opportunity. The guide Yang had previously mentioned that outsiders could not intrude upon Zhongzhai without an invitation. Thus, it appeared that he was indeed being invited by Lu Sr. As they crossed into Zhongzhai's domain, the cacophony of the previous village faded into the distance. The serene stone steps were flanked by vintage electric poles adorned with climbing ivy. The lamp cast a warm glow, bathing the surroundings in a nostalgic light, transporting everything, including himself, back in time. For a fleeting moment, as Xiao Yu listened to the chorus of nocturnal insects and gazed at the ancient poles, lush greenery, and the smooth stone path, he felt as if he had transcended time, returning to the early days of reform. Before his arrival, he had pondered what the middle village would be like. Now, having finally received an invitation, he found it somewhat different from his expectations. The middle village had not changed much from the front village. It still featured the distinctive three-story, stilt houses, though now they bore a touch more of antiquity and a hint less of tourist clamor. This lent the entire middle village an air of serene isolation, enticing those who do not reside there to explore its hidden secrets. A dwelling among mortals, yet free from the clamor of carriages and horses. Under Lu Sen's guidance, Xiao Yu arrived at a stilt house, which was surrounded by a spacious yard enclosed by a fence. Within the yard stood a large persimmon tree, its yellow-white blossoms having already fallen, revealing small fruits beginning to form. When the harvest season arrived, this persimmon tree would undoubtedly be laden with fruit. "Is this your home?" Xiao Yu inquired. Lu Sen nodded. "Yes, it is my home." He opened the gate of the yard, waiting for Xiao Yu to enter. Akin to a boy introducing a friend to his abode for the first time, his eyes betraying a hint of shyness. To be honest, Xiao Yu felt a twinge of anxiety. Arriving at such an hour empty-handed felt somewhat impolite, especially if he were to encounter Lu Sen's family. This was not in keeping with the image Xiao Yu had cultivated of being considerate, polite, and a good child. The girl, however, was quite carefree, rushing into the house to switch on the lights. Her relationship with Lu Sen unclear, as they bore no resemblance to each other. "Am I being a bit of a bother?" she remarked, yet she had already stepped into the yard. Lu Sen seemed not to fully grasp the meaning of bother in the context of the Chinese language, but fortunately, he was observant enough to catch the slightest shifts in Xiao Yu's emotions. After a moment's thought, he earnestly replied, "No, I like you being here." The way he articulated his words nearly sent Xiao Yu away. Lu Sen understood the meaning of like in Chinese. He did not want Xiao Yu to misconstrue his invitation as a burden. In a moment of panic, he had resorted to the limited vocabulary he possessed. However, the earnestness of a naive youth made his ears flush crimson, and in fear of being discovered, he quickly turned to retreat into the house. The small silver bells adorning his hair tight jingled softly with his movement, the sound resonating in Xiao Yu's mind like a heavy weight. Lowering his gaze, he scratched his nose, realizing he felt guilty, understanding that Lu Sen's intended message was one of welcome, not of romantic affection. Yet, he couldn't quell his wandering thoughts, all while attempting to maintain an air of propriety. "Stop pretending, you sly boy. Only I can see through your facade." This was advice from Zhang Kongqing, after having been praised multiple times by his father at a certain annual gathering, had been forced to confront Xiao Yu with gritted teeth. At the time, Xiao Yu had dismissed it, raising an eyebrow with a smug smile. But now, he reflected that perhaps Zhang Kongqing had been rather astute. The girl perched on the windowsill, her round eyes fixed on him. Lu Sen stood before the table, gesturing for him to take a seat. He noticed no one else around. The room was meticulously tidy, suggesting it was only the two of them residing there. As soon as he sat down, Lu Sen's voice prompted Xiao Yu to instinctively extend his hand. Warm fingers rested upon his wrist, and to his surprise, Lu Sen seemed to know how to take a pulse, appearing quite serious in his intent. During those quiet seconds, he wondered if Lu Sen could perceive the irregularity of his heartbeat. He reassured himself that even if he could, it wouldn't reveal the turmoil of his thoughts. When Lu Sen released his hand, Xiao Yu exhaled a sigh of relief. "Dr. Lu, I hope I'm not experiencing any issues." Lu Sen remained silent, his ears reddening as he retrieved a jar from a wooden rack behind him. Upon opening the jar, Xiao Yu was enveloped by the rich aroma of medicinal herbs and the potent scent of grain alcohol. Lu Sen poured a full cup and presented it to him with an expression of sincere earnestness, reminiscent of their first encounter in the Great Miao Mountains, where he had offered him some peculiar herbal concoction. Xiao Yu hesitated, yet the sincerity in Lu Sen's eyes compelled him to accept the gesture. "Thank you." He managed a strained smile, to which Lu Sun responded with a bright, innocent grin. You are too weak. You need to replenish. May I stay here for the night? Xiao Yu implored. The words "you are too weak, you need to replenish" echoed in his mind like an incantation, reverberating repeatedly. He felt momentarily frozen, as if struck by the weight of those words. In truth, he believed his health was quite robust. How could he possibly be weak? Xiao Yu discreetly cast a glance at Dr. Lu, mumbling to defend his vitality. Generally, in such moments of bravado, it was merely the wounded pride of the individual at play, and onlookers would let it pass with a chuckle. However, the forthright Lu Sun seemed oblivious to the nuances of social etiquette that many city dwellers grasped. Xiao Yu's offhand remark caught Lu Sun's attention, prompting him to extend his hand as if he wished to take his pulse once more. His fingertips lightly brushed against Xiao Yu's wrist, but met with emptiness. It's really unnecessary. Xiao Yu declined the offer, mainly out of fear that Lu Sun might soon employ a different term, one far more severe than weak. Yet, he failed to notice that this overt rejection prompted Lu Sun to contemplate for an additional moment, leading to a complete misinterpretation of his intentions. Lu Sun lowered his gaze, the glimmer of joy he had felt dissipating entirely. This gesture seemed to ground him in reality. After their previous encounters, he often forgot that he should not impose upon others. He withdrew his hand behind his back, taking a couple of steps back to conceal his disappointment. The effects of the alcohol began to take hold, and even those with a high tolerance could not withstand the potency of the southern village's rice wine. Xiao Yu's mind dulled, and he paid little heed to the movements of those beside him. At that moment, the girl leaning against the window spoke, drawing his attention toward her. Her words were directed at Lu Sun, infused with a sense of strong inquiry. Lu Sun shook his head in response, leaving Xiao Yu uncertain whether it was a denial or if his situation was indeed more complicated, causing Lu Sun to struggle with how to address it. The herbal and alcoholic scents wafted through the air, but thankfully, the aroma was not as unbearable as that of the raw herbal juice. Xiao Yu was beset by a multitude of unanswered questions, yet the two individuals before him conversed in a language he could not comprehend, likely discussing matters pertaining to him. His thoughts formed a list of inquiries, yet they ultimately succumbed to an impulsive utterance. Lu Sun, must I forget you? He arrived in Pingyi's southern village determined to prove he was not delusional, yet now, standing before him, Lu Sun seemed to harbor no intention of forgetting him. Leaving Xiao Yu troubled, having consumed too much alcohol, he suddenly felt a weight in his heart. Moreover, Lu Sun understood his question, yet offered neither a nod nor a shake of his head. Lu Sun's gaze was too profound, leaving Xiao Yu unable to decipher its meaning. He had assumed that here, at least in Lu Sun's presence, he would encounter someone who had once given him the illusion of being very important. In truth, his heart raced, feeling as though it were trapped within him, wandering aimlessly and unable to find an escape, leaving him in a state of deep discomfort. Nevertheless, he was not one to surrender easily. May I stay here for the night? The illusion was merely an illusion, fundamentally rooted in his mind's tendency to embellish his hopes. Illusions cannot endure. Lu Sun's shake of his head merely offered him a means to awaken from his intoxication. "I'm sorry." Those three words, articulated with precision, reminded Xiao Yu of the words spoken by the guide Yang, who had once told him that outsiders rarely spent the night in a middle village. Thus, it was clear that he could not stay. Shall I leave now? He felt disheartened, having barely begun to form a friendship with Lu Sun before it was abruptly stifled. Especially given his own less than pure intentions, he had rejoiced too soon, only to be met with disappointment. Lu Sun averted his gaze, hesitantly curling his fingers. She will see you off. Was she so unwilling to meet him that she had to delegate the task to another? Xiao Yu, feeling dejected, followed the girl back, still in the dark about everything that had transpired, and now burdened with unnecessary worries. He sighed deeply, noticing the girl tilting her head to observe him, and he feared that at this rate, she might end up with a stiff neck. Her gaze was reminiscent of someone scrutinizing a rare animal in a zoo. "What is your name?" Xiao Yu suddenly inquired, much like a creature in a zoo unexpectedly initiating conversation, startling everyone. The girl and Lu Sun shared a similar proficiency in Mandarin, yet she seemed to possess a unique recollection of the term name. With evident delight, she responded, "Lu Mei." Lu what?" The girl repeated herself, leading Xiao Yu to retract his previous statement. She and Lu Sun were clearly not on the same linguistic level. The pronunciation was akin to the character for sister, but he could not discern the exact character, so he decided to temporarily refer to her as Lu Mei. She merely escorted Xiao Yu to the front village, waved goodbye, and skipped away, standing at the stone steps leading to the middle village. Xiao Yu watched her figure turn at a vine-covered utility pole and vanish, leaving behind the sound of distant bells. He felt akin to a lost fisherman who had stumbled into a paradise, encountering its inhabitants, only to be told upon leaving that what transpired within was not meant for the outside world. Yet, there were whispers that Peach Blossom Spring was, in fact, a tale of horror. Chapter 29. Infected with goo. Unlike the fisherman, he did not relay this tale to the governor. Upon returning, he pondered how one might erase their memories without suffering grievous harm. Xiao Yu believed he had considered others, yet he lacked the audacity to truly act on it. Why would one wish to erase their memories in the first place? Did he aspire to emulate a domineering CEO and enrich his persona? Zhang Kongqing, feeling bored, flipped through his sketchbook while the elder gentleman remained seated nearby, fiddling with his camera. Upon hearing the conversation, he cast a fleeting glance and remarked, "No need to look. It's either a romantic entanglement or mere gluttony." He then observed Zhang Kongqing shaking his head. "At your age, why still believe in domineering CEOs? You should read fewer romance novels." Given his father's demeanor, it was evident that the supposed foolish son had inherited none of the family traits. "Who reads romance novels?" Zhang Kongqing retorted, puffing out his chest. "You focus on your own matters. This is our youthful discourse." The elder chuckled at his son's antics and chose not to engage further. Distracted by the interruption, Zhang Kongqing forgot what he had intended to say, only to take a considerable time to reconnect with the previous topic. "A romantic entanglement? Pray tell, which girl has caught your eye? Is she from the southern village or elsewhere?" His reaction resembled that of a proud mother witnessing her child finally grasping the nuances of attraction. Xiao Yu was tempted to inquire what impression he left as a person of modest desires. Before he could speak, Zhang Kongqing's mind, now significantly rejuvenated, prompted him to ask, "By the way, where did you disappear on the night of the festival? Surely not on a rendezvous with a girl?" "No, Xiao Yu." Intertwining his hands behind his head and leaning back, gazing up at the deep blue sky, he couldn't help but feel that every moment here resembled a scene from summer anime. "Really? At the last bamboo flute gathering, there was a stunning girl. Too bad you missed it. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Consider this a leisurely trip. The people here are not to be trifled with. You adventurous youths cannot provoke the southern villagers." The elder's tone was casual, yet Xiao Yu sensed an underlying narrative. The earlier doubts from the forest crept back into his mind as he observed the elder, who effortlessly mingled with the youth. "Say, elder, do you know me?" "Why, what a question. We have journeyed together for quite some time. How can I not recognize you? I meant before this." Feigning ignorance, the elder chuckled. "Ah, the renowned Xiao. The great artist. I have yet to meet you in person, but I did attend your exhibition once." His words were meticulously crafted, yet Xiao Yu felt there was more beneath the surface. Zhang Kongqing interjected, diverting the conversation. "From what you're implying, the southern villagers seem rather fierce. Yet the individuals here appear kind-hearted. How can you describe them so sternly? Hadn't you heard? The people here, regardless of age or gender, practice the art of goo. They are not to be trifled with." The elder's words seemed nonchalant, perhaps even dismissive, as if he did not truly believe them. The guide, Yang, had previously cautioned them, but Xiao Yu had paid it no heed. Now, however, he silently reconsidered the possibility of goo. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Kongqing mocked, "You advise me against romance novels. Yet you seem well-versed in their themes. If goo were real, I would hope a girl would cast a spell on me to see if it truly exists." Such absurdity was difficult for those who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education to accept. Yet, as the saying goes, one should refrain from idle chatter. Retribution will eventually come. It seemed that Zhang Kongqing had indeed fallen under a spell. Initially, he merely suffered from abdominal pain, but it escalated to vomiting, and no remedy seemed effective. When they sought out the nearest hospital, Yang's reaction was alarming. He cannot be taken to a hospital. He cannot leave the southern village, or his condition will worsen. How so? Xiao Yu, examining the navigation on his device, halted upon hearing Yang's words. Oh dear, he must have offended someone here. Yang did not elaborate, but he had hinted at prior warnings that had gone unheeded. Xiao Yu, feeling urgency, refrained from interrogating the writhing figure on the floor, focusing instead on finding a resolution. This situation must be reported to the middle village. Only they can assist. "Hold him down. We must prevent him from harming himself." Should we contact Lu's son? Xiao Yu immediately thought of him. Since their last encounter, Lu's son had not sought him out, nor could he return to the middle village. Yet Yang shook his head. He has many responsibilities. Such matters must be reported to the middle village, and they will send someone to handle it. With that, Yang hastily departed. Xiao Yu knew this was not the time for contemplation, yet he couldn't shake a sense of disappointment. After drinking, he had acted childishly, a behavior unbecoming of an adult, and he lamented the missed opportunity to clarify his lingering questions. He and the elder waited anxiously for 10 minutes when the sound of clinking silver broke the silence. A petite, lively girl entered, conversing with Yang in a tone of instruction. Yang glanced at Xiao Yu, his expression slightly perplexed. As he translated, she said she will take you to the middle village. Chapter 30. His aroma, like a rainfall in nature the newcomer, was Lu Mei. Xiao Yu could not discern whether Yang had conveyed the message to her, or if she had simply encountered them by chance, but her presence offered him some solace. At least he recognized her. He and the elder helped Zhang Kongqing to his feet, but Lu Mei halted the elder on the steps. She gestured that he could not ascend. I'm sorry, but the middle village has only invited the two of you. Yang explained as the elder expressed his concern. You can't just leave these two kids behind, can you? If something happens, how will I explain it to their families? Elder, this is not a legal drama. Let us hope for the best. Xiao Yu supported Zhang Kongqing's arm, and Yang, noticing that Xiao Yu was struggling alone, kindly lent a hand. The peacefulness of the village during the day starkly contrasts with the stillness of night. As the villagers pass by, they regard the two outsiders, him and Zhang Kongqing, with the same curious gaze one might reserve for animals in a zoo. Yang, the guide, initially assumed that Lu Mei intended to lead them to another household, only to realize that their path was clearly directed towards the Lu family home. Even with Zhang Kongqing between them, Xiao Yu could sense Yang's steps growing slower and heavier. Upon finally catching sight of the persimmon tree at Lu Sen's residence, Yang halted and exchanged a few words with Lu Mei. She turned slightly, her expression devoid of any emotion, and nodded in response. Boss Xiao, I will escort you to this point. The rest of the way is but a few steps. You can manage. I shall take my leave now, and reach out if you need anything. Just as Yang had stated, they were indeed only a few steps from Lu Sen's home. Yet he turned and fled as if in haste. Several times, when Xiao Yu inquired about Lu's son, Yang appeared hesitant, as if grappling with unspoken thoughts. From Yang's demeanor, a mix of respect and fear, along with an evident avoidance, it became apparent that Lu's son held a significant and peculiar status within the southern village. Lu Mei refrained from offering assistance. The village girls were notably conservative and would not easily engage with the opposite sex. Instead, it was Lu's son who emerged from the house to aid in bringing Zhang Kongqing inside. His gaze fell upon Xiao Yu momentarily before swiftly averting. During the pulse diagnosis, he refrained from direct contact with Zhang Kongqing's hand, opting instead to feel through the fabric of his sleeve. Xiao Yu felt an urge to question whether Lu's son possessed the ability to diagnose without direct touch. Before he could finish his thought, he was politely ushered out of the room. Surely, they wouldn't be removing Zhang Kongqing's kidney, would they? Frustrated by his own wild imaginings, Xiao Yu strolled beneath the persimmon tree, retrieving his phone to check the time. A brief text message from a few days prior remained on the notification screen. Its content concise and straightforward. Come home for dinner. Just 5 words, yet he could envision the expression of the sender, who had carved out a few seconds from their busy schedule to send him this message. More a notification than an inquiry, as if completing a mundane task. It was exasperating. He chose not to reply, putting his phone away and lighting a cigarette instead. He felt assured leaving Zhang Kongqing in Lu Sen's care. He had never sensed a hint of malice from Lu San, which only accentuated the turmoil within his own heart. When Lu San appeared, he found Xiao Yu leaning against the persimmon tree, a cigarette between his fingers, the white smoke curling around him, obscuring his features with a soft haze. This visage, so deceptive, seemed unlikely to indulge in any vice. Having encountered many tourists at the front village who enjoyed smoking, Lu San initially failed to comprehend why one would partake in something so detrimental to one's health. Even now, he remained perplexed. He detested the scent, and even more so the idea of Xiao Yu engaging with such a habit, perceiving it as a form of self-harm. Having just exhaled a puff of smoke, Xiao Yu sensed the weight of Lu Sen's gaze upon him and turned to see a frown of complex emotions on Lu Sen's face. The villagers seemed markedly different from outsiders. often concealing their inner displeasure from others. Yet, it was evident to Xiao Yu that Lu San was clearly unhappy, and that discontent was directed at him. He could not recall having done anything offensive, save for the cigarette still clasped in his fingers. In such a refreshing environment, the release of nicotine felt wholly inappropriate. "My apologies," Xiao Yu offered, recognizing his breach of decorum. Upon first glance, one might assume that Xiao Yu's life was one of compliance, methodically engaged in refined pursuits such as painting, piano, or violin. Yet, those who truly understood him would realize that to think so was merely falling prey to the charm of his countenance and the facade of obedience he presented. As Lu San approached, the pleasant aroma of cedar wafted into Xiao Yu's awareness, mingling with the smoke. He had little knowledge of fragrances, yet was inexplicably attuned to the scent that lingered around Lu San, reminiscent of a gentle rain in nature, with a mist swirling through the air and a cool breeze carrying the essence of the woods. It was a stabilizing presence, neither overly assertive nor aloof, pulsating with vibrant life amidst the serene yet gentle landscape. The cigarette still lingered between his fingers as he leaned closer, drawn to the natural scent enveloping Lu Sr. Chapter 31. The Fragrance of Love. Xiao Yu had once been subjected to an impromptu lecture by Zhang Kongqing on the concept of fragrance in love. The anthropologist Helen Fisher had researched the attraction of scent, asserting that if one finds another's scent unappealing, they will instinctively reject them. Conversely, once one becomes enamored with another's scent, they inevitably fall in love. The essence of love varies for each individual. Some liken it to the antiseptic smell upon entering a hotel room, while others associate it with the nicotine exhale from a cigarette, or the sweet aroma of osmanthus blossoms when inhaled deeply beneath its tree. It is possible that love blossoms within such settings, hence giving rise to these diverse scents. Regardless, they all evoke a sense of suffocation intertwined with a bashful anticipation. Lu San's sudden proximity, whether intentional or not, rendered Xiao Yu's senses overwhelmed by the earthy fragrance that was distinctly not his own, making it challenging to maintain composure. Although they did not fully touch, Xiao Yu found himself questioning whether it was Lu San who had encroached upon his space or if it was his own heart that had overstepped. He felt the burning end of the cigarette nearing his fingers, and with a deep breath to steady himself, he feigned nonchalance, his voice dry as he asked, "What is wrong?" Lu San leaned back slightly, his gaze settling on the cigarette in Xiao Yu's hand, his brow furrowing slightly. "Are you unhappy?" Outsiders claimed that such a vice brought them joy in their moments of discontent. Yet, as Lu San leaned closer to inspect, Xiao Yu felt only the acrid scent, devoid of any pleasure. "Is it because you're worried about the person inside?" He pondered aloud, and upon arriving at this conclusion, he too felt a twinge of unease. Domestic troubles were not easily shared, so Xiao Yu steadied his thoughts, diverting the conversation. "It's nothing. How is he?" He gestured towards the room, extinguishing his cigarette just as Lu San's gaze followed. Noticing Lu San shaking his head, concern crept in. "Is it serious? What on earth did that rascal do?" Lu San beckoned him inside, where Zhang Kongqing appeared significantly improved, looking far from grave. Upon seeing Xiao Yu, Zhang Kongqing sat up, his tone surprisingly steady. "Old Xiao, do listen to what this girl has to say. Am I really on the verge of some terminal illness? With your yearly checkups, who could be healthier than you?" Xiao Yu chided, urging him to calm down. Lu Mei, standing nearby with her hands on her hips, spoke rapidly, seemingly accusing Zhang Kongqing of some wrongdoing. Amidst her rapid-fire speech, one familiar word caught his ear. "Did you take something that doesn't belong to you?" Yan, the guide, had warned against carelessly taking anything from the southern village, and it was clear that Zhang Kongqing had dismissed the warning. "Am I that kind of person? You know how wealthy my family is. Would I need to sneak away with someone else's possessions?" That was a fair point. If you were to take anything, it would likely be in the form of cash rather than theft. Think back. Have you eaten anything peculiar recently? Not all. We all ate the same during the festival. The festivities had been lively for 3 days, making it difficult to pinpoint anything unusual. Lu Mei let out a hum, casting a cold glance at Zhang Kongqing, as if the issue was not merely this. Standing nearby, Lu San managed to utter 6 words from his limited vocabulary. "Not yours, your belongings." "Huh?" Zhang Kongqing was utterly perplexed, finding this even more difficult to comprehend than what that foreigner Andrew had said. Xiao Yu took on the role of translator for Lu San. "He is asking if you possess anything that does not belong to you." Initially, Zhang Kongqing shook his head resolutely, but then, hesitatingly, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a beautifully embroidered blue handkerchief. Does this count? I found it after chatting with a girl. It was something she accidentally dropped, and I thought I would return it to her when I next saw her. Lu Mei excitedly pointed at the handkerchief, and from her reaction, it was evident that this was the cause of Zhang Kongqing's severe abdominal pain. Lu San spoke to Lu Mei in dialect, and Xiao Yu speculated that he might be inquiring whether she recognized to whom the handkerchief belonged. The population of the southern village was not small, particularly as it was divided into the front, middle, and back villages. The embroidery styles of the local girls varied significantly, making it quite challenging to identify a girl solely by a handkerchief. Lu Mei's approach was to take the handkerchief and inquire at each household. But this was an inefficient method. To alleviate the communication issues, Xiao Yu called upon the guide Yang, who, reluctant to enter Lu Sen's home, served as a translator from outside. In the southern village, a handkerchief was not merely a piece of cloth. It held deep significance. It served as a token of love, where a girl would gift her personally embroidered piece to a boy she liked, and if he accepted it, it signified mutual affection. Thus, the girl had not simply lost the handkerchief. She had deliberately dropped it, and Zhang Kongqing, in his foolishness, had picked it up, inadvertently conveying his own interest in her. While he was certainly at fault, the suddenness of the situation was bewildering. Was it customary in the southern village to torment the suitor before accepting him? Young explained. His appearance suggests he must have done something to offend the girl, and she has punished him with a curse. Each person harbored different curses, and the methods of breaking them were often peculiar and known only to the person who cast them. If an outsider rashly attempted to lift the curse, they could inadvertently worsen the afflicted person's condition. Lu San had merely managed to suppress the curse's effects. He had not truly lifted it. This was why, when Xiao Yu inquired, Lu San shook his head. To lift the curse, one would first need to find the girl, clarify the misunderstanding, and seek her forgiveness. Only then would the curse be lifted. Yang's mention of he referred to Lu's senator, Xiao Yu, was not overly concerned about identifying the handkerchief's owner. However, he suddenly recalled something and, feeling uneasy, asked Yang, "Are such embroidered handkerchiefs always used as tokens of affection?" Chapter 32. He was disheveled, yet like a flower unwittingly cast down by a deity in a myth. After returning from the woods behind the family home, he had acquired a navy blue handkerchief. Upon unfolding it, he noticed the embroidery bore a slight resemblance to the one Zhang Kongqing had unwittingly picked up. The intricate patterns resembled both animals and flowers, as well as certain unique symbols. Upon arriving in the southern village, due to Lu San's predicament, he had forgotten about the handkerchief, keeping it in his possession. If the designs on both handkerchiefs were indeed similar, this particular style in our southern village was imbued with auspicious meanings and protective qualities, often crafted by girls as tokens of their affection. Xiao Yu began to doubt whether he had misremembered the design on the handkerchief he had stowed away. Could it truly be a token of affection? But with whom had he exchanged such sentiments? He had no recollection. "Xiao, boss, are you all right? Why the sudden change in expression? It seems like you've encountered some trouble." As he remained uncertain about this matter, Xiao Yu decided not to elaborate further for the time being. The pressing issue was to resolve Zhang Kongqing's unintended engagement. He returned to the stilt house to retrieve his sketchbook and pencil, leaning against the window as he said succinctly, "Speak." Zhang Kongqing scratched his head. "Old Xiao, could you refrain from adopting such a formal tone? It makes me feel like a criminal undergoing interrogation." He felt as though he had committed a grave offense. Lu San and Lu Mei stood by, unaware of Xiao Yu's intentions, merely observing. The three of them loomed over Zhang Kongqing, resembling a tribunal. Xiao Yu habitually twirled the pencil in his hand and said, "Mr. Zhang, you are now implicated in the matter of a young woman's heart. It will be prudent for you to display some remorse. This is not the carefree life of a wealthy urbanite, where money can simply resolve everything. I assure you, my artistic endeavors come at a considerable cost. Then if I throw money at you, might you adopt a more amiable demeanor?" The affluent Zhang attempted to buy a smile from Xiao Yu with his wealth. Xiao Yu halted his pencil's rotation and, feigning a smile, replied, "What do you think?" Zhang Kongqing straightened his back, adopting a serious demeanor. "Very well, I shall trouble the esteemed artist then." That girl had slender, elongated eyes, possibly resembling phoenix eyes. Her nose was exquisite, and her lips were well formed. Her face could easily be deemed a visual highlight among any girl group. Xiao Yu's pencil glided across the paper, tracing the contours of her features as he spoke. Upon realizing that Zhang Kongqing had digressed, he cleared his throat and casually raised his gaze. Zhang Kongqing promptly retracted his wandering thoughts, straining to recall more details of the girl's facial features. Lu Sen's home enjoyed a splendid view. During the evening, the setting sun would cast a warm glow through the windows, spreading light across the floor like autumn leaves. Xiao Yu, backlit by the sun, displayed an exceptionally refined profile. His clean white shirt rolled up at the sleeves, revealing his slender wrists. He appeared calm and focused, his hair intentionally left a bit long at the back, tied with a rubber band, exuding a rebellious spirit amidst his polished demeanor. Every aspect of him radiated an innate nobility. Lu Sen observed him, constantly aware that Xiao Yu differed from the people of the southern village. The first encounter on Great Miao Mountain had left him feeling disheveled, yet he resembled a flower inadvertently dropped by a deity in a myth. He wished to take this flower home, but his humble abode seemed incapable of containing its inherent grandeur. Despite knowing he should not, his gaze was inexplicably drawn to the exposed collarbone revealed by the two undone buttons on Xiao Yu's shirt, momentarily distracting him. "Look here, is there anyone like this in the southern village?" The voice suddenly broke the silence, causing Lu Sen to retract his gaze as if scalded. He then realized Xiao Yu was addressing him and met his eyes again. His fingers instinctively brushed the fabric of his clothing, attempting to conceal his thoughts. Yet the flush creeping up his ears betrayed him, as if announcing his feelings to the world. He had set his sights on a flower that did not belong to the southern village. Thinking he had spoken too quickly, Xiao Yu rephrased his question and glanced back at his drawing, confirming there were no issues before presenting the sketchbook to Lu Sr. Typically confident in his ability to portray individuals, he now felt a twinge of anxiety, akin to a student awaiting a teacher's evaluation of their homework. He believed he possessed no remarkable qualities, save for a slight advantage in artistic talent. This was his sole means of expression, and he fervently hoped that this opportunity would not end in failure before Lu Senator. He resembled a young boy who had just encountered someone he admired, striving to showcase himself as best as he could in a crowd, hoping that the one he desired would take notice, and able to attract oneself. Chapter 33. In a limited span of time, he could infinitely cherish one person. Xiao Yu was uncertain whether he had captured that individual's attention. Yet Lu Mei expressed her surprise with an exclamation. She found it remarkable, her eyes widening in astonishment as she gazed at the vividly lifelike portrait, conversing with Lu Sen in a tone that barely concealed her shock. Lu Sen, drawing back his thoughts, turned to regard the painting with an expression of surprise, affirmation, and appreciation directed at him. He was truly impressive. This profoundly sincere gaze was unadorned and without reserve, laying bare all that he wished to convey, shining brightly before Xiao Yu. Just this one glance filled Xiao Yu with a joy that eclipsed all previous praises he had received. Realizing he had drawn the attention of someone of significance, the young man feigned a calm and casual demeanor, despite his vanity being immensely gratified. The corners of his mouth threatened to curl upward, yet he forced it down, pretending to be indifferent as he handed the painting to him. Zhang Kongqing's gaze flitted between him and the departing Lu Sen, seemingly penetrating the surface to discern his true essence. "Do you know what you resemble right now?" Xiao Yu turned in confusion, only to hear Zhang Kongqing, as if unable to bear the sight, declare, "A peacock in full display." This remark was delivered back to Xiao Yu verbatim. Rising, Zhang Kongqing patted his shoulder in understanding. "But it's only natural. I didn't expect you to actually find such a beauty. So, what do you plan to do next?" Xiao Yu was not particularly fond of the phrasing and flippant tone. What to do? Naturally, it involves winning him over and bringing him home. Zhang Kongqing exhibited no surprise or disdain at his attraction to a man. Those in their circle frequently interacted with affluent individuals, often engaging in frivolous affairs. Within their milieu, such matters were tacitly understood, even extending to business arrangements, sending men to accompany others in revelry. Individuals like Lu Sen were fortunate to be within this remote mountain area. Had he been in a different profession or location, many would have desired him and been willing to pay a handsome price. Once the novelty wore off, they would simply move on. Having mingled in these circles for years, Zhang Kongqing assumed Xiao Yu was merely captivated by Lu Sen's looks, as he was undoubtedly striking, akin to an ethereal creature descended from the mountains. The term ethereal creature referred to his enigmatic nature, and his visage reminiscent of the perfect male protagonist from an animated tale. Xiao Yu was not unfamiliar with social gatherings. He had witnessed various antics in the realm of gaming. He could effortlessly engage in witty banter within commercial settings. Yet that was the extent of it, lacking emotion, merely a display of skill. Lu Sun was the sole exception. He did not wish to embroil him in the sordid thoughts prevalent among the urban elite. Lu Sun was too pristine, so pure that Xiao Yu believed he should not be exposed to any of that filth. Old Xiao, you can't possibly remain here forever. Zhang Kongqing's inquiry struck like a hammer, unearthing many questions Xiao Yu had never contemplated. He remained silent, opting for reticence. Perhaps this question was moot. Lu Sun's kindness stemmed from genuine sincerity and goodwill, devoid of ulterior motives. Rather, it was Xiao Yu's own thoughts that were sullied. Upon leaving Nan village, he might only take away the sketchbook, closing the chapter on this unrequited affection with an imperfect conclusion. Xiao Yu possessed an exceptionally positive mindset. Regarding matters with foreseeable outcomes, he allowed himself to relish the experience, regardless of whether the end result was fulfilling. To him, during this limited time in Nan village, he could infinitely cherish one person. As long as the other party remained oblivious, no distress or burden would befall either side, just as the guide Yang had stated. With Lu Sun's involvement, the misunderstanding caused by Zhang Kongqing mistakenly picking up a lady's handkerchief was resolved smoothly. Lu Mei returned with a small vial of powder, seemingly containing dried insects, which she mixed into water for Zhang Kongqing to drink. Xiao Yu refrained from disclosing the contents of the vial to him, fearing he might refuse it upon learning. After dispelling the curse, they were sent back to the front village. Previously able to stay overnight, there was solely due to Zhang Kongqing's special circumstances. Xiao Yu had matters to confirm and did not insist on remaining in the central village, fearing he might become the next victim of a curse, and hurried back to retrieve the dark blue handkerchief. He unfolded it under the electric light, examining the patterns. With his years of artistic experience, he had a unique method of memorizing such designs. To his astonishment, it indeed appeared to be a token of affection given by a young lady. But who was this lady? The only woman he had encountered in the woods, aside from those involved in social media, was Lu Mei. Xiao Yu was enveloped in deep suspicion. Did Lu Mei harbor feelings for him? Surely not. She seemed far too forthright to be enamored with him. Speaking of her forthrightness, Xiao Yu suddenly recalled the evening of the new festival when Lu Mei had stepped on his foot. Chapter 34. He claimed Lu Sun was an ominous person. If a handkerchief could signify affection, then stepping on a foot, which falls under physical contact, must be even more significant. Filled with trepidation, Xiao Yu approached the guide Yang, subtly inquiring whether stepping on a foot in Nan village held any additional connotations. In our culture, stepping on a foot carries some meaning, but it's typically the young men who do so. It's rare for a young lady to initiate. Yang's words released a breath Xiao Yu had been holding, indicating that it might not be as serious as he feared. Who would have thought that before he could fully relax? Yang continued. However, if a young lady steps on your foot, it means she has chosen you as her only suitor in Nan village. This act is referred to as stepping on a foot to court. Yang's statement was nearly interrupted by a spray of water. Cough, cough. Xiao Yu nearly choked on the water he had just sipped. What did you say? His reaction was so extreme that Yang, puzzled, contemplated, Boss Xiao, could it be that some girl in the village stepped on your foot? Xiao Yu's mind was spinning. Didn't you just say that the village girls don't step on feet? Well, in tradition, it's uncommon for girls to take the initiative, as they tend to be quite shy, but there are occasionally bold young ladies. Observing Xiao Yu's troubled scratching of his head, Yang grew serious, fearing that among the tourists Xiao Yu brought, there might be another case of someone falling victim to a curse. If such a reputation spread, potential visitors might hesitate to seek him out. For someone as exceptional as Boss Xiao, it was only natural that many would be enamored, yet there was still a possibility for reconciliation. Where did the young lady step on you? The toes. He initially thought Lu Mei had accidentally stepped on him. Indeed, one must not take the customs of Nan village lightly. Could it be that Lu Sun's admonishment of Lu Mei was due to this? Not comprehending was truly exasperating. Upon hearing this, Yang stood with heightened excitement, gesturing animatedly, causing Xiao Yu's heart to skip a beat as he pondered how to express his thoughts without hurting that young lady. Little did he know, Yang's tone was now one of urgency. Oh, just the toes? That's nothing. That merely indicates she wishes to get acquainted. Stepping on the instep signifies interest, while stepping on a heel indicates she intends to marry you. Yang's words brought relief to both of them. Xiao Yu's emotions were a roller coaster. undoubtedly showcasing an exhilarating heart rate. Fortunately, Lu Mei merely wished to know him better, yet the handkerchief remained in his possession, and he could not hold on to it indefinitely to avoid misunderstandings. Xiao Yu inquired, "I would like to visit the central village once more. Could you assist me in reporting this?" Yang appeared somewhat troubled, explaining that typically, they refrained from visiting the central village unless necessary. Why? Xiao Yu found the division of the villages somewhat peculiar. In the larger villages he had encountered, there were distinctions like front village, central village, and back village. But these were merely for convenience in locating specific households, devoid of any hierarchical implications. It was never stated that one could not visit the middle village or the rear village. There was certainly no requirement for a formal request. This topic seemed to touch upon the secrets of the southern village, as the guide, Yang, spoke with a stammer, uncertain of how to clarify matters. Eventually, he redirected the conversation towards Lu's son. "Boss Xiao, allow me to offer a piece of advice. Let us remain in the front village for now. There are indeed many delightful places to explore here, and I can show you around. As for the middle village, it would be best if we abstain from going there. I'm aware of your interest in Lucena's residence." Yang's words were sufficiently tactful, as he refrained from uttering any names. Yet Xiao Yu immediately discerned the implication. He had long been puzzled by this matter. Why did Yang seem so averse to mentioning Lu's son? Was he truly afraid of him? That seemed unlikely, unless they harbored some animosity or Lu's son had wronged him in some way. However, it was hard for Xiao Yu to fathom that someone as sincere as Lu's son could offend anyone. It was not just him. The people of the southern village also feared Lu's senator. Xiao Yu looked at him in confusion, half expecting Yang to reveal that Lu's son was some sort of monster who would emerge at certain times to devour people. Their unwillingness to resist stemmed from Lu Sen's oppressive influence. Thus, everyone feared him, yet felt powerless. Having accepted such absurd notions, Xiao Yu was taken aback when Yang offered an even more ludicrous explanation. Those who interacted with him would invariably suffer misfortune. He was an ill-omened individual. "You are the one who is ill-omened." Xiao Yu nearly lost his composure, and after much restraint, managed to utter, "What do you mean? Boss Xiao, do not think I am speaking ill of others behind their backs. Everyone in the southern village knows that those who have had dealings with him often inexplicably fall victim to misfortune. Ideally, such revelations should not be shared with an outsider." Yet Xiao Yu's insistence compelled Yang, as the guide leading their group, to ensure the safety of the visitors. He continued, "He was born to parents who died shortly after his birth, and he brought unprecedented calamity upon the village. The village elders have declared him a harbinger of misfortune. Yet he is still a living being. If it were not for the kindness of the elders from the rear village who took him in, we cannot say what fate would have befallen him. Had it not been for Lu's son, the southern village would not have been divided into the front, middle, and rear villages." Chapter 35. The heat made him want to let go, yet he hesitated. Yang naturally did not elaborate on the intricate details. Their conversation dwindled after another piece of advice from Yang, leaving no further dialogue. "In any case, Boss Xiao, do not seek out Lu's son again. In the southern village, those who are aware will avoid him unless absolutely necessary. You are here to enjoy yourselves, and I will ensure you have a delightful time. Let us avoid the middle village. If you wish not to remain in the southern village indefinitely." Yang, with the best intentions, sought to dissuade this wayward young man from pursuing a futile endeavor, but he could say no more. The young man, lost in thoughts of Lu's son, was not swayed by Yang's words. Instead of being frightened by the ominous label, he felt a pang of sympathy and concern. He could not articulate the reasons, but instinctively favored those he cared about. Lu's son lived in this village, yet was deliberately kept at a distance, aside from Lu Mei. It seemed no one else approached him. Ultimately, who was right or wrong was beyond his jurisdiction, and he remained oblivious to the full context. Lacking any stance from which to criticize, he, as an outsider, could freely indulge his desire to connect with Lu's senator. Xiao Yu had fallen victim to the curse. He was merely pretending. Having previously discussed the matter of courtship with Yang, he could convincingly feign the symptoms. "You dare criticize me? What about you? Whose heart have you wounded this time?" Zhang Kongqing, a senior who had also been cursed, was in a state of agitation. He later learned from Yang that the girl whose handkerchief he had picked up had placed the curse on him out of anger upon seeing him laughing with another girl. Now, seeing Xiao Yu in such a half-alive state, he feared he might be in the same predicament. "You must tell me honestly, did you provoke the girl in front of that handsome lad from the middle village?" "Provoke? Who do you think you're talking to?" Xiao Yu retorted, then coughed twice. continuing to feign weakness. The old man squatted before him, tilting his head from side to side. "Child, are you truly cursed?" Growing old had dulled his eyesight, and he could not help but feel that this child was merely acting. "Old man, could you please move further away? I fear I might vomit on you. And then you would scold me for being disrespectful." Xiao Yu had not experienced the discomfort of a child wishing to skip school merely to avoid punishment. Thus, the old man's suspicion made him wonder if he had been raised in a strict household. Fortunately, Andrew rushed in, flustered and shouting, "Xiao Yu, I hear you are ill." "Indeed, I am ill, not dead." The old man, unimpressed, cleared his ears and expressed his disbelief. Xiao Yu had rarely seen Andrew lately. Those individuals were always busy filming, and he had not bothered to count how many there were. Andrew seemed genuinely occupied, and had it not been for his sudden appearance, Xiao Yu might have forgotten about him. To maintain his charade of weakness, Xiao Yu did not respond, waiting for Yang to report to the middle village and send someone to help dispel the curse. The one who arrived was Lu Mei, and Xiao Yu was not particularly surprised. Last time she had come to assist Zhang Conqing, but now she had taken it upon herself to take him to the middle village, barring anyone else from accompanying them. Yang explained it for Lu Mei, Hoe Fer. How can he walk without assistance? Please, make an exception. I can pay any amount. The brotherly camaraderie and wealth were evident in his exaggerated gestures, almost producing a blank check for them to fill in. Yet he failed to comprehend that not all matters could be resolved with money. "It's all right. I think I can manage." The one who had fallen ill suddenly stated he was fine. Xiao Yu withdrew his hand from Zhang Conqing's shoulder, standing steadily and waving them off. "You all should return for now. Feigning illness is indeed an art. They must leave quickly, or he would soon be found out." Lu Mei glanced at him several times. Her expression conflicted for a long while, before finally stomping her foot and reaching out to assist him, only to have Xiao Yu evade her touch. No, I am perfectly fine. My legs are agile. I do not need assistance." If she helped him, it would only complicate matters further. He pondered his wording, delicately offering the handkerchief from his pocket. "I am not a suitable match. This handkerchief." Before he could finish, Lu Mei looked at the handkerchief in his hand, exclaiming in surprise, emitting a sound of curiosity. There were many interpretations to this, and Xiao Yu momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Lu Mei spoke at length, and after a while, Xiao Yu discerned the words older brother among her speech. Her reaction bore no trace of disappointment or sorrow at being rejected. After contemplating for some time, Xiao Yu suddenly hypothesized a possibility he had not previously considered. "The older brother you mentioned, is it Lu's son? Is this his?" Yang had consistently referred to her as the girl, as if brainwashing him. He had not envisaged that in the southern village, there might be young men with handkerchiefs as well. Lu Mei tilted her head deep in thought, as if this posture aided her in processing Xiao Yu's previous statement. After a moment, she nodded and took the handkerchief from him. "Older brother, yes, I will take it." This jumbled, incoherent exchange left Xiao Yu momentarily stunned. He had intended to play with her, yet the complexities of the language had caused him considerable effort to comprehend her intent. As Lu Mei reached to take the handkerchief, Xiao Yu swiftly snatched it back. I will return it to him myself. No need for your help." The handkerchief, which he had initially misconstrued as a hot potato, was once again seized by him with ulterior motives. Lu Mei's expression reflected her confusion, and she pointed at the handkerchief, saying something in a serious tone. Xiao Yu feigned understanding as he replied, I know. I'll return it to him once I see him." With his repeated assurances, Lu Mei reluctantly chose to trust him and led him back to the Lu Sun residence. Upon entering, they found no sign of Lu's senator. Lu Mei gestured inquiringly, indicating that she had sent someone to fetch him due to his discomfort. Just as she was about to speak, the sound of hooves echoed from the courtyard. When Xiao Yu stepped outside to investigate, he witnessed Lu Sun dismounting with effortless grace, his tied-back hair exuding youthful vigor, tousled by the wind. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Sun strode towards him, his eyes reflecting deep concern akin to the scalding warmth of the cup filled with hot water that Xiao Yu held. Too hot to release, yet too burdensome to retain. "I'm fine, Xiao Yu intended to say he merely sought an excuse to come to the central village, to alleviate Lu Sun's worries. Yet, before he could finish, Lu Sun had nearly sprinted to his side, his expression a blend of gravity and care as he grasped Xiao Yu's hand, checking his pulse with utmost seriousness. Xiao Yu mentally replayed this moment, and in the next instant, his body reacted faster than his mind. He opened his arms and embraced Lu's senator in that moment. The overwhelming urge to pluck flowers surged within Xiao Yu, as if it had taken root from here. He found himself uncertain whether he was sympathizing with Lu San or with his former self. Yet, it felt as though nothing else mattered. He simply wished to offer Lu San a hug, devoid of any ambiguous sentiments or romantic undertones. However, this abrupt intimacy startled Lu San, causing him to tense up like a rigid pole. His limbs felt uncertain, instinctively wanting to retreat from this unfamiliar embrace. "Don't move." Xiao Yu tightened his grip and stepped forward, enveloping Lu San even more securely in his arms. Those two words left Lu San, accustomed to obeying, standing frozen in place. Though he was ostensibly checking Xiao Yu's pulse, all he could hear was the thunderous rhythm of his own heartbeat. Through the fabric of Xiao Yu's shirt, the warmth radiating from him was strikingly vivid. "The source of any misfortune lies within ourselves. It has nothing to do with you," Xiao Yu whispered in his ear. "You are wonderful." At the very least, he was better than Lu San, who was certainly not an ill-fated individual. This world often seeks to assign blame for its own inadequacies to others. As a means of escaping pain, by isolating someone and convincing themselves that such a separation would allow them to evade all troubles. This self-deception permits them to continue living comfortably. Yet becoming someone is a matter of birth, devoid of any choice. Fearing Lu San might doubt him, Xiao Yu enunciated each word with solemnity. Demonstrating through his actions that he was unperturbed by others' judgments about Lu's senator, he boldly engaged with him. It was nothing of significance. Lu San felt as though his breath, heartbeat, and everything about him were spiraling out of control. In that moment, the pole he resembled was not entwined with climbing ivy, but was instead being gently wrapped by a delicate vine, which blossomed into countless vibrant and fervent little flowers. The once monotonous and unremarkable surroundings seemed to gain a splash of color. Lu San's uncertain hands appeared to regain their sensitivity, his fingertips trembling. The hands that had previously hovered in the air, hesitant to descend, gradually moved closer to this vivid hue, just as they were about to touch. Xiao Yu inadvertently released his hold and stepped back, gazing softly into Lu San's eyes, saying, "Look, I embraced you, and you are perfectly fine. Whoever claims you are ill-fated shall be dismissed as fanciful. I too can speak nonsense when I grow old." The youthful candor and sincerity of the moment dissipated as swiftly as it had arrived. When their gazes locked, the atmosphere shifted. The ease with which they had spoken transformed into a careful consideration of their words and actions, weighing the impressions they would convey to one another. Suddenly, Xiao Yu felt a warmth envelop him, especially as he noticed the flush spreading across Lu San's face, even reaching the nape of his neck, transforming what had initially been a pure and innocent embrace into something that felt increasingly improper. For the first time, Xiao Yu found himself flustered by the unwavering gaze of the innocent young man, who blushed at the mere act of hugging, as if he had committed some grave impropriety. If a simple hug could elicit such a response, what would happen if he were to do something more? Having studied abroad, Xiao Yu regarded a hug as no more significant than a casual greeting. Yet, Lu San's reaction caught him off guard, igniting a rebellious curiosity within him. Did this indicate that Lu San seldom embraced others? Perhaps he was indeed the first. Xiao Yu's thoughts twisted and turned, akin to a serpentine mountain road, ultimately circling back to himself. It was troubling. Such feelings seemed rather peculiar. As he reflected on his year in the police force, adhering to the 3 major disciplines and 8 points of attention, he chastised himself for harboring such impure thoughts when suddenly he felt a hand rest upon his wrist, causing him to jump as if startled. The admonition against teasing women echoed in his mind, a reminder to rid himself of such lewd tendencies. When he dared to look up, he found himself caught in Lu San's gaze, filled with confusion and concern. Had this been earlier, Lu San might have pondered why Xiao Yu had suddenly withdrawn, questioning whether he had caused any discomfort. However, just moments ago, Xiao Yu had told him he was wonderful and had actively embraced him. Knowing the circumstances, Lu San felt reassured that if he were to touch Xiao Yu, it would not be unwelcome. The emphasis on active seemed to provide Lu San with both solace and justification, and he appeared unable to retract his desire to reach out. His fingers pressed against Xiao Yu's wrist, checking his pulse. He had not yet patrolled the mountains today. Lu Mei had instructed Randa to inform him of Xiao Yu's condition. Even if it meant breaking from routine, he had turned his horse around to return. "I'm sorry, I was just deceiving them." Xiao Yu felt a twinge of guilt believing the handkerchief to belong to Lu Mei. He wanted to return it and clarify the situation, but it seemed the villagers rarely ventured to the front village, and Yang, the guide, was of no help in relaying messages. Thus, he had concocted the ruse of feigning illness. Little did he realize he had inadvertently interrupted Lu Sen's duties. Judging by his appearance, he had just returned from somewhere. To deceive someone so genuinely earnest weighed heavily on Xiao Yu's conscience. Just as he pondered how to make amends, he suddenly felt a coolness encircle his right wrist, as something was placed upon it. Chapter 37. You scoundrel. You actually did it. It was a delicate silver bracelet adorned with a double dragon motif, which had originally been worn on Lu Sen's left wrist. He had removed one and generously fastened it onto Xiao Yu's wrist. This is too valuable. I can't accept it, Xiao Yu protested, recognizing the bracelet's exquisite craftsmanship. Far from a mere modern trinket, it was undoubtedly an antique. Its intricate design could fetch a considerable sum at an auction, should it ever be appraised by an expert. Xiao Yu was reluctant to accept gifts without reason, as reciprocating such gestures could prove to be quite burdensome, especially for something of this magnitude. Just as he contemplated returning it, Lu Sen pressed his hand down, insisting, "Wear it. You can come and go freely." This bracelet would grant him unrestricted access to the central village, eliminating the need to feign illness in the future. This was an opportunity too tempting to refuse, particularly when Zhang Kongqing had desperately needed such a means to slip into the central village unnoticed. On the bluestone steps, Zhang Kongqing was vociferously reprimanding those blocking his path. "Do you know who I am? Child, such behavior is unwelcome here," an elder admonished, urging him to refrain from acting like a spoiled rich kid in need of reform. This is easily susceptible to being caught for reformation, which is undesirable and requires alteration. Zhang Kongqing was momentarily taken aback, recognizing the wisdom in the elder's words. He stepped back to grant the elder space and then interjected, "Do you know who he is? In his youth, he was famously nicknamed Young Zhang Sanfeng. Do not be deceived by his old age. His skills remain formidable. Should he become enraged, he could easily spin your head off." The elder turned back. "How could I not know? I had that nickname in my youth." Zhang Kongqing shushed him, winking conspiratorially, and leaned closer to whisper in the elder's ear, "Just adopt a fierce demeanor. This man is clearly one who preys on the weak. Let us intimidate him, and perhaps he will allow us entry." "What does it mean to appear fierce?" the elder inquired earnestly. "Simply act a bit haughty, shake your leg a little. Yes. Place your hands on your hips, gaze downward, and look at him through your nostrils," Zhang Kongqing instructed, expertly emulating the swagger of ruffians and rogues. He then turned to the obstructive youth, boldly declaring, "Do you see? If you do not step aside, he will strike you. Do you know who Zhang Sanfeng is? A grandmaster of his generation. Be wise and let us through now. He may choose not to hold it against you." The youth blocking their path wore traditional attire of a local ethnic minority, his long hair tied back, his complexion a healthy wheat color, and his sharp gaze exuded a sense of uprightness. He stood steadfast against Zhang Kongqing's provocations, unwavering as a mountain. "Elder, show him a swift kick to open his eyes." I refused to believe he would actually strike. The elder's legs trembled from exhaustion, and upon hearing this, he turned back in shock. "Your manner of speaking and acting is as perplexing as pulling down trousers to pass gas. Utterly unexpected and incomprehensible without prior warning. Do you not practice Tai Chi in the courtyard every day? Surely you know how to display a bit of flair." "Flair, you say?" "Aye." An elder seeking to accumulate virtue, and being thrust into a pit by this insolent child. "Look at my frail bones. If he provokes me, will you take the blows on my behalf?" The youth's demeanor was anything but timid. He radiated an unmistakable air of intimidation. Additionally, he was not the true Zhang Sanfeng. Was it not absurd to persist in such fantasies? With words now spent, Zhang Kongqing could not retreat. He rolled up his sleeves, adopting a fighting stance. "Listen here. My brother's life hangs in the balance in your village. We are determined to enter today. Step aside. I hold a black belt in Taekwondo. I would prefer not to injure you." As he spoke, he attempted to push his way through. Before he realized what was happening, the youth had swiftly subdued his arm behind him, causing Zhang Kongqing to cry out in pain. Though not inexperienced in brawling, he found himself outmatched, his strength having waned in comparison to the sturdy youth from the southern village. He was pressed against the utility pole, feeling like a helpless chick. "You scoundrel, you truly dare to strike," he exclaimed. "Do you have the audacity to reveal your name? Just wait. In moments of defeat, one often seeks to salvage dignity through words. Zhang Kongqing, flustered, issued threats, while the youth, firmly grasping his neck and arms, remained unfazed, merely responding, Longda. His pronunciation was not in Mandarin, but rather a phonetic echo of the name Longda. Very well, I shall remember you. You will regret this. Fortunately, the youth understood little of Zhang Kongqing's words, or else he would have been met with dire consequences. As he reluctantly retreated, the elder offered him a serious piece of advice. Zhang Kongqing rubbed his sore arm, innocently inquiring, Why? I suspect that when you were born, your father may have taken home the wrong child, the elder mused. How could that be? My grandfather claims I am the spitting image of my father. Those who did not grasp the implication found it perplexing. Do you know my father? The elder chuckled lightly, offering no response. Zhang Kongqing, unfazed, thought little of it. His father's posters were practically plastered everywhere, even in public restrooms. His thoughts quickly returned to the earlier incident, and he complained, Elder, you merely stood by and watched as that scoundrel assaulted me, without even lending a kick. This is profoundly ungracious of you. That fellow appeared more arrogant than us. I cannot simply stand there and take a beating. Isn't that inviting trouble? Thankfully, he still respects his elders, allowing you to flaunt your bravado. But whoever ignites the flames of conflict must also bear the consequences. Their initial foray into the southern village ended in swift failure. True courage often mingles with a genuine sense of fear. Zhang Kongqing silently conveyed to Xiao Yu, Brother, I have done my utmost. May you fend for yourself. Chapter 38. When he realized his heart had turned wicked, everything seemed to happen too late. Through a single embrace, Xiao Yu acquired a valuable silver bracelet adorned with a double dragon motif. Originally part of the pair, one now resided on his wrist, while the other was with Lu Sr. He could not help but ponder how easily deceived this man was, reminiscent of their last encounter in Great Miao Mountain, where a simple thank you had brought such joy to this simple soul that he almost offered all his medicinal herbs. Was it because few dared to approach him that others' acceptance of his gifts brought him such delight? Xiao Yu did not insist on returning the bracelet. During his time in the southern village, its presence allowed him to visit the central village at will, a temptation that outweighed the burden of reciprocation. However, it was not in Xiao Yu's nature to receive favors without offering something in return. He resolved to teach Lu San the Chinese language. Although he cloaked his intentions in grand rhetoric, the truth was that the southern dialect was exceptionally difficult to learn, making fluent communication nearly impossible in short span. Moreover, Lu Mei had mercilessly ridiculed his southern dialect, leaving a significant wound on his tender psyche. To maintain his image before Lu San, he refrained from speaking further. Yet, he discovered that Lu San possessed an astonishing ability to comprehend, making their communication reliant on Lu Sen's efforts. Nonetheless, a pressing issue arose. The central village lacked even a single copy of a Xinhua dictionary. The available books were filled with English texts that Xiao Yu could not decipher. The local children seemed unconcerned with education, playing in the fields and rivers without a care in the world. The challenge of advancing educational outreach and expanding the ranks of the enlightened was indeed a daunting task. With no other options, he initially sought to find videos on his phone to aid in teaching, but the signal in the central village was notoriously poor, often requiring him to climb trees just to maintain a connection. If this continued, he would soon evolve into a monkey. Furthermore, Lu Sen displayed little interest in electronic devices. In this day and age, it was rare for someone to break free from their smartphone addiction. Xiao Yu finally understood why domineering CEOs often found themselves enamored with the phrase, "You are such a unique woman. You have successfully captured my attention." He approached Zhang Kongqing to inquire if he had brought any books along. After returning from the central village, he was puzzled by how Zhang Kongqing had begun to learn Tai Chi from the elder. Strengthen your body, practice well, and then go beat someone up. Zhang Kongqing had replied, both earnestly and humorously. Are you planning to hone your skills to take on elementary school children? You might not even win against anyone above the 6th grade. While jesting, Xiao Yu still probed him about any unspoken matters. Both he and Zhang Kongqing hail from affluent backgrounds, though Zhang Kongqing's father was wealthier. During their school years, Zhang Kongqing had often appeared foolish and easy to bully. It was generally Xiao Yu who fought on his behalf. Even after all these years, he still felt compelled to inquire. Zhang Kongqing, however, chose not to disclose the embarrassing incident, fearing it would lead to further ridicule. Fortunately, Xiao Yu had little time to engage in idle chatter. He had been making daily trips to the central village, while Zhang Kongqing occasionally raised an eyebrow, asking about his progress with that beautiful youth. I'm being serious. Refrain from looking at me with such lewd eyes. To be frank, there has been no development at all. He merely conceals a somewhat dubious mindset, donning the guise of an honorable gentleman as he continues to interact with others. The embrace they shared that day marked the most intimate physical contact between them to date. Moreover, Lu Sun often ventured out, sometimes disappearing from sight during both dawn and dusk. He merely advised that if he were to visit the central village at night and was absent, Lu Mei must accompany him, ensuring he never wandered alone. For it was unsafe. As for the nature of the danger he alluded to, Lu Sun did not elaborate, insisting that he should remain vigilant. Xiao Yu was no longer a child. He was a capable adult, fully capable of self-care and judgment. And the matters that prompted Lu San's concern were not ones he felt compelled to investigate further. Typically, he would visit during midday or in the afternoon. If Lu San was unavailable, he would sit on a large, flat stone outside his home, smooth enough to serve as a makeshift bed, drawing sketches. The buildings in the southern village were constructed in a terraced manner, ascending the mountainside, offering a vantage point that allowed for a broader view of the central village. Perched upon that stone, he could gaze down upon the scenery of the central village, which appeared even more magnificent than from within it. Often, a group of mud-smeared children would gather at a distance, regarding him, the outsider, with the curiosity reserved for a foreign species, whispering and speculating about him. They had not attended school nor received permission to play in the central village, and their conversations were in the dialect of the southern village. Some of the phrases Xiao Yu recognized, while others seemed like mere chatter, which he took as compliments. Those children would stretch their necks, leaning closer to observe his drawings, engaging in a friendly competition to identify the locations he was depicting, each feeling a surge of pride, as if this act had transformed into a new game. With each stroke, he added, the children would exclaim in awe, both astonished and impressed, for they could discern no difference between what Xiao Yu rendered and the actual objects or landscapes, except for the fact that one was imbued with color while the other was not. They maintained a respectful distance, not daring to occupy the spacious area around Xiao Yu, merely standing or squatting, marveling at his work. Xiao Yu found no annoyance in this gathering of young spectators, in this fast-paced urban life, where films are often consumed at triple speed, where the internet allows for 100 loves in 3 minutes, and novels are reduced to golden chapters. The most captivating moments of life are thrust to the forefront to capture attention, leaving no one with a moment to spare. Yet here, time seemed to fragment, slowing down, as if to convey that wasting time is not a crime. Sometimes, when Lu Sun returned early and witnessed this scene, he would halt, careful not to disturb anyone. Quietly, he would peer through the throng of children, fixating his gaze on that figure whose every gesture seemed to draw him in. His eyes, dark and fathomless as an ancient well, could not hide the fervent desire within. As time wore on, Lu Sun found himself increasingly reluctant to let go. In those moments, the question that tugged at his rationality would resurface, pulling him back, forcing him to suppress the wicked thoughts within. Would he remain in the southern village? He dared not ask, for he already held an answer deep within himself. No. His clenched fists turned pale as he fought against the insidious whispers of temptation. Why not devise a way to ensure he would stay in the southern village forever, to make him love him for a lifetime? What was he hesitating for? Lu Sun, perplexed by his own indecision, recognized that Xiao Yu could always catch his gaze and turn to him with a smile, calling out, Lu Sun, as if carried by a gentle spring breeze. At that sound, the group of children scattered like startled birds. Xiao Yu instinctively waved, beckoning him not to stand so far away. On fine days, the sky above the southern village would be painted crimson by the clouds, their shadows intertwining, enveloped in a layer of light and shadow, creating a unique sense of romance. Chapter 39. Their shadows engaging in bolder acts beneath the setting sun under the sunset. The southern village appeared as a breathtaking canvas, naturally vibrant and colorful. It freed itself from mental constraints, embodying the unique mystique primal essence, and the alluring dangers that lay beneath its exquisite beauty. Xiao Yu had once likened it to the idyllic peach blossom spring. Yet now he felt that everything here was even more captivating than that mythical paradise. It was not an escape from the world, nor a mere satisfaction of material desires. It was something profoundly primal, capable of restoring the edges dulled by the relentless grind of city life. much like a hero in a game needing to regain health after a fierce battle. It was difficult to articulate whether the restoration was of the mind or body, or perhaps both. In these moments, Xiao Yu often delighted in speaking in riddles that Lu San could not comprehend, such as, "What day is it today that I encounter such a fine person?" The inquisitive would inevitably ask, "What does that mean?" The meaning, he would explain, was simply that today was a beautiful day, and he was fortunate to witness such splendid scenery. Those aware of his intent would fabricate whimsical tales, relishing in the fact that the other was unaware of the underlying truth. As he explained, he would regard Lu San with a half-smile, untroubled by the thought that his fanciful words could mislead a diligent and earnest student. No one had ever remarked upon Xiao Yu's gaze, which bore a hint of reckless abandon. It was impossible to discern whether it was impudent or affectionate, yet it was certainly endearing, even inciting a hint of narcissism. Could it be that he harbored some interest in me? Unbeknownst to others, Lu San, lost in reverie, caught a glimpse of his own small reflection within those laughing eyes, feeling as if the world around him suddenly burst in a vibrant life. With a gentle breeze carrying the scent of fresh leaves, stirring his clothes, hair, and heart alike, he could not suppress the tumult of emotions stirring within him. Fearing that Xiao Yu might perceive his inner turmoil, he could only babble nonsensically to mask his unexpressed feelings. Were there any words that could praise the scenery? Certainly. Xiao Yu would respond readily. When the golden wind and jade do meet, it surpasses countless wonders of the world. Was it akin to what was just said? This means that encountering such beautiful scenery during a splendid season is a joy that eclipses all worldly matters. Xiao Yu had completely forgotten the meaning of misguiding the young, crafting his fanciful tales without a second thought. If his language teacher were to hear such lines, she would likely hurl an eraser in frustration, chastising him for his absurdities. Those who did not comprehend could only marvel at the profundity of the Chinese language, realizing that one could express admiration for a landscape in such elaborate fashion. Is this how you usually praise the scenery? Not quite. I don't often speak this way. Xiao Yu replied, shaking his head as his fingers danced casually upon the pages of his sketchbook. Then what do you usually say? I would say the mountain has trees, and the trees have branches. I delight in you, yet you remain unaware. Lu San exhibited a bewildered expression, and Xiao Yu leaned closer, continuing to deceive this innocent youth. It means that there are trees on the mountain, and I see their branches. My heart is filled with joy, but alas, I cannot communicate with a tree, so it remains unaware of my fondness for it. As their movements shifted, their shadows, altered by one another's postures, quietly collided, unnoticed by anyone, as their noses brushed against each other, evoking a silent, unremarkable kiss. It was not they who were kissing, but rather their shadows, bolder than their bodies, imprinting an ambiguous kiss beneath the witness of the setting sun. Though aware that Xiao Yu spoke merely of the scenery, expressing admiration for it, the words "I actually quite like him" resonated deeply, plucking the strings of his heart, producing a sound akin to a string snapping. The sudden warmth in Lu San's chest left him momentarily bewildered, his thoughts a chaotic tangle, unsure of how to respond. He remained motionless, gazing at Xiao Yu, his long, thick eyelashes betraying no tremor, exuding an oppressive presence akin to a predator fixated on its prey. Xiao Yu recalled a concept he had once stumbled upon regarding the psychology of prolonged eye contact. If two individuals could maintain eye contact for 10 seconds without averting their gaze, an impulse to kiss would likely arise. The eyes, the most honest part of a person, captured Xiao Yu's attention, initially intending to tease Lu San with playful banter, but now he found himself entranced. His gaze subtly descending to the bridge of Lu San's nose before swiftly returning to his eyes. His hand, seemingly of its own accord, rose and edged closer to Lu San's face, breath quickening, yet faltered just before contact. A pang of anxiety struck him, jolting all his lost rationality back to the forefront, pondering the dire consequences of such an action. Lu San remained still, his atoms apple-bobbing as if awaiting Xiao Yu's touch. Yet there was an underlying warning in his demeanor. In a moment of clarity, Xiao Yu redirected his hand, brushing it against Lu San's hair, hastily retracting it with a stammering excuse about a leaf caught in his hair. His voice emerged tight and strained, attempting to mask his trepidation. Lu San's unwavering gaze was finally broken by Xiao Yu's words, shifting to the small leaf resting on his palm. With a sudden movement, Lu Sun stood and retreated into the house without uttering a word, his steps brisk and urgent. The abruptness of this departure filled Xiao Yu with regret, and he buried his face in his hands, lamenting his foolishness. Had his infatuation frightened Lu Sun away? How could they ever enjoy their time together again? Lu Sun did not glance back, perhaps too daunted to do so. His heart raced violently. He could not fathom what he might do if Xiao Yu's hand would touch him. Alone in the room, the sound of his heavy breathing echoed, and he felt fortunate that he had refrained from any reckless actions. Yet, an overwhelming dread loomed over him, the fear that his pent-up emotions might one day overpower his reason. What then? Chapter 40. If unrequited sincerity brings heartache, it would surely wound him deeply. Some say true affection is marked by calmness and restraint. Xiao Yu, accustomed to superficial encounters, was now experiencing true turmoil. He hoped that upon returning home, discussions about his time with Lu Sun would not reduce to mere tales of a fleeting romance. To make amends, he enlisted Zhang Kongqing to procure some books, whether by purchase or otherwise, intending to gift them. Zhang Kongqing's social prowess was impressive. Within moments, a neat stack of books lay before Xiao Yu. Where on earth did you find all these? Xiao Yu inquired, counting 19 volumes, bewildered that a bookstore existed in the region. I acquired them from the foreigners. That one, Andrew, refuses to sell me his precious Xinhua dictionary, he lamented. Zhang Kongqing waved dismissively. Anything solvable by money is trivial to me. Why bring advanced mathematics to a place like this? Xiao Yu picked up a book on higher mathematics and another on calculus, alongside a volume on ethics and law. What's the connection here? How could they sell their textbooks? Zhang Kongqing shrugged nonchalantly. They're just for show. Ultimately, they'll be used for wiping. Suddenly, with a mischievous grin, he added, a few of these were quite expensive. If you can't win over that Lu Sun, I will utterly scorn you. Buzz off. Xiao Yu retorted, flipping through the pages until he found a few geography magazines, at least somewhat useful. He cradled the books, preparing to leave, all the while feigning innocence about his pure intentions. My feelings for him are as pristine as the sacred white flowers atop a mountain. Zhang Kongqing. Refrain from interpreting my motives through your narrow, vulgar lens. Zhang Kongqing erupted in laughter, pointing at Xiao Yu. Comrade Xiao Yu, insincere individuals face expulsion. I've seen through your base intentions. Stop pretending. Do you think a romantic life is still in its infancy? Would holding hands lead to dire consequences? You ought to be more genuine. Xiao Yu, faced with the urgency of the situation, chose to be obstinate. Mind your own business. Was it truly so simple? After all, the last time had frightened him, and caution was paramount henceforth. Fortunately, Lu Sun had not requested the bracelet back after that incident, maintaining a demeanor much like before, though his gaze frequently darted away whenever Xiao Yu looked his way. Xiao Yu gifted Lu Sun the stack of books, hoping to restore their previous rapport. Lu Sun expressed gratitude, yet his increasing absences hinted at an attempt to evade Xiao Yu. Anxiety consumed him. Amidst the evenings spent with Zhang Kongqing and Andrew, the only entertainment available in the remote village was late-night card games. He longed for someone to act as a confidant, but found none. Bored, he turned to the internet, only to be met with discouragement. As he lay in bed, tangled in his thoughts, on the verge of sleep, he felt a peculiar movement of the silver bracelet on his wrist, jolting him awake. A cold sweat enveloped him as he sensed a sinister gaze upon him. Upon opening his eyes, a fiery red snake slithered into view, lunging at him. Reacting instinctively, he rolled away just as Lu Sun burst into the room, seizing the snake mid-air and tossing it out the window, where Rhonda awaited to dispose of it. Are you all right? Lu Sun's expression was grave, worry etched across his features. The dim light of the moon filtered through the open window, casting a silvery glow that accentuated the tension in the room. Xiao Yu shook his head slowly, finally asking, how did you come to be here? Seeing that Xiao Yu was unharmed, Lu Sun's tense demeanor gradually relaxed. He candidly explained, the silver bracelet you wear bears a curse. It reacts when danger is near. I can sense it in my own bracelet as well, but it poses no threat to you. The final note of his explanation carried a hint of caution, as if fearing that Xiao Yu might remove the bracelet and return it to him. After all, to outsiders, their bracelets were regarded as perilous and ominous objects. He did not express surprise, but rather sighed in relief, saying, I am fortunate to have this remarkable item you are willing to gift me. In our culture, when receiving valuable possessions, one must reciprocate. Is there anything you desire? I would be glad to offer you something in return. This is the essence of reciprocity, especially since you saved me earlier. Beyond mere thanks, a tangible gesture of gratitude would be appropriate. He instinctively sought to repay the favor using the conventions of his world, where mere verbal appreciation is deemed insincere and fails to convey genuine gratitude. Each utterance of thanks is laden with the complexities of human relations, making it exceedingly burdensome. Thus, upon first encountering Lu Sun in Great Miao Mountain, the latter's purity and simplicity rendered his own calculations rather unseemly. Yet he found himself at a loss, unable to devise a fitting way to express his gratitude for the repeated assistance he had received. A simple thank you felt insufficient, while offering something of greater value seemed to insult this untainted soul. In moments of uncertainty, relinquishing the choice to the other party is the wisest course of action. He awaited Lu Sen's response, but the figure shrouded in moonlight remained silent for an extended period, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions, flickering like shadows, as if concealing thoughts too profound to articulate. What did he desire? He desired him. Chapter 41. Sincerity is always the greatest weapon ultimately. Lu Sun said nothing, hesitating to speak, merely stepping back to lean against the window, adopting a posture that conveyed his intention to remain and protect. You should rest, he said softly. Deep down, he already knew what he yearned for. Every moment spent with Xiao Yu tightened the strings of reason within him, preventing the darker impulses from surfacing. It was imperative not to harm Xiao Yu, to exercise restraint, and to prioritize his happiness, allowing himself to be both immersed in desire and self-aware. He made no demands, sought no gifts, as if these actions were merely obligations devoid of ulterior motives, requiring no recompense. It is said that sincerity is the greatest weapon. Xiao Yu should feel joy in knowing that he need not offer anything to receive the utmost goodwill and authenticity from another. It is akin to walking down the street and encountering a balloon drifting in the breeze. Passing by a flower shop where the owner opens the door to present a bucket of roses, labeled free, take as you please. Returning home, a neighbor brings a plate of pastries, saying they made too many and thought to share, while also collecting the sheets left on the rooftop that would soon be drenched by rain. Life should be so simple and pure, yet accustomed to transactional gratitude and reciprocation. Xiao Yu felt utterly defeated in front of Lu Senator. He found no joy in this realization, feeling grotesquely inadequate in contrast to Lu Sen's unblemished spirit, which stirred an inexplicable irritation within him. He grasped the sheets beneath him tightly for a moment before loosening his grip. This overwhelming sincerity left him disoriented, yet he was captivated by it. Xiao Yu felt as though all the flavors of life had been spilled within him, an indescribable sensation, as he sat in the shadows, ensnared in a filthy mire, gazing at the figure illuminated by the pure moonlight, untouched by worldly grime. He bit his lip and, in a moment of despair, leaned his head back against the wall, suddenly weary of pretense. Will you forget me? His tone was calm, yet the words fell flat, like a sapling on the brink of withering. Clinging to life with tenacity despite being told it would not survive, struggling in a desperate, silent agony, uncertain whether it tormented others or itself. The moonlight outside seemed to evade him, and Lu Sun, unable to discern his expression in the darkness, felt his heart constrict as if gripped by an unseen hand. After a long pause, he finally responded, "No." The figure cloaked in darkness chuckled softly, his emotions unreadable. "Do you know why I chose to pursue art?" Xiao Yu posed a question to himself and answered in a hushed tone, "Because it is the quickest way I can think of to make others remember me. I want people to see my paintings and think, oh, the artist of this piece is Xiao Yu, a remarkable young man." He had never shared his true motivations with anyone. When asked during his studies why he chose the fine arts, he feigned noble intentions, claiming to possess an artistic spirit yearning for expression, that he was destined for art. Such lofty ideals aligned with the notion that art transcends all else. Yet, in truth, he dismissed such sentiments as nonsense. He simply wished for everyone to acknowledge the brilliance of his creations. His vanity was childish, and he never dared voice it aloud. Why must one strive to be remembered? This was a question he grappled with, having walked a path of self-effacement for so long. From Lu Sen's perspective, Xiao Yu did not seem particularly elated by the prospect of being remembered. Rather, his life appeared burdensome. Lu Sen's sincere inquiry prompted Xiao Yu to lower his gaze, a mocking smile forming as he scorned himself. "Look at you. living a life of such pretense. After all, isn't it a pity for someone as exceptional as I to be forgotten? He and Lu Sun were entirely opposing entities. Yet he found himself irresistibly drawn to this individual. Even if this untimely infatuation bore no fruit, he had no desire to forget. By the way, when you took my pulse last time, aside from noting that I seemed a bit weak, did you find anything else unusual? Like why I haven't forgotten you, as others have. Lu Sun's thoughts struggled to keep pace with this sudden shift in conversation. He had something to say moments ago, but Xiao Yu's words took a sharp turn, and he found himself at a loss, unable to seamlessly connect his thoughts, ultimately falling silent. You are merely weak. There is nothing strange about that. My charm seems to have no effect on you, for some reason. You placed a charm on me? Xiao Yu ignored the fact that Lu Sun was now adept at wordplay, his fierce pride momentarily quelled by the implication of having been charmed. Lu Sun could not lie, especially not in front of Xiao Yu, and could only nod, albeit with a hint of guilt, though he himself was unsure of the reason for this guilt, knowing full well that the charm posed no harm to the body. It happened a few times, 3 times. Xiao Yu paused for long, while before finally managing to utter, "Good job." Lu Sun interpreted this as a compliment, yet the tone of Xiao Yu's voice seemed off, preventing him from feeling elated. In truth, Xiao Yu had not perceived the 3 charms at all, though he curiously pondered Lu Sun's motives. Why would you not want to be remembered? Or do you simply wish to keep the existence of the lively zombies here a secret? Xiao Yu had encountered the dangers of such creatures twice before, and while the reasoning remained unclear, the proximity of Nanjai to Great Miao Mountain suggested that such threats should be reported to the authorities, rather than allowing the populace to remain in peril. It's complicated. There are regulations. Lu Sun stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts, his expression revealing his discomfort. I was just casually asking. It's perfectly fine if you don't want to say. In his interactions, Xiao Yu was always tactful. He pulled the blanket over himself and lay back down, then turned to inquire, "Will you stay here tonight?" Yes, Lu Sun nodded, explaining. Fire snakes seldom venture to the front village, but their sudden presence tonight worries me. He was leaning against the window, facing Xiao Yu, with the night breeze flowing in, gently tousling his hair. Xiao Yu sighed softly, his heart instantly softening, resignedly shifting to create space beside him on the bed. "Come here." Chapter 42. A cold night beneath the covers. Lu Sun remained motionless, rooted at the window like a wooden post, seemingly perplexed by such behavior. In our culture, it is quite common for close friends to share a blanket. Zhang Kongqing, who harbors a fear of ghosts, once cuddled with me under the covers without a second thought. It was nothing unusual. Xiao Yu, with a coaxing demeanor, resembled a rogue attempting to entice an innocent maiden. After all, the 8-point code of conduct prohibits the teasing of women, and in this instance, he adhered to the rules, didn't he? A certain scoundrel concocted justifications for himself, feeling no moral burden as he rationalized. Besides, with you standing there, I cannot fall asleep. Rationality urged him to decline, yet his body acted with swiftness that outpaced his reasoning. When Lu Sun heard his own muffled voice, he found himself lying on Xiao Yu's bed. Have you ever slept together like that? The mere utterance of this question was sufficient to stretch the fabric of his rationality to the point of nearly snapping. Indeed, that individual possessed courage no greater than a sesame seed. Xiao Yu tugged the blanket towards him and continued, recounting a childhood incident where he had sneaked a glimpse of a horror film, terrified, and insisted on sleeping in my bed, refusing to be kicked out. Was it merely in childhood? Xiao Yu replied with a non-committal hum, and Lu Sun found himself distracted by the natural, cold fragrance of what emanating from him, causing a flutter of disquiet within. This single sound knotted the string of rationality within Lu Sun, reuniting it with the fragments that had begun to fray. It was merely childhood. He had not yet come to understand. Lu Sun attempted self-comfort, but failed to convince himself, yet remained discontented. An uncomfortable unease stirred within him. The previous incident had left Xiao Yu worried and distressed. It appeared they had known each other for quite some time. Although his tone conveyed complaint, it was not tinged with disdain. Silence enveloped them, and with Xiao Yu's quietude, the atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar. Fortunately, he was no longer the impetuous youth of 18, unable to control his impulses, and thus he did not feel the need to fill the silence by inquiring about Jia. Huazhua had taken a liking to her and had placed a love curse upon her. By the time news reached the southern village, I had already met her. When I witnessed Xiao Yu climbing through the window, I was indeed taken aback. Was there truly such a thing as a love curse? Just like in the dramas, does the person cursed remain devoted to the one who placed the curse upon them for eternity? No wonder Jia had left me a note seeking help. It was Lu Sun who first aided her, allowing her to regain her consciousness. On the day of the wedding, when Hua Zhua intended to utilize his fated snake curse to bind himself to a Jia, ensuring no one could part them, Lu Sun had given a Jia a small vial of medicine to apply to her fingertips, and during the bloodletting, the mixture of blood and medicine had vanquished the snake curse, thus liberating a Jia from the love curse. To his inquiry, Lu Sun merely turned to face inward, emitting a soft sound. Can you do that too? After a prolonged silence, Lu Sun extended his hand from beneath the covers, gently covering Xiao Yu's eyes. He felt the delicate brush of feather-light eyelashes against his palm, akin to a tiny brush that tickled his heart. He did not respond directly to the question, but simply stated, "Go to sleep." The love curse in their southern village was a method employed by those who loved deeply yet could not attain their desires, living in a self-deceptive dream of their own making, creating the illusion that their beloved reciprocated their affections, all the while fervently ignoring any element of coercion that may be present. He understood how to break the love curse. And naturally, the following morning, Xiao Yu was startled awake by the sound of a door opening. He jumped, instinctively glancing towards the space beside his bed, where he found the spot where a person should have lain empty, inexplicably feeling relieved. Upon seeing Zhang Kongqing and Andrew yawning as they entered, he was struck by an irrational sense of guilt, akin to that of a lover caught in an affair. Then he reconsidered. After all, nothing untoward had occurred between them. They were entirely innocent, having engaged in no actions that would warrant such suspicion. If Zhang Kongqing discovered that he merely shared a blanket with someone for conversation, he would undoubtedly mock him mercilessly and question his capabilities. Scratching his head, he recalled the previous night's conversations. Lu Sun had covered his eyes and told him to sleep, and he had indeed fallen asleep. Such a talent could surely earn him a fortune by treating those plagued by insomnia. The two of them, having spent the night out, collapsed into bed. Andrew's snoring reverberated like thunder, preventing Xiao Yu from settling down. Rising to tidy himself, he stepped outside for a refreshing stroll, his steps purposefully leading him toward the central village. At first, a stern-faced youth attempted to stop him, but Xiao Yu, unfazed, rolled up his sleeves, raised his hand adorned with bracelets, and pretended to fix his hair as if wielding a royal decree of immunity, striding confidently forward. The youth, upon seeing him, simply shut his eyes, too indolent to even look. Upon entering the house, Lu Mei was busy in the kitchen, while Lu Sun was absent, presumably out patrolling the mountains. "Are you looking for brother?" While teaching, Lu Mei had been listening in, her Mandarin imperfect but sufficient for everyday communication. "Did you return early this morning?" On the table lay a book on morality and law, the one he had given last time. As Xiao Yu casually flipped through it, his eyes widened in disbelief at what he saw. "Are you looking for me?" Lu Sen's voice echoed from the courtyard as he stepped inside, bringing with him the damp chill of morning frost. Startled, Xiao Yu hastily closed the book, nearly pinching his fingers in the process. "What's wrong?" Lu Sen, taken aback by Xiao Yu's exaggerated reaction, noticed the change in his complexion. "Are you unwell?" "Ah, no. I suddenly found myself quite interested in this book. May I borrow it to take a look?" Lu Sun naturally could not refuse his request and attempted to invite him for breakfast, but Xiao Yu, clutching the book, hurriedly dashed off, leaving behind a phrase, "I just remembered I have something to do. I'll come find you later." That was close. He had nearly tarnished Lu Sen's virtuous image due to a mere book. He sought out the culprit, Comrade Zhang Kongqing, who owed him an explanation, for his reputation had nearly shifted from that of a pure white flower to that of a lecherous old man. "Are you not?" Zhang Kongqing quipped innocently. "Not you." Xiao Yu returned the book, determined to rid himself of any association with such rogue tendencies. "I say, Comrade Xiao Yu, dare you claim you never glanced at such things during high school? Now you feign innocence while intending to develop a pure brotherly bond?" Zhang Kongqing yawned, not missing an opportunity to ridicule him. "That's unnecessary. I appreciate your good intentions." As if joking, he thought to himself that after gifting Lu Sun such material, he would never need to see him again. "I mean, since you don't want it, you should at least take it back, lest your saintly young man see it and scold you for being indecent." As he spoke, Zhang Kongqing added, "I despise you for life." Xiao Yu paused in his stride, turning back to ask, "Is there more?" It was clear that there was certainly more to it. Vulgar, Xiao Yu retorted, defiantly raising his middle finger at him. Zhang Kongqing reciprocated the gesture, likewise. Suddenly recalling the phone call he had just received, he quickly called out to him, "By the way, my mom has been trying to reach me. Your phone is unreachable. Remember to return her call." "What does Aunt want with me?" "It must be about He Xiron's birthday in a few days. My dad will definitely be attending, and, as Xiao Bo's son, it would be inappropriate for you not to show up. It's his birthday, not mine. His father would prefer he not attend to avoid any awkwardness." "So, you don't plan to go back this time?" "Of course I will. How could I pass up such an opportunity for a little chaos?" Xiao Yu took out his phone and indeed saw several missed calls from Aunt Zhang. He raised a hand to signal he understood and turned to find a secluded spot with better signal to return the call. In this world, she was the only one who would remind him to dress warmly and add layers as the weather turned cold. Presumably, she had no afternoon tea with her friends today. Once she started lecturing, she wouldn't stop until her phone grew warm from overuse. Xiao Yu rarely interrupted her or expressed impatience to end the call. "Annie heard you returned a year ago, but didn't he even come home for a meal? That Kongqing boy is just preoccupied with having fun. He didn't mention it. We'll return tomorrow, and we'll contact you then. All right, when you come back, be sure to have a good talk with your father." "Auntie," Xiao Yu interjected, changing the subject, "is your chef still the same? His dishes are exceptionally delicious." Understanding his reluctance to discuss certain topics, Zhang Yanjun glanced at the three men in the study who were engrossed in conversation and chose not to push further, simply agreeing with him. "Really? When you arrive at the airport, give Annie a call. I'll have someone prepare a meal for you to come home and enjoy." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they ended the call. As Zhang Yanjun walked in, she heard her husband slam his hand on the table. Standing up, "I disagree. Why should they suspect him without reason? What do they take Xiao Yu for, a criminal?" "Old Zhang, it's not as serious as you think. It's just a routine inquiry," Lu Dui reassured, urging him to sit down. Routine? When they see their own wife enter, they suddenly become very conscious of appearances. Yet they can't suppress the fact that they've been investigating for a year. Now, they want to start questioning, and they want family members to avoid each other. Isn't that clearly treating him like a criminal? He kicked the silent figure beside him. "Are you just going to let them treat your son like that? They will assess the situation themselves. Cooperating with the investigation is all that S required," Xiao Zheng stated coolly, expressing his stance as the father of the person in question. "Having a dad like you is truly..." "Old Zhang, enough. Keep your comments to a minimum." Lu Dui refilled his cup of tea, knowing that there were certain things the outsiders couldn't say much about. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Xiao Yu hid in a corner to smoke. The fact that even Aunt Zhang knew he had returned a year ago while his own father still thought he was abroad was one of the top 10 jokes in the world. Wary of the smoke scent being detected by Lu San, Xiao Yu waited until he was sure the smell had dissipated before making his way to the central village, planning to find an excuse to retrieve those books. He had never before attempted to ask for back something he had given away. He pondered what reason he could possibly fabricate. Just then, the night in the southern village darkened quickly. He was about to turn from the utility pole when he caught sight of several figures with flashlights, stealthily moving along a small path adjacent to the central village, heading into the fields, seemingly towards the back mountains. They looked somewhat familiar, like the group of foreigners. Torn between following and retreating, Xiao Yu ultimately decided to turn back and discreetly follow at a distance. They moved cautiously, as if searching for something. Xiao Yu dared not use his flashlight, as visibility was poor in the darkness, making it particularly challenging to keep up. "Who?" He accidentally kicked a small stone, causing the group to murmur quietly. Yet their vigilance remained high. Quickly, Xiao Yu crouched down in the grass, one of the larger figures approaching with a flashlight aimed at the spot where he had hidden. Each footstep felt as if it were stepping on Xiao Yu's anxious heartbeat. Late at night, what good could come from wandering into the back mountains? Surely they weren't out merely for the thrill of experiencing the joy of squatting in the wilderness. Just as he worried about being silenced, something darted out beside him, prompting the large figure to shift his flashlight in that direction. Before Xiao Yu could breathe a sigh of relief, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder, sending a chill down his spine. A hand covered his mouth, while the grip on his shoulder tightened as he was yanked backward, tumbling down the slope into the grass. Chapter 44. He said, "Naturally, you are more important. Don't be alarmed. It's just a wildcat." The person spoke in English. Xiao Yu understood, sensing the large figure probing the grass where he had just been hiding. Hearing his companion's remark, the figure cursed under his breath and walked away. Lu Sun pressed one hand over Xiao Yu's mouth while the other supported his head. Fortunately, the wild grass here grew lush, towering over them, making it difficult to spot anyone hiding in the darkness. Once the footsteps faded, Lu Sun cautiously lifted his head, their eyes meeting just inches apart. Warm breath mingling like a soft cloud on a sunlit day. His heart seemed to skip a beat before racing like a drum, startled into an upright position. The bell at the end of his hair jingling in an uncoordinated manner with his sudden movement. Thankfully, the figures had already vanished into the woods, their whereabouts unknown. The thoughts of the youth, shifting from unintentional to fervent yearning, needed only a momentary gaze to blossom like wild wheat in a field, desires sprouting uncontrollably. His face, neck, and ears flushed with an undeniable heat, rising unchecked under the cover of night. Xiao Yu sat up, adeptly asking, "What are you doing here?" Where he had been pressed down, several small wildflowers of an unidentifiable hue were now embedded into the earth. Lu Sun didn't turn to look, retracting his hand and gazing ahead. "They've been here many times." "Are you referring to those people just now? What does many times mean? Have they visited the southern village frequently, or have they been entering the mountains repeatedly?" Lu Sun nodded, explaining, "Over the past few years, many outsiders have been entering Great Mountain, though it's unclear what they are searching for. We always have to bring them back and erase their memories. Yet people still keep going in, even though it's dangerous, and sometimes they can't bring everyone back." "Did I delay you from going after them?" Xiao Yu felt a twinge of guilt, realizing his curiosity had unwittingly hindered Lu's senator. "It's all right," Lu Sun replied, showing no intention of pursuing further. "Longda knows how to handle it. Is there something you needed to do, coming out this late?" He didn't casually pry or express any blame or resentment, but instead asked with sincerity, showing no indication that Xiao Yu had wasted his time. A firefly with a glowing tail landed on the back of his hand, and just then, a gentle night breeze stirred the grass. Bending the branches and leaves like waves in a field, numerous glowing lights rising and flickering, evoking a galaxy of stars. Celestial bodies soared through the air, brushing the trees as if they were blooming. In that moment, heaven and earth melded into one, indistinguishable from each other. Xiao Yu looked down at the glowing creature on his hand, whispering softly, "Is my matter more important than theirs?" If it were not for Lu Sun's unwavering attention upon him, he might not have heard the question at all. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned back and replied, "Naturally, you are of greater importance." Xiao Yu's palm trembled, and the firefly resting on his hand flitted away in surprise, joining the galaxy above as one of its twinkling stars. In this romantic scene, he performed an act that could be deemed trivial or monumental. Gently pressing the delicate lavender flower in his palm, he leaned in and placed a kiss upon his cheek. If the other were an open-hearted individual, they would now be exchanging a passionate kiss amidst the romantic starlit sky, as such a setting would warrant. Instead, Xiao Yu found himself unable to restrain his impulses, only to frantically seek to compensate afterward. In foreign lands, it is customary to express gratitude or greetings to those with whom one shares a close bond, often through a kiss on the cheek. Lu Sun's linguistic faculties had been momentarily overwhelmed by the sensation that had just graced his face, leaving him in a state akin to needing a reboot. He felt as though he stood atop a great mountain, with winds swirling from all directions, rendering him breathless and flushed. Alternatively, it felt as if he were the mountain's base, inadvertently gazing upwards, a single blossom caught in the vines of a cliff, blown down by the wind to land softly upon his face. This fleeting yet profound affection took him a while to regain his voice. Was it common to behave thus with those close to him? Was it the same with others? Not really. A single line necessitates countless others to uphold it. Only those with an exceptionally close relationship could engage in such exchanges. Are we, then, exceptionally close? This thought echoed in his mind like a child in kindergarten. After sharing a piece of candy, solemnly declares, "From this day forward, we are the best of friends." Xiao Yu, feeling somewhat guilty, scratched his nose and murmured, "I think so." Lu Sun remained silent, and in the stillness, his clandestine thoughts seemed magnified by the weight of silence, prompting him to hastily change the subject. "These flowers are quite lovely. Were they called?" "Wild cotton flowers," came the reply. In their southern village, they were merely ordinary wildflowers. Xiao Yu sincerely praised. "Being near the mountains is wonderful. Even a handful of wildflowers here is more beautiful than those outside." Just as Lu Sun was about to inquire, Do you wish to stay? Xiao Yu swiftly interjected. By the way, I'm returning tomorrow. The bus leaves particularly early, so I may not have time to bid you farewell. Lu Sun had envisioned countless scenarios in which he would inquire about the possibility of Xiao Yu remaining in the southern village. Yet he never anticipated this day would arrive so swiftly. He found himself repeating in disbelief. Leaving the southern village? Yes, there are matters at home. Then, will you return? Xiao Yu pondered as he twirled a wild cotton flower between his fingers. I suppose. The answer was ambiguous. As adults are aware that promises are not made lightly. Uncertain matters do not warrant commitment, and he feared the implications of promising something he might not fulfill. Although he believed he would return, the specifics remained an enigma, so he chose to remain silent. Xiao Yu's vague response left Lu Sun enveloped in a minute's silence before he abruptly stood and said in a low voice, "Follow me." He led Xiao Yu back to his home and, without a word, retrieved a jar of medicinal wine from the shelf in the living room. As Xiao Yu contemplated whether Lu Sun intended to nourish him further, he thought it might be better to share rice wine instead, as friends often do when gathering for a farewell dinner. However, Lu Sun's hand faltered as he poured the wine, as if recalling something troubling. Xiao Yu remembered everything he had witnessed in the woods, and the village elder was also aware of his increasingly close ties with this outsider. The elder had presented him with two choices: the curse he had enacted, or the option of making Lu Sun forget him entirely, or ensuring he remained in the southern village forever. The words thoroughly and eternally offered no room for retreat. He did not wish for either outcome. What is it? Xiao Yu observed Lu Sun's hesitation, sensing his inner turmoil. Lu Sun had cast his curse upon him thrice. First at the Great Miao Mountain, second in the woods behind the Huazhua household, and third upon their initial encounter in the southern village. Now he was casting it for the fourth time, boldly and openly before him. This is not my curse. It belongs to the village elder. If you drink it, you will forget me, forget everything here. Even he could not undo this curse. Should he forget, it would indeed be a complete erasure. If the previous three instances indicated his curse was insufficiently potent, what about this one? Unable to make a choice, he relinquished the decision to Xiao Yu. Must one forget upon leaving the southern village? The bowl of wine was pushed toward him, the light reflecting within it swirling like the uncertainty in someone's heart. Lu Sun merely grunted, offering no further words. Xiao Yu raised his hand, jingling the silver bracelet on his wrist. Should I return this to you? That is my possession. I have already given it to you and shall not ask for it back. In truth, it was his selfish desire to keep something of his with Xiao Yu, even if ultimately he forgot it. Xiao Yu gazed at him, sensing the atmosphere was unnaturally heavy, as if they were not truly destined to part ways forever. Lu Sun, do you trust me? He grasped the bowl of medicinal wine, prepared to drink it. As it was the rule, he did not want to put Lu Sun in a difficult position, yet he believed that even if he forgot, he would inevitably return to the southern village. Lu Sun was present in his art, and although the paintings could not be taken away, he had long since memorized the contours of this person's visage upon returning from the Great Miao Mountain. Given the uncertainties that existed, he would pursue the roots of everything. They would surely meet again. As the rim of the bowl brushed against his lips, just as he was about to drink, Lu Sun approached and gently kissed his cheek. In that suspended moment of 3 seconds, he discerned that Lu Sun's intentions were not merely the simple etiquette Xiao Yu had described. From the beginning, Lu Sun understood the stark contrast between the exquisite blossoms that arrived from the outside world and the deep mountains where he belonged. He did not belong here. Since he could not bring himself to pluck the delicate flower, he could only allow it to return to the place it belonged. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yu's whimsical words bore an unexpected benefit, and he felt no remorse in preserving this advantage. Suddenly, a memory surfaced in his mind, the words of the elder. People here, regardless of age or gender, wield the art of curses. They should not be trifled with. It seemed he had indeed provoked such a fate and willingly drank the cursed medicinal wine. What does it mean to die beneath a peony, living on in spirit? Just a glance from Lu Sun, one that lingered in his memory for 3 days, was enough to rend his heart. For this, he could drink deeply without regret. Yet, he realized he had forgotten something important, but it slipped his mind. Perhaps it did not matter. The following day, as they departed from the southern village, dawn broke early. Those who had accompanied them for social media content would remain for a few more days. He and Zhang Kongqing left together. Board on the plane, Zhang Kongqing peered over his shoulder as he sketched. This person is quite beautiful. Did you meet them in the southern village? He pointed to the person in the sketchbook. So lovely. Why are they not a girl? Isn't it irrelevant? After all, they both have long hair. Xiao Yu did not lift his head, the tip of his pen lightly tracing the paper, capturing the scene from that evening when Lu's son sat amidst the grass, surrounded by fluttering fireflies. A sight so enchanting it seemed to belong solely in an animated world. All right, when did I become your mind reader? How did you know what I was about to say next? I know a great deal more than you might imagine. Nanjai is indeed an exceptionally mysterious place. Zhang Conqing did not visit Zhongjai, yet his memories of having been under a curse there have transformed. He cannot recall ever having met Lu's son, which is particularly strange. He wonders how the people of Nanjai have managed this. Not everyone who visits Nanjai experiences altered memories. Rather, it is those who have encountered Zhongjai, Damien Shan, or some extraordinary elements that become focal points of Nanjai's attention. Clearly, Xiao Yu is an exception. He resembles a bug in a game, impervious to the damage inflicted by the formidable bosses in this realm, much like a privileged player who has gained an unfair advantage. However, he is not a protagonist from a novel, lacking extraordinary skills, and does not perceive himself as a chosen one. It is a peculiar situation. He currently lacks the time to fully comprehend it. Xiao Ran, his half-brother who is 2 years his senior, is celebrating his 26th birthday at the splendid Huaxing building in an affluent district. The entire edifice serves as the venue for this birthday celebration. Even the elevator doors appear to be gilded, shining as if they could serve as mirrors. To avoid being outdone, one must indeed maintain an image of sophistication. Zhang Conqing gazes at the overly ostentatious decor of the elevator, nearly blinding him, as he adjusts his hairstyle and casts a glance at Xiao Yu, who has seemingly transformed since entering the building. Without restraint, he comments, "You are so pretentious." Standing beside him, Xiao Yu has meticulously styled his hair and donned a black suit, his white shirt unbuttoned at 2 cuffs, now even sporting a tie. His inherent advantages make every gesture exude an air of elegance, reminiscent of the rare beauty of a western crabapple, not competing with other flowers, yet undeniably possessing an exquisite charm. His gentle smile invites ease in conversation, leaving others feeling at ease in his presence. His attire serves as a fade, enabling him to seamlessly blend among the elite, even drawing more attention than many of them. In response to Zhang Conqing's remarks, he retorts, "Don't compel me to use foul language in such a place." The banquet hall is situated on the top floor, and, as the elevator doors chime open, music fills the air, Chopin's Nocturne and Grande Valse Brillante. Xiao Yu, a pianist of some renown, is somewhat familiar with this celebrated piece. The grand hall is ablaze with lights, filled with the clinking of glasses, where men stand tall and women appear enchanting, the aroma of wine wafting from the clashing crystal glasses. Groups of 3 or 5 engage in amiable exchanges, laughter resounding amidst a gathering of socialites and aristocrats. Zhang Conqing whistles lightly. What a lavish affair. Those accustomed to such environments navigate effortlessly through the crowd, greeting one another. Xiao Yu approaches Xiao Ran, raising his glass in a courteous manner. Happy birthday. Their glasses clink lightly as Xiao Ran places a hand on his shoulder, embracing him briefly to convey warmth. I heard you returned last night. Why didn't you come home for dinner? Xiao Yu shrugs. I couldn't help it. Aunt Zhang was overly hospitable, and her chef's dishes are particularly delectable. Is that so? I'll have our chef visit to learn a thing or two, so you 1TB perpetually absent from home. A middle-aged man, initially engaged in conversation with Xiao Ran, who likely shares a business connection, glances over with a shrewd eye, discerning their dialogue lacks any veiled meanings. Finally, he smiles broadly at Xiao Yu. You must be young Master Xiao. I've heard your paintings are worth their weight in gold. Truly impressive for one so young. Since Xiao Yu's entrance, many attendees have discreetly observed the two brothers. Rumors have long circulated within their circle, suggesting that the eldest son of the Xiao family, being of a different surname, is the biological heir, as it would seem illogical to favor Xiao Ran, the second son, in his rise to prominence. Following the death of the first wife, one would expect the biological son to be welcomed back home. Wealthy individuals are often known to engage in extramarital affairs. This is common knowledge. As for why Xiao Ran retains his surname, speculation arises. Preserving face, for changing it would only confirm the infidelity. Businessmen, astute observers by nature, note that if the second son possesses any talent, it is evident in his youthful endeavors, having held several art exhibitions. Conversations tend to circle back to whether he is truly Xiao Zhen's biological son, providing at least some diversion. In his childhood, Xiao Yu harbored similar doubts, but was reprimanded by Lu, who told him that while others might speculate, he was not permitted to do so. After suffering a slap that left his cheeks swollen for days, he never broached the subject again. At that time, everyone speculated about who would ultimately inherit the family fortune, eagerly anticipating a rivalry between the two brothers, hoping for their downfall to benefit from the aftermath. Given this trajectory, one would expect a villain to emerge between Xiao Ran and himself. Yet oddly, Xiao Yu has little interest in staging a familial dispute over inheritance. Xiao Ran possesses a gentle disposition. Thus, the resentments typical of blended families have not manifested. Their interactions remain polite and pleasant. Within the household, only his biological father seems to harbor disdain for him, a reality Xiao Yu recognizes clearly. It is not Xiao Ran he seeks to irritate. Rather, it is the rejection from his father that drives him. The more others mention his father in his presence, the more uncomfortable he feels, and the more satisfaction he derives from that discomfort. A rather childish and absurd reaction. Engaging in conversations with those who feign sincerity, even amidst the dazzling crystal chandeliers that outshine the beauty of Nanjai's fireflies. The wine lacks the charm of the rice wine from Nanjai. As a bracelet clinks against the table, he cannot help but wonder what Lu San might be doing at that moment. The alcohol causes the skin beneath his immaculately pressed white shirt to warm slightly. Just as he seeks a moment's respite in a corner, two men approach him, one bearing a foreign visage. "Young Master Xiao, we require your cooperation." Chapter 46 seems to reflect the expectation of maintaining decorum at all times. He does not recognize these two men, especially not the latter's words, which seem less an invitation than a summons. Xiao Yu silently appraises them. Noting the foreigner producing his credentials, bearing the name Grover Cooper, embossed with the International Criminal Police Organization as seal. "We have a case we need your assistance with. Is that so? However, I sense you are not merely seeking my cooperation. Rather, you harbor suspicions against me." Cooper's gaze is unfriendly, tinged with an air of superiority, a common trait among foreigners. "Mr. Xiao, we kindly request your cooperation. You would not wish to be escorted away in front of so many as a criminal, would you?" The man beside Cooper adopts a stern demeanor, his serious expression deepening with furrowed brows. "I will request to contact Team Lu." Their sudden appearance feels as though they were lying in wait for him, leaving him to wonder what the matter could be, especially since even Team Lu had not given him prior warning. "That is futile. Relatives are to be avoided. We are now handling this matter, and your only role is to assist us from the sidelines. I suggest you refrain from any schemes. Our presence here is at Mr. Zhao's invitation. No one can aid you now. It is best you come with us to avoid unnecessary conflict." Cooper's lengthy explanation barely penetrates Xiao Yu's awareness, fixating instead on the phrase Mr. Zhao's invitation. He incredulously repeats, "What did you say? I believe I have made myself sufficiently clear, please." In that moment, Xiao Yu feels an overwhelming weight upon him, as if a great burden has rendered him immobile. His gaze drifts through the crowd to a gentleman of refined demeanor who appears to be in midlife. Noticing Xiao Yu's scrutiny, Xiao Zhen merely glances his way before quickly returning to his conversations, entirely indifferent, as though even a moment's attention to him would be a waste. Xiao Yu did not find the situation particularly tragic, yet an indescribable feeling stirred within him. He should have been numb to it by now. He merely underestimated the depth of his father's disdain for him. Amidst the laughter and merriment surrounding him, he remained an eternal outsider, culminating in the absurdity of being taken away from the banquet by the police as if he were a criminal. "Xiao Yu, have you had too much to drink? Perhaps you should rest for a while?" Zhang Yanjun's concerned voice jolted him back to reality. Habitually, Xiao Yu forced a smile. "No worries, I just need to discuss a matter with these two friends, so I'll take my leave." He was not the protagonist here. No one cared whether the second young master, Xiao, stayed at the banquet or not. In the alley 2 streets away, had it not been for the identities of the two individuals accompanying him, he might have thought he was about to be dragged into a car for a more sinister purpose. Inside the business vehicle, 2 others were present, but Xiao Yu lacked the energy to wonder who they were. Cooper asked a question, and he responded, "Are you friends with Lin Yang?" "Yes." "What was his occupation before his death?" "He was the chief physician at a hospital abroad." "Did you meet before he returned to the country?" "Yes." "Did he give you anything?" "No." "Are you sure?" "Absolutely." Cooper leaned back, exchanging glances with the others, a palpable distrust hanging in the air. Perhaps you should reconsider. Did he really not entrust you with anything? What would he possibly have given me? Or what crime could he have committed that it took you a year after his death to investigate? Xiao Yu retorted bluntly. This case is still classified. I apologize. But I cannot disclose further information. Fine, then I have the right to know whether he was the perpetrator or the victim. I have assisted with his case, after all. Xiao Yu had joined the police force a year prior specifically to help apprehend the true culprit behind the arson incident, believing it to be resolved, only to have it resurface now. Was there a twist in the case yet to be revealed? He expected a definitive answer, but Cooper responded, "We cannot yet ascertain whether Lin Yang was the perpetrator or the victim in our investigation, which is why we require your cooperation. Please think carefully. Did he give you anything?" Seeing Xiao Yu maintain his previous response, Cooper produced a laptop, fiddled with it, and turned the screen towards him. It displayed surveillance footage capturing the devastating fire that consumed the residential building. However, Lin Yang's home had cloud storage activated, and this footage was retrieved through hacking techniques. Every frame of the video was indelibly etched in Xiao Yu's memory. Initially, he could not bear to watch it. The sound of flames and the acrid scent of charred flesh overwhelmed his senses, transporting him back to that inferno. He had been downstairs when the fire broke out, rushing into the blaze to reach Lin Yang's home. Lin Yang's young daughter lay lifeless on the ground, while Lin Yang, choked by smoke, was rendered speechless. As they attempted to escape, Lin Yang had pushed Xiao Yu away just as the flames surged towards them, hoping Xiao Yu could carry his daughter to safety. Yet, when he finally emerged from the flames, the little girl was already devoid of life. Now, as he revisited the video, Xiao Yu felt an internal resistance, his fingers trembling slightly. When Cooper replayed the footage for the third time, Xiao Yu struggled to maintain his composure. That's enough. Cooper fixed his gaze on him. Did you recall anything? Firstly, you have not clearly informed me whether I am a suspect or a witness. Therefore, I question the relevance of your inquiries to this case. If they are irrelevant, I reserve the right to refuse to answer. Secondly, you possess no substantial evidence. The time for questioning cannot exceed 8 hours, and in complex situations, it cannot exceed 24 hours. Xiao Yu paused, opening the car door. I have answered your questions truthfully. If I am a witness, your dissatisfaction with my answers seems unwarranted. The prolonged and repetitive questioning inflicts great mental strain upon me. If this continues, it may constitute de facto detention or even coercion. It is late. I suggest you officers return to rest. Maintaining such composure under these circumstances, without raising his voice or losing control of his emotions, left Cooper observing as Xiao Yu's figure vanished around the corner, not issuing an order to stop him. He was allowed to leave just like that? What if? A junior officer responsible for the notes voiced his concerns, only to be interrupted by Cooper. He has been with the police for some time. We indeed lack evidence. After confirming that the restroom was empty, Xiao Yu turned on the faucet, bending over to vomit. Upon viewing the footage, his stomach convulsed, but he had merely endured without losing his composure in front of those people. Chapter 47. Engagement? An attack in the dimly lit public restroom. A warm yellow glow illuminated a solitary figure, a young man standing forlornly at the sink. His hands braced against the counter, a dark blue tie tossed aside, and his shirt collar torn open, 2 buttons ripped away. He hung his head, droplets of water cascading down his chin, nose, and forehead, splattering into the sink, his chest heaving violently as if to calm the tumult within. After a long moment, he raised his eyes to the mirror, staring blankly at the disheveled reflection. He had vomited violently, and having consumed nothing but alcohol all night, the redness at the corners of his eyes suggested he had been crying. Xiao Yu managed a self-deprecating smile. What was he but a wildflower, trampled in the mud? Nothing of significance. His phone buzzed in his pocket. An incoming call from Team Leader Liu. He answered, and a familiar, concerned voice came through. Are you all right? Yes. His voice was hoarse from retching, and to mask it, he distanced the phone, clearing his throat. After a moment of silence, Liu chose not to confront him directly. The Interpol team arrived unexpectedly. Once the notification came down, I was sidelined. Your father does care about you, though. Why has Lin Yang's case resurfaced? All suspects have been apprehended. Haven't they? It took them a year. Xiao Yu dismissed the latter part of the statement, realizing it was merely meant to comfort him. Do you remember the person you pursued into Great Miao Mountain? Are you referring to Ran Ping? Liu glanced around to ensure they were alone before continuing. Since you resigned from the police force, I have found Ran Ping's behavior peculiar. He returned seemingly fine, yet suddenly began to speak incoherently, claiming he didn't know why he set the fire, then spoke of threats regarding unpaid debts, and before long, he fled when things escalated. What does this have to do with Interpol? Lin Yang's register address is not abroad. Although he worked overseas, matters upon his return are beyond their jurisdiction. I have reviewed previous cases, including those from abroad, and discovered several similar incidents occurring in recent years. After consultation, they became aware of it, prompting Cooper's immediate arrival. The higher-ups have suddenly taken an interest. Some details remain classified, so I cannot elaborate. However, you're now a focal point. Your connection with Lin Yang and your recent return from Pingyang Nanzhai are under scrutiny. Xiao Yu struggled to comprehend. What does this have to do with Nanzhai? Ramping was also involved with Nanzhai. Our undercover officers reported that several villages along the border are being used as contact points. Cooper suspects you may be one of them. However, do not worry. As long as you refrain from engaging in any suspicious activities, I will apply for your protection. For now, focus on nurturing your relationship with Renju Yu. Lu's words were filled with a certain intensity, leaving Xiao Yu utterly confused by the subsequent inquiry. What emotions are we discussing? And who exactly is Zhu Yu? Where did this person suddenly emerge from? Didn't your father inform you? You are engaged to the daughter of the Lao Gu family, are you not? Engaged? Since when? How could this engagement happen without my knowledge? Am I to be informed only when it is time to enter the bridal chamber? After being away for a while, I return to find I am engaged without anyone consulting my opinion. This unexpected fiancé, he could easily fill dozens of episodes of a drama revolving around love, jealousy, and entanglements. You used to say you would marry that girl from the Lao Gu family when you were young. Our families have treated it as a childhood promise. So why the surprise over this engagement? Xiao Yu fell silent, feeling a lump in her throat, arguing that it was a childhood matter, a time when innocence prevailed, and she had no understanding of such matters. Xiao Yu, you're not a child anymore. You can't keep running around. You must. Before the words settled down could escape his lips, the call abruptly ended. Xiao Yu knew he hadn't finished speaking, and she had caught a peculiar, abrupt sound before the line went dead. Attempting to call back, she was met with a message indicating the phone was turned off. In a state of urgency, she began reaching out to contacts while hurrying out of the gathering. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu found herself in a struggle with a man clad in a hat and mask. Initially, she had assumed he was merely seeking the restroom, but her peripheral vision caught a glint of steel. Instinctively, she raised her hand to defend herself, only to feel the sting of a fruit knife slicing her arm. As her phone slipped from her grasp and fell onto the table, it plunged into the water-filled sink. Chapter 48. Do you want me to exploit him? The incident unfolded abruptly, and the assailant wielded a sharp weapon aimed directly at her throat. A chilling realization dawned upon Xiao Yu. This individual was intent on her murder. It was evident that he possessed combat training. His fists struck with considerable force, and his movements were far from random flailing. With the blade poised against her neck, the two forces grappled, revealing the menacing glare of the assailant beneath his disguise. Blood dripped from her wounded arm, staining the sink's water crimson. Gritting her teeth, Xiao Yu delivered a fierce blow to his abdomen while shifting her shoulder. In the process, her grip loosened, and the knife struck the mirror behind her, shattering it into countless shards. As the assailant lunged forward once more, another figure, donned in a hoodie with their face obscured, intervened with a well-timed kick. They exchanged blows, yet the attacker managed to escape. The individual who had come to her aid did not pursue, instead pulling out a phone to relay details. That scoundrel fled, wearing a black hat and mask, approximately 1.75 to 1.80 meters tall, clearly a trained fighter. The voice sounded oddly familiar to Xiao Yu. As she watched the person turn around, she initially perceived a young, fit individual. However, once the hat was removed, it revealed an elderly gentleman. How could it be him? Child, stop standing there with your mouth agape. If you continue to bleed profusely, this will become a crime scene. The elder took a tie from the sink to perform a makeshift bandage to staunch the bleeding. Once he spoke, a wave of dizziness washed over Xiao Yu. The loss of blood had left her pale. With the elder's assistance, she was taken to the hospital. The knife had struck mercilessly, requiring several stitches, resulting in an overnight stay filled with trials and tribulations. Xiao Yu observed the elder peeling an apple beside her hospital bed, and what had once seemed peculiar now appeared entirely reasonable. This elder clearly had a military background. which explained how he had managed to escape effortlessly from the pursuing zombies in the woods behind their hideout. Tentatively, she asked, "You aren't called 007, are you? Goodness. What era are we in that anyone would still use such an outdated codename?" "Young people just can't keep up with the times," the elder replied, displaying a clear disdain for such trivialities. "What is your name, then?" "Late-night chats with housewives," Xiao Yu replied, momentarily stunned. "Enough of that nonsense. Since your return from Nanjai, do you remember anything?" After finishing the last slice of apple, the elder's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Xiao Yu thought to herself how rare it was for him to acknowledge his own lack of seriousness. She reached for the apple, but the elder leaned back and took a bite. "Are you hungry?" he asked. Xiao Yu awkwardly smiled and declined. The elder resumed his position, taking another bite, and continued. "So, what is it you wish to discuss?" The events in Nanjai had been significant. The elder pulled out his phone, swiping through screens before presenting it to her. "This young man, you took a candid photo of my drawing?" Xiao Yu exclaimed. "And you claim you're not 007. This is preferential treatment during a special period. Truth be told, you saw him in Nanjai, didn't you?" The photo on his phone depicted a sketch from Xiao Yu's album, illustrating a scene of hunting zombies in the woods, with Lu Sun captured in a moment of stunning surprise. She fell silent, and the elder's keen eyes revealed he had already deduced the truth of her silence. "Let me be frank. We have been investigating this matter for several years. However, every time we reach Nanjai, memories become muddled. Among everyone, only your recollections differ from ours." "Well, thank you for not labeling me as delusional," Xiao Yu said dryly. "You see, this is our greatest challenge thus far. Conceptually, people tend to believe the majority's perspective is correct, while the minority's views are deemed erroneous. However, when something exists that can alter a person's memory or even implant new ones on a grand scale, determining who is right and who is wrong becomes a complex task. Besides, perhaps you're just a little unhinged. It's not a major issue." Xiao Yu responded with a resigned sigh. "I appreciate your insight. There is no need to speak if you have nothing to say. No one is forcing you." Returning to the topic of the young man, the elder continued. "He is from a central Zhai. Do you recall him?" After several rounds of questioning, Xiao Yu realized the elder had not discovered anyone particularly remarkable. This mystery individual must reside in the inaccessible central Zhai or the rear Zhai. Unsure of the elder's intentions, she remained silent. After finishing the apple, the elder discarded the core and wiped his hands with a tissue before saying, "Lu also informed you that the villages along the border are likely their contact points. However, every time an investigation is conducted, only one person returns to report, stating no anomalies were found. Perhaps there truly is nothing to discover." Xiao Yu interjected lightly. The elder pointed to the drawing on his phone. "So, we have not seen this young man. Do you believe he does not exist?" Xiao Yu opened her mouth, ready to argue, but found herself at a loss for words. After a long moment of silence, she conceded, "All right, you win. It is indeed challenging to discern whose memories are authentic, especially concerning this young man who resides in the enigmatic Central Zhai. You are currently the only one capable of engaging with him, and even if you depart, you will not forget him. Moreover, you possess a remarkably useful talent for drawing, whether it be landscapes or portraits. From the damage inflicted on several cameras during this incident, it is evident that electronic devices are incapable of retrieving certain peculiar videotapes. Had he not surreptitiously rummaged through Xiao Yu's paintings, he would not have questioned the veracity of the bizarre incident where the vehicle inexplicably overturned into a ditch on the way to Nanjai. The old gentleman's keen intuition and judgment are remarkably astute. Since results have been elusive thus far, perhaps it is time to explore new avenues." Xiao Yu discerned his intent. "You wish for me to utilize him?" Chapter 49 merely involves sending a representative to engage in fellowship with Nanjai. "Oh, please don't frame it so harshly. We are simply dispatching a representative to foster friendly relations between our nations." The old gentleman spoke with grandiloquence, presenting his arguments with a veneer of reason, adopting an expression that implied any contrary thoughts were solely the fault of the listener. Xiao Yu's gaze fell upon the bracelet on his wrist. "I shall not exploit him for any purpose." He was earnest, having already behaved less than honorably before Lu San. How could he continue to manipulate his trust? "Your investigations have involved the International Criminal Police Organization, suggesting that the focus remains abroad. Certain uncertain factors appear to have turned the border into a point of evasion from police scrutiny. You suspect he is entangled in these matters, just as Cooper suspects me. I can assure you he is not a villain. Were he so, I would personally see him brought to justice. Deep down, Xiao Yu felt this possibility was unlikely. However, before that, he hoped they would refrain from interfering or obstructing his actions. The old gentleman clearly intended to cultivate him as an informant, using Xiao Yu's recollections as the benchmark when their memories were altered. Years prior, he had mingled within various tourist groups for investigations, predominantly involving foreign organizations. This current endeavor with the folk media was merely a pretext. After some consideration regarding Xiao Yu's request, he ultimately acquiesced. With Team Lu's assurance, he trusted Xiao Yu. Unfortunately, not everyone shared this trust. Cooper arrived early the next day with the disappointing news that the assailant had not been apprehended. "Did you see his face clearly?" Cooper inquired routinely, to which Xiao Yu simply shook his head, feeling rather dispirited. There was no surveillance in the vicinity, and the perpetrator exhibited a strong awareness in counter-surveillance tactics. Thus, for Mr. Zhao's safety, our officers will provide necessary monitoring of your personal security around the clock. Such pleasing words masked a veiled form of surveillance. Cooper introduced the man in uniform behind him. "This is Master. You may communicate any needs you have to him." After a night filled with distressing events, Xiao Yu lacked the energy to engage with them, simply nodding and burying himself beneath the covers to continue sleeping. As the analgesic wore off, the wound on his arm throbbed intermittently, preventing him from achieving restful slumber. Master sat across, engrossed in reading. Even the soft sound of turning pages disturbed his attempts to sleep. Resigned, Xiao Yu sat up and glanced at Master, whose police cap obscured half of his face while he held the book. During his year in the police force, he had once attempted to sketch a criminal's likeness from grainy surveillance footage, successfully entering it into a database with a striking accuracy of 90%. His major was not in forensic sketching, but achieving such accuracy in his spare time infuriated Team Lu, who lamented that his father wasted talent. Had he known, he would have ensured Xiao Yu stayed home to cultivate his skills for the police force rather than allow him to wander abroad for years. "What is the matter?" Noticing Xiao Yu's gaze, Master looked up from his book, regarding him with curiosity. Xiao Yu casually grabbed a pillow to support his back. "It's nothing. Could you help me peel an apple? My hand is not functional." Earlier, Cooper had mentioned that any request could be directed to him. Master set aside his book and walked over silently, retrieving an apple from his bag. "Could I borrow your phone to make a call? This is exceedingly dull. I need my friend to bring me something." As Xiao Yu continued to make requests, Master frowned, displeased, yet still handed over his phone. "Thank you." Xiao Yu dialed Zhang Kongqing, attempting 3 times only to be met with disconnections. Persistent and rebellious, he resolved that if Zhang dared to turn off his phone, he would reveal his clandestine reading material to his mother, letting him experience what it truly meant to suffer social death. Presumably, this threat resonated with Zhang, as he finally answered, impatiently inquiring, "Who is it? If you're selling insurance, I'll make you bankrupt tomorrow." Xiao Yu replied, exasperated, "It's me." "What? Who? Speak up." A cacophony of music erupted from the other end, necessitating loud declarations to be heard. "Who else?" "I'm your father." Xiao Yu shouted his name into the phone, resembling a fool, prompting Master to glance at him. Those with thick skin were unbothered. He could hear Zhang's enthusiastic voice. "Old Xiao, hurry over. Our party has just begun." The revelry on Zhang's side was palpable, filled with cheers from both men and women, creating a lively atmosphere. The disparity between their situations struck Xiao Yu. He almost hung up while they were celebrating. "I'm in hospital, and I hope you can bring me a phone before I hang up." After providing an address and ensuring he was heard, Xiao Yu hung up before Zhang could respond. Master reclaimed his phone and handed him the apple, observing that Xiao Yu had no further requests before returning to his seat and resuming his reading. Half an hour later, Zhang rushed in, immediately grasping Xiao Yu's face and examining him closely, lamenting, "How could you hide such a significant matter from me? Get off, it's not terminal." Xiao Yu swatted his hand away, taking the bag from him to assemble the new phone and SIM card. "Then why were you so dramatic earlier?" Zhang playfully slapped his arm, inadvertently striking the wound, causing Xiao Yu to yelp, "Are you trying to kill me? Sit further away. Is your hand injured?" Zhang only then noticed Master seated across from him, a foreign police officer. "Last night, a lunatic slashed me, and my phone is also ruined." Xiao Yu fiddled with his new phone, extending his hand. "Did you only buy the SIM card without adding credit?" "I need to call my mom to let her know I'm safe. Can I borrow your phone?" "Did they catch the guy?" Zhang asked as he fished out his phone. Upon seeing Xiao Yu shake his head, He turned to Master, asking for an update. Master succinctly recounted the situation, and after a brief conversation, Xiao Yu returned the phone to Zhang, giving him a light pat. Make sure to read more on phones and less of those inappropriate books. Did that wound give you a wife attribute? Zhang joked, receiving a sharp kick in response. Initially intending to stay and keep Xiao Yu company, he was swiftly dismissed with a few curt words. Once outside the hospital and settled in the car, Xiao Yu realized something fell off. Chapter 50. Returning to Nan, Zhai, let me pose a question. If the individual intent on killing you is seated right beside you, how might one ensure their safety? Another question. If you discover that more than one person is watching you, how do you extricate yourself? Xiao Yu suspected that this was not merely an individual, but a coordinated group. No matter where he went, he sensed multiple pairs of eyes lurking in the shadows. Observing him, he resolved to forego sleep that night. The following morning, under the pretext of requesting Master to fetch takeout, he leapt from the second-floor window of his hospital room onto the air conditioning unit outside, the noise startling a passerby who exclaimed in surprise. The entrance was off-limits. He had observed 2 plainclothes officers stationed nearby. Should he step outside and find the situation askew, he would undoubtedly be apprehended. Lu Du managed to summon Xiao Zhan to the hospital to see him. Just as he was about to enter the building, he witnessed Xiao Yu recklessly leap from a window, causing him to shout in alarm, "You foolish boy! Have you lost your mind?" Xiao Yu paid him no mind. He knew that the wound on his arm would not heal overnight, and he could feel it tearing open with each exertion. After jumping down from 2 air conditioning units, he landed on a flower bed. Fortunately, the police team had not been idle, and his hospital room was on the 2nd floor. Had it been higher, he would have truly needed to reconsider his choices. Xiao Yu, stand right there. Lu Du was about to chase after him when his phone, buried in his pocket, began ringing incessantly. With a temper not easily calmed, he pulled it out without even glancing at the caller ID and answered gruffly. Spit it out. Oh, what a temper so early in the morning. Have you set off firecrackers? The voice on the other end was leisurely. Lu Du halted in his tracks. Master, stop chasing him. Let that child go. But he is a key focus right now. If he just runs off, Cooper will surely hang a great burden on him. I've already made arrangements. It's not a problem. Whatever he chooses to do, you must not interfere. Let him proceed. Are you truly at ease with this? Did you not say that Xiao Yu is a good boy? It seemed everyone had praised Xiao Yu as a commendable person, save for one individual who had yet to utter a single compliment. Teacher, Ying Mingyuan approached in a white coat and, after some contemplation, said to Xiao Zhan, it would be best if you came to see him when you have the time. It would be beneficial for both you and Xiao Yu. Xiao Zhan remained silent. Ying Mingyuan, observing his former teacher, understood the meaning of a healer who cannot heal himself. You were worried that Xiao Yu might fall, weren't you? Yet, you dared not voice your concern. After all these years, your heart remains entangled in unresolved issues, and your daily life is filled with anguish, which in turn causes Xiao Yu to suffer. This was truly a matter that should remain private, and he had no right to meddle. Yet, it was evident that his teacher had not confronted his problems despite the passage of time. As a healer, certain truths must be spoken. Xiao Yu is far braver than you in confronting his issues. You would not believe that a child in middle school needed to read numerous psychological books to save himself. But you, teacher, merely evade the truth, and that solves nothing. Having exited the hospital, Xiao Yu jumped into a car that had long been waiting by the roadside. Just as Maiders attempted to catch up, Zhang Kongqing hit the gas and sped away. Which hospital are we heading to? To Nanjai. Xiao Yu pulled out a tissue to wipe away the bloodstains. The stitches had burst open again, and the thread scraping against the wound caused him to break out in a cold sweat. Zhang Kongqing was solely concerned for him and momentarily lost his train of thought. Which new Nanjai hospital has opened? Pinyi Nanjai. I know you want to go to Nanjai, but aren't you going to treat your injury? Zhang Kongqing frequently turned to check on him as he noticed his face had turned pale. Yet, Xiao Yu insisted on pushing through. Let us just get out of the city first. We need to shake them off. Zhang Kongqing, unable to dissuade him, drove them out of the city but remained worried. Why not just call the police? You've only been here for one night and are already making a fuss. Look at your complexion. He's a policeman. I can't trust them. There were moles within the police force. If crucial witnesses were involved in a dramatic plot twist, and if the location was at the hospital, it was highly likely that the witness would not survive the next episode. He was now 80% certain that the assailant from that night was Maiders. Have you managed to pack what I asked you to? I saw your message on my phone. I packed everything as soon as I got home. Your belongings are all in my place. I brought everything along. Xiao Yu had never shown concern for his nightlife. That comment made him realize he should check his phone more often. However, how did he know that his social media was being monitored? Intuition. Mainly, it was Cooper showing him the surveillance footage from the Lin family that had raised his caution levels. As Xiao Yu spoke, he turned to the back seat to grab a piece of clothing to change out of his patient gown, only to unexpectedly lock eyes with a girl. Xiao Yu. He nervously glanced back at Zhang Kongqing, confirming through the rearview mirror that indeed a girl sat in the back seat. With long, flowing hair and a resemblance to a Hong Kong star. Possibly due to her makeup, she wore a chiffon blue blouse and was gazing at him. Was he seeing things or hallucinating? Xiao Yu hesitantly asked Zhang Kongqing, "You're waiting for me, and you're still trying to flirt? Flirt? You don't know her? Gu Zhuiyue, your fiancée." The girl in the back leaned forward slightly, extending her hand in a businesslike manner. "Nice to meet you." Xiao Yu was taken aback by this inexplicable engagement and the sudden appearance of his fiancée, his mind momentarily blank. He awkwardly shook her hand and asked, "Nice to meet you. You're also going to Nanjai?" What on earth was happening? He had come to see Zhang Kongqing and shot him a look that seemed to say, "Is this some kind of joke? In my current state, I'm not in a position to be accompanied by a girl who will take responsibility if something goes wrong. Don't blame him. I decided to come along after learning about you." Xiao Yu was perplexed by her words. Gu Zhuiyue continued, "You're investigating Lin Yang's case, and I happen to have some clues to offer. Lin Yang is not only the chief physician at a hospital, but also a member of a special research institution abroad. They're investigating this research institution. So this is what Cooper referred to as a secret? How do you know?" Xiao Yu could not help but regard her with newfound respect. "It seems you haven't been keeping up with the reports in the scientific community. I am Gu Zhuiyue, a professor in botany, the youngest full professor. Old Master Zhou told me this was confidential and should not be disclosed to outsiders. However, since we are engaged, you are technically not an outsider. Thus, I can share this without violating any regulations. In terms of exploiting loopholes, she and Xiao Yu were indeed cut from the same cloth. Although he was grateful for her sharing the information, the matter of not being an outsider. About our engagement. No need to worry. I wasn't present at the engagement banquet. My father and yours had a drink, and they declared it done." Gu Zhuiyue leaned back, crossing her arms in a nonchalant manner. "You don't seem particularly pleased with this engagement." Xiao Yu spoke candidly with her. Given her demeanor, it was clear that directness was more effective than beating around the bush. "I don't mind. It's just a marriage for show." The unknowing fiancé found himself at a loss for whether to feel happy or dejected. Clearly, she had no interest in him, and perhaps it was fortunate she didn't. Thus, this issue seemed easily resolvable. Relaxed, Xiao Yu settled into the passenger seat and rested. Their vehicle veered off the highway, heading towards Nanjai. Chapter 51. Stealing a breath of fresh air before death. A windfall for the family. After exiting the Huang'an Expressway, they were only half a day's journey from Nanjai. During the trip, Xiao Yu had no time to attend to his reopened wound. He merely pressed a bandage to staunch the bleeding and stopped at a pharmacy to purchase anti-inflammatory medication. Upon exiting, he tossed the empty water bottle into a roadside trash bin. Not far behind their vehicle, 2 black Land Rovers were parked, and, for some reason, he felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. Zhang Kongqing was driving on the highway, having paid no attention to the vehicles or road conditions. "Did you see those 2 cars on the highway?" He pointed, and Zhang Kongqing followed his gaze. "I didn't notice." "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Xiao Yu withheld his suspicions and switched seats, heading towards the driver's side. "I'll drive. Can your hand manage it?" Zhang Kongqing fussed over him like a worried mother. Xiao Yu ignored him, moving his somewhat numb left hand, and effortlessly took control of the car. "Isn't there a turn to Nanjai at this intersection?" "You missed it," Zhang Kongqing reminded him, thinking he had forgotten the route. Xiao Yu did not seize the opportunity to turn back. Instead, he continued to accelerate along the cement highway, his speed soaring to an alarming 150 miles per hour. "You are exceeding the speed limit," Gu Zhuyu remarked coolly, grasping the handle on the roof of the car. Yet, Xiao Yu showed no signs of slowing down. He rolled down the window and tossed out the new phone that Zhang Kongqing had just bought for him in the hospital, calmly stating, "Apologies, but we have 2 followers behind us who do not appear friendly. We cannot take them to Nanjai." Since leaving the city, they had not stopped, and it seemed too easy for those 2 to follow. Regardless of whether the phone had a tracking system, he merely wanted to test it, and to his surprise, it had indeed yielded results. Upon realizing that Xiao Yu had uncovered their pursuit, the two vehicles attempted to overtake and force him to stop. Their reckless behavior suggested they were certainly not benevolent. Zhang Kongqing tightened his seatbelt, experiencing the true meaning of speed and passion, his heart racing. "Where to now?" he shouted. "To Great Miao Mountain." It was an exceedingly perilous place, but Xiao Yu had no choice but to gamble on it. As their vehicle came to a halt, 6 or 7 burly, blonde-haired men emerged from the two cars behind them, their intentions unmistakably hostile. Initially, Xiao Yu worried about Gu Zhuyu's safety, but a glance revealed that she had tied her long hair into a low ponytail and slung her backpack over her shoulder, plunging into Great Miao Mountain. His concerns were unwarranted. Aside from Zhang Kongqing, there was no one around him who could be deemed simple. Good grief. In this desolate wilderness, steel pipes in hand, this is the perfect place to dispose of a body. No need to bury anyone. Zhang Kongqing panted, out of breath yet still rambling. The dense, towering vegetation thrived luxuriantly in this bounteous environment, and, as humans tread upon it, they appeared as insignificant as ants when viewed from the sky. The innate arrogance of humanity was momentarily subdued by the overwhelming might of nature. Great Miao Mountain was a vast expanse. Unless one lived here, it was nearly impossible to remember the path, especially with the monotonous scenery disorienting them, rendering it difficult to ascertain their current coordinates. Fierce black eagles soared overhead, acting as natural sentinels, vigilantly observing any intruders in Great Miao Mountain. This was Xiao Yu's second time entering Great Miao Mountain, the same place where he first encountered Lu Sr. There was none of the romanticism of blossoming petals that accompanied love. Instead, it was fraught with spine-chilling terror and utter disarray. They navigated through the forest, and remarkably, they stumbled upon a local person drawing water by a stream. "Excuse me, brother, could you tell us how to get out from here?" Zhang Kongqing exclaimed, his spirits lifted. The man, holding a bamboo tube, scrutinized the three of them in silence, seemingly lost in thought. Gu Zhuyu spoke fluently in the local dialect, clearly having prepared well for this journey. After exchanging a few words with the local, she pointed in a direction. "He said to go straight ahead until you see a large tree tied with a red cloth. Then turn left and keep going, and you'll find the way out." Xiao Yu glanced to the weather. There was no fog, and it was not yet evening. The local indicated the path and departed without anything amiss. Surely he was a living person? Xiao Yu's suspicions eased slightly, unaware that sometimes human hearts can be more terrifying than ghosts. After turning past the tree adorned with red cloth, the ground beneath their feet transformed into fine, sandy soil, soft and barren. It seemed as though there was no path ahead. Zhang Kongqing kicked a small mound of earth, and suddenly a hand burst forth from the sand, seizing his foot. The moment was reminiscent of a horror film, where directors often accompany such scenes with loud background music or screams to startle the audience. Zhang Kongqing's blood-curdling scream served as his own soundtrack as Xiao Yu instinctively pulled him back. A ghastly figure, with a pallid complexion and entirely white eyes, emerged from the earth as if plucked from the ground like a turnip. Xiao Yu kicked Zhang Kongqing away, but the zombie's sharp nails tore into his arm. Reopening an old wound, the stitches ripped out painfully. He was momentarily blinded by pain, his mind clouded for 2 seconds before he heard Gu Zhuyu shout, "Quick, climb the tree." Just as he thought to protest that the creature could leap over 2 meters high, the ground around them trembled, waves of sand undulating. "Oh no, we've disturbed a zombie nest. Lao Xiao, who the..." Zhang Kongqing reached out to him from the tree, panic etched on his face. With no time to hesitate, Xiao Yu kicked the pursuing zombie away, leaped with all his strength, and grabbed Zhang Kongqing's outstretched hand, climbing onto the tree adorned with the red cloth. Remarkably, the zombies that emerged from the ground merely wandered beneath the tree, as if on a leisurely stroll, not launching an assault against them. Nevertheless, the sight of a dozen grotesque zombies milling about was anything but comforting. Zhang Kongqing trembled in fear, huddled in the tree while inspecting the wound on his arm, blood trickling down his fingertips. Frantically, he rummaged through Xiao Yu's pockets and pulled out a handkerchief to press against the injury. "Don't use that," Xiao Yu replied, his face pale, on the brink of fainting, yet quickly snatched it back, treating it like a precious item. Zhang Kongqing scolded him. "It's just a handkerchief. I'll buy you a whole box when we get back. You're an artist. Do you really want to lose your hand? It's different. The handkerchief belongs to Lu Senator. Don't get his blood on it. Stop arguing. Take this." Gu Zhuyu, perched on another branch, tossed a roll of bandages towards them. As Zhang Conqing wrapped the bandage around Xiao Yu's arm to staunch the bleeding, he lamented, "Wasn't it said that only Xiangxi has zombies? Why are they proliferating in other regions?" Before he could finish, Xiao Yu hushed him, his expression grave, his breath held as his gaze settled on a vivid splash of crimson above them. Isn't that the snake Lu San referred to as the fire snake? The serpent was silently slithering down, its forked tongue flicking in and out. Their situation was dire, trapped between a venomous snake above and zombies below, truly caught between a rock and a hard place. Before Xiao Yu could contemplate which demise would be more dignified, the snake hung down, and the zombies below became agitated, all facing the same direction. Before Xiao Yu could muster the courage to sacrifice himself to distract the snake, a shadow darted down like lightning, seizing the serpent mid-flight. Xiao Yu turned to avoid the flapping wings, his gaze following it as it circled back, ultimately landing on an outstretched arm. In the primal forest, under the slanting rays of the sun, a youth rode in with wild hair flowing behind him, an image strikingly akin to a breathtaking landscape painting. Lu San rode with one hand, the other raised, commanding a majestic black eagle, exuding an untamed spirit, unrestrained and vibrant, embodying the purest essence of nature. Behind him galloped Longda and Lu Mei, yet Xiao Yu's focus was solely on that enchanting figure who perpetually stirred his heart. In that moment of eye contact, surrounded by danger, it felt as if only the two of them existed in stillness. Yet it was not complete stillness, for his heart raced. Each encounter seemed to leave him more disheveled. The more he wished to maintain a semblance of composure in front of this person, the more he found himself in utter disarray. Xiao Yu could not fathom how Lu San would perceive him in such a state. But upon seeing him appear like a deity, his tense expression relaxed, and the figure before him began to blur. He felt lighter, and with a sudden tumble from the tree, his consciousness faded, his last thought lingering on whether he would crush the zombie below. Yet, the anticipated pain did not manifest. Someone caught him in their embrace, the distinct scent of cedar wood that belonged to Lu San snapping him back to reality. Struggling to muster a faint smile, he wanted to say it was nothing. He had merely slipped and lost his footing. Yet, a darkness engulfed his vision, overwhelming him, leaving him uncertain whether he had spoken at all, let alone discerned Lu San's expression. He felt a tumultuous mix of cold and heat within him. The pain from the zombie's grasp rendering him as if someone were excavating his heart and drilling into his bones without anesthesia. Yet, he was denied the solace of unconsciousness. His muddled awareness forced to endure this excruciating agony. Something bitter, sour, and spicy, with an earthy taste, was poured into his mouth. Far worse than any raw herbal concoction he had ever tasted. He could not expel it. He had to swallow. Lu San's stern voice echoed in his ears, and he wished fervently for a swift knockout instead. If he writhed in agony on the ground, what would become of his pride? But words failed him. Once that strange substance was swallowed, the darkness of his vision abruptly transformed into daylight, yet the sensation of being scorched and frozen deepened. Through his blurred sight, he could barely make out Lu San's indistinct features. Terrified of losing control, an anger surged within Xiao Yu, and in a moment of desperate bravado, he seized Lu San's collar, pressing his lips against his. Just end it already. In the face of his pride, what did death matter? Especially if it was at Lu San's hands. What a way to go, stealing a kiss before departing this world. Chapter 52, Precious. Not dead, yet the clan elder had always warned him that the world beyond the mountains was fraught with dangers surpassing those within the Great Miao Mountain. They devoured flesh and left no bones, their hearts more treacherous than those of the beasts that openly declared their peril. Yet, Xiao Yu, this outsider, had ventured into the Great Miao Mountain twice, and it seemed only a brief moment had passed since their last parting. Now, scarred and battered, he stood before Lu San once more, unable to discern whether the true danger lay within these mountains or beyond. He had no inclination to ponder the reasons that drove him recklessly into the mountain's embrace. All he knew was that his wounds felt fragile, as if a mere touch would shatter him, contradicting the elder's tales of cunning and deceit. Especially upon seeing the one he longed for, his heart tightened with anxiety, fear, confusion, and regret, all emotions crashing into him like a tidal wave. Just as his heart raced with a mixture of dread and longing, Xiao Yu suddenly grasped Lu San's collar and kissed him. He ought not to have lost himself in such a moment. At this critical juncture, his concern should have been for his injuries, not for a fleeting distraction that brought forth the warmth of breath and soft heat, leaving his mind adrift in a deep lake of confusion. Before he could fully comprehend the moment, Xiao Yu's head tilted, and he succumbed to unconsciousness in Lu Sen's embrace. The pale, eerily quiet face before him jolted him back to reality, sending a shiver through his heart. His mind blank, he instinctively grasped Xiao Yu's wrist, feeling for the pulse that signified life. Only when he detected the faint rhythm did his heart settle from its near panic. He lifted Xiao Yu, disregarding all else, and with the remnants of his rationality, he urged, "Take them along." The rest, Luanda and Lu Mei, knew how to handle. In the courtyard, a once tender and diminutive persimmon had matured significantly. Lu Sun laid Xiao Yu upon the bed, cautiously tearing away the blood-soaked fabric, revealing horrific wounds, deep lacerations, and torn flesh from the zombie's grasp, a sight both ghastly and distressing. As Lu Sun treated him, his fingers trembled, fearing that any misstep might exacerbate Xiao Yu's pain. At that moment, a powerful determination surged within him. No matter what, he must keep this person in the southern village. Even if he resided beyond the mountains, he would scale that height to pluck this exquisite flower. After the kiss, Xiao Yu had no recollection of what transpired, consumed solely by a tragic sense of impending death and a strange acceptance of fate. When he awoke, a day and night had passed. First, a maddening itch arose from his wounds, and his mind felt foggy, overwhelmed by the lingering fever and fatigue. He heard footsteps approaching, but was too lethargic to open his eyes. A gentle hand brushed his forehead, then moved to check his pulse. Exhaustedly, Xiao Yu lifted his hand to grasp the other, eyes fluttering open to utter, precious, not dead yet. He had trained himself to recognize Lu Sun by the sound of his footsteps alone. In the aftermath of his brush with death, emotions surged within him, and he chastised himself for wanting to indulge in frivolity. "Xiao Yu, you are truly beyond redemption." Before he could voice his sweet nothings, Lu Sun repeated, "Precious?" A certain misguided individual, oblivious to his own faults, found solace in the term of endearment reserved for life-saving benefactors. The one who had been tricked wore an incredulous expression, asking, "Do you remember me?" Remember what? Did you not save me from the Great Miao Mountain?" Xiao Yu propped himself up, a look of confusion etched on his face, seemingly unaware of their previous encounter. The light in Lu Sen's eyes gradually dimmed, unable to conceal his disappointment, resembling a drenched little creature, pitifully forlorn. He failed to notice that the one feigning amnesia bore a mischievous glint in his eyes. His chin lightly tilted in a teasing manner. Xiao Yu withdrew his hand, showcasing his rogue demeanor, and declared with utmost seriousness, "All right, I was just teasing you. Do you really not trust me?" Chapter 53. He actually kisses Lu Sun at first. He believed there was something uniquely special about himself, perhaps even a tinge of narcissism. Thinking that he and Lu Sun were destined to be together, he relished the thought that even if everyone else forgot him, he would not, reveling in their supposed bond. However, on the night of the banquet, Cooper persistently questioned him about whether Lin Yang had entrusted him with anything, suggesting that this item was of greater concern to them. To uncover the truth, everything circled back to where it began. He needed to ascertain Lin Yang's identity and what he had done, or what had been done to him. Perhaps out of a desire for revenge for the prior teasing, a bowl of bitter herbal medicine was thrust into his hands. "Your fever hasn't subsided. Drink it all." Caught off guard by sudden flirtation, Lu Sun quickly averted his gaze, turning his head as he solemnly offered the bowl. It looked exceedingly bitter. "Let it cool a bit. I'll drink it later." Slightly disappointed, Xiao Yu thought, is this really the response? He was quite coveted outside. Why did he face obstacles with Lu Sun at every turn? "Let it cool. It will taste worse if you drink it while still hot." Lu Sun persisted in offering the bowl. Xiao Yu, reluctant to drink the herbal concoction, sought an excuse to decline. However, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Lu Sen's slightly flushed ear, and he wondered, had it always been this red? No, he couldn't be shy, could he? This revelation struck him with the same astonishment and delight as discovering life on Mars, causing his heart to bloom with joy. Oh dear, he could hardly contain himself. He had found something adorable in this boy from the southern village. His inner self, reveling in this newfound advantage, felt emboldened. "But my hand is injured. Can you?" "Old Xiao, you're not hurt on your right hand. It doesn't matter." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Kongqing stepped into the room, seamlessly continuing the conversation, prompting Xiao Yu to wish he could kick him for his lack of awareness. What are you doing here? Can someone not intervene and drag him out? Can't you see you're interrupting the elevation of revolutionary friendship? You're going to be dragged off for a dunking. The oblivious intruder merely chuckled at his tone. What? Did the zombie scratch your brain? Why else would I be here but to express my concern for you? Concern can be expressed at any time. For goodness sake, let us not quarrel over timing. Thank you very much. The atmosphere was abruptly shattered by that insufferable fool. Xiao Yu, feeling despondent, leaned against the headboard, contemplating whether to lock the door next time. As Zhang Kongqing approached, he theatrically lamented how he felt his earnest heart had been betrayed. Well, I owe you this, and I'm worried about what affliction you might develop in the future. I'll support you for life, and you'll end up calling me second father. Who would have thought my concern was indeed unwarranted? Xiao Yu, seizing a pillow, retorted, Get lost. You're far too immature to play my father. However, in doing so, he inadvertently aggravated his injury, letting out a pained gasp and retreating back to the bed. Your wounds haven't healed. You mustn't move around recklessly. The mention of his injuries made Lu Sun unusually serious, even reproaching him for being so reckless despite his condition. Xiao Yu shot a defiant glare at Zhang Kongqing, vowing, Just wait. I'll get you back for this. Zhang Kongqing, unperturbed, made a face at him, and seeing that Xiao Yu was in good spirits, his earlier worries dissipated. The two exchanged glares, a silent challenge between brothers, each wanting to prove who was the true elder. Such rivalries often arise among brothers, each wanting to claim superiority. Yet to Lu Sun, their playful confrontation took on a different hue. Aware that they had known each other for quite some time and were quite close, he felt a pang of jealousy whenever he witnessed their camaraderie, especially when they shared in-jokes that others could not comprehend. His irritation peaked, and he abruptly interrupted their silent duel, his tone brusque. If you don't drink, the medicine will cool. Xiao Yu, deciding to momentarily overlook Zhang Kongqing's antics, leaned over to sniff the herbal concoction, wrinkling his nose. Can I skip this? It smells unbearably bitter, more bitter than my very existence. How disappointing. Are you truly afraid of this? Zhang Kongqing taunted. Xiao Yu shot back. If you're so brave, you drink it. Attempting to pass the bowl to him, he found Lu Sen's grip on it unyielding. Confused, he looked up, only to be met with Lu Sen's unobstructed visage. Suddenly, he felt a soft touch on his lips, a fleeting kiss that left him momentarily stunned, his mind a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts, culminating in the realization Lu Sun had just kissed him. Chapter 54. You're just tempted by his body. This was utterly unexpected, nearly causing his mind to short-circuit. Xiao Yu blinked in confusion, struggling to comprehend the situation when Zhang Kongqing shouted in shock, covering his eyes and peeking through his fingers. What the hell? You two? In broad daylight? How scandalous. You should be thrown into the pig pen. His incessant chatter grated on Lu Sun, who cast a disinterested glance his way, causing Zhang Kongqing to feel an uncharacteristic chill. Why did it seem that Lu Sun harbored some inexplicable animosity towards him? They had only recently met and had done nothing to warrant such disdain. Before Zhang Kongqing could unravel his thoughts, Lu Sun shifted his gaze back to Xiao Yu, bringing the bowl closer to his lips, observing him intently. Weren't you also like this before? Before? Like what? Xiao Yu's mind, still reeling, struggled to catch up. It eventually dawned on him that he had once kissed Lu Sun out of fear of embarrassment. Who would have thought this young man from the South Village would be so innocent and forgiving? The provocation tactic might not work on him, but the charm of a beautiful face certainly did. Who could resist the earnestness of someone who blushed after a kiss? It was just a bowl of bitter medicine. He might as well drink it. Zhang Kongqing, being his childhood friend, could read Xiao Yu's thoughts like an open book, his expression turning disdainful. You're shameless. You're just after his body. This fool always enjoyed stirring trouble at the most opportune moments. Xiao Yu hurled a pillow at him, declaring, I'll show you how to behave like a decent person. Just as the two were about to erupt into another quarrel, a gentle knock echoed at the door. Randa, ignoring the two outsiders, conversed with Lu Sun in the dialect of the South Village, her tone formal. Upon seeing Lu Sun nod, she turned and left. Zhang Kongqing grumbled in dissatisfaction. Who does she think she is? No one has ever disregarded me like that. Everyone typically greets me with a smile. Lu Sun paid him no mind, collecting the empty bowl and explaining to Xiao Yu, the clan elder summoned me. I may be delayed. Xiao Yu nodded, watching him depart. only to be met with Zhang Kongqing's teasing tone. You just met and already kissed? I must say, Xiao Yu, you're quite bold. I never said it was merely a playful encounter. Xiao Yu replied earnestly regarding Lu. Senator Zhang Kongqing raised an eyebrow in surprise. You're serious? Seeing the resolute expression on Xiao Yu's face, Zhang Kongqing reminded him. Have you forgotten that you're not here alone? What about Gu Zhuiyue? Should you show her some consideration? I'm aware. I'll clarify everything with old Gu when I return. Gu Zhuiyue clearly had a strong sense of ambition. Her visit to the South Village was far from a mere leisure trip. Using their engagement as a pretext, it would not be difficult for her to seek a dissolution of the betrothal, especially given her indifferent attitude towards it. Moreover, her concern for Xiao Yu hardly surpassed that of common insects. Currently, she was in the courtyard with Lu Mei, observing her as she dried some small medicinal insects. Gu Zhuiyue, fluent in the local dialect, communicated effortlessly with Lu Mei, who had always lived in the confines of the central village. Her interactions with outsiders were minimal. Xiao Yu was one such exception, but as a male, the local girls tended to be more reserved. Lu Mei was relatively bold, yet still maintained a degree of distance. Now, with Gu Zhuiyue being a girl herself and speaking the local language fluently, she relished the opportunity to engage in conversation about life in the big city, delighting in every moment, affectionately calling her sister. Is sister a term of respect in your village? Yes, similar to brother. Sister is used for guests. Lu Mei brought out a bamboo basket filled with herbs, laying them out to dry on a rack. The weather was splendid, the sun shining brightly, perfect for airing out bedding. Gu Zhuiyue plucked a leaf to smell, identifying both familiar and rare herbs, marveling at how the local environment was indeed conducive to plant growth. As she watched Lu Mei busying herself, she offered to help, pondering aloud. Out there, we don't call each other that. What do you call each other then? Lu Mei inquired curiously. We prefer to add sister to names. Lu Mei considered this earnestly. Shall I call you Sister Zhuiyue then? Yes. Under a clear blue sky, fluffy white clouds floated like cotton, the gentle breeze carrying the refreshing scent of sun-dried herbs. The distant mountains loomed, bursting with vitality, as if, in this place, every dormant seed could awaken to life in its purest form. Perhaps those burdened by life would fall in love with every blade of grass and tree here, and with the sincere, unblemished people who dwelled in this land. Chapter 55. Thank me, and smile thanks to Dr. Lu's miraculous healing and several bowls of soul-searching bitter herbal soup. Xiao Yu's high fever subsided. However, the injury on his arm remained severe, wrapped in bandages, and it appeared less alarming under Lu Sen's diligent care as he regularly changed the dressings. I once thought that if I were scratched by a zombie, I would transform into that ghastly appearance as portrayed in films. The movies depict that being scratched by a zombie would likely result in assimilation. If that were the case, he would probably choose to end his life rather than suffer such a fate, decomposed to such a hideous state, devoid of any beauty, thus sparing himself the embarrassment before Lu Senator. But that will not happen. With my presence, you shall not become a mountain girl. Lu Sun carefully applied new herbs to his wound and spoke candidly. Mountain girl? Isn't that a male? Hearing the confusion in Xiao Yu's tone, Lu Sun explained. It refers to the zombie you mentioned. Mountain girl can denote various entities, and it is not limited by gender or race. It is merely a term of respect in our region. As the herbs touched the poorly healed wound, a searing pain coursed through Xiao Yu, causing him to clench the blanket tightly with his uninjured hand while feigning nonchalance. Diverting his attention through conversation. How come there are so many mountain girls here? Lu Sen calls it. His demeanor suddenly heavy. The elder of the clan said that the mountain girl only appeared when I was born as a consequence of my ill omen. Thus, many harbor disdain for her, believing she has summoned this calamity. Xiao Yu had not anticipated that this topic would touch upon Lu Sen's personal anguish. Before he could respond, he caught Lu Sen's gaze, which held a hint of cautious inquiry. Do you think? No, Xiao Yu interjected firmly, recognizing the unspoken question. It is my own misfortune, unrelated to you. This is not a calamity you have brought upon me. On the contrary, had you not appeared, I might never have escaped from the Great Miao Mountain during my first visit. You are not the harbinger of misfortune. Encountering you is indeed fortuitous. Truly, it is a stroke of luck. These earnest and solemn words resonated within Lu Sen's heart, akin to a dragonfly gently touching the surface of a serene lake, sending ripples that gradually dissipated. All his worries and insecurities faded away, soft and gentle, until they vanished completely. "Thank you, Xiao Yu," he expressed, grateful that the source of misfortune was not placed upon him, and that he was reminded that their meeting was a fortunate occurrence. This was indeed a matter of joy worth cherishing for a lifetime. Typically, it was Xiao Yu who expressed gratitude. Yet Lu Sen's thank you was devoid of insincerity or indifference. It bore a sincerity that was profound. More than just a fleeting phrase, but a heartfelt acknowledgement filled with genuine appreciation. Having grown accustomed to hollow sentiments, the sincerity of his gratitude was far more melodious to the ears. Xiao Yu, caught up in the moment, found it easy to lose restraint. With his uninjured hand, he playfully poked Lu Sen's cheek with a finger. "Thank me," then smile. He had managed to avoid teasing women. Yet the rogue spirit within him was likely something he'd never shed in Lu Sen's presence. Unbeknownst to him, there existed a term for such teasing, and his audacity and shamelessness could not compare to the countless risque tales he had absorbed during his school days, often causing him to blush profusely. Much to Xiao Yu's amusement, days passed, and Xiao Yu's injury no longer hindered his movements. Gu Yu revealed the purpose of her visit to the southern village. "I need to find a rare plant known as turtle snake herb. This plant has been classified as endangered, requiring very specific climatic, soil, and precipitation conditions. After extensive research and data collection, we found that the Great Miao Mountain in the southern village meets most of these criteria." "You wish to enter the Great Miao Mountain?" She had sought Xiao Yu specifically, and he was not too surprised by her request, merely inquiring, "Does this have anything to do with that special research institute abroad?" "Yes, to speak frankly. I am currently employed by both sides, though old Master Zhou has tasked me with going undercover. The Special Research Institute operates with remarkable rigor. Their data is transmitted via an internal network, and only the director and upper management know who is involved. Researchers use aliases and fabricated identities to ensure that in reality, no one recognizes anyone else. In such high-tech experiments, the personnel hired, like yourself, cannot be engaged casually or at a low price. It requires substantial funding for support, and tracking through transactions is not straightforward." Gu Yu shook her head. "It's not that simple. The accounts from which my monthly payments are made differ each time, and once the funds are transferred, the accounts are deactivated. Even if the police monitor in real time, their internal network is protected by hackers, and the police have lost count of how many times they have been attacked by their viruses." Xiao Yu posed a question. "How did you come to know that Lin Yang is also part of the research institute?" This information came from Cooper's side. They have been tracking this research institute for several years. There may be an undercover operative within the upper echelons. I am not entirely clear on the specifics, as the project I am responsible for was transferred from someone else. They assign projects based on personnel expertise and location. Xiao Yu quickly processed the information, feeling a surge of curiosity. What is the scientific research topic they are investigating? "Memory and grafting, another manifestation of a person's life," she replied. "A different manifestation of life? What could that entail?" Gu Yu slowly articulated a single word: rebirth. "Are you researchers certain you are not jesting?" Xiao Yu was taken aback. He had always thought that the scholars publishing numerous papers online were staunch materialists. It is not the kind of rebirth you imagine, but rather the process of grafting one person's memories onto another, thereby achieving a form of rebirth. This notion seemed incredible, yet upon reflection, it did not seem entirely implausible. If Xiao Yu had not experienced the alteration of memories firsthand, he might have scoffed at such ideas, deeming those who proposed them as fanciful dreamers. However, now he found himself hesitating. Is this the reason they require your assistance? The research they are conducting appears to necessitate some medium for achieving such results. As Gu Yu did not allude to anything concerning the soul, indicating they approached the matter primarily from a scientific perspective. As a professor of plant and animal research, Gu Yu was indeed one of the researchers they needed. The project requires the turtle snake herb, so I must ask Lu Sun about entering the mountain. You should not speak to him directly. The Great Miao Mountain is fraught with danger. Without someone familiar guiding them, it would be akin to sweeping for landmines. One could unexpectedly encounter the local specialty, a zombie. However, Gu Yu shot him a peculiar glance. My words may not carry the same weight as yours. After all, the last time you suddenly grabbed someone by the collar, I thought you were about to fight, but instead, you kissed him. The fact that he did not retaliate indicates you hold some significance in his eyes. The mention of past memories stirred something within Xiao Yu, especially since the individual in question was, at least temporarily, his fiancée. He felt an overwhelming sense of strangeness. I was in a daze at that time. Is that so? Perhaps you should clarify that with him. Just as she finished speaking, Lu Mei's voice echoed from downstairs. Sister Xiao Yu, Xiao Yu, Brother Zhang, it's time for dinner. Zhang Kongqing responded from afar, and Xiao Yu found it curious. Why does she not call you sister? Following Andrew, Lu Mei sometimes addressed him as Xiao Yu. For those who struggled with the Chinese language, his name seemed particularly difficult to pronounce. Of course, this did not apply to Lu's senator. Gu Zhu Yu descended the stairs, maintaining a straight face as she replied, I taught her. As Gu Zhu Yu descended the stairs, Xiao Yu stroked his chin, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Regarding the matter of entering the Miao Mountain, he had confided in Lu San, expecting immediate opposition. Yet Lu San merely inquired, Do you truly wish to go? Yes. He was determined to proceed. The situation was overly intricate, and he hoped to resolve it swiftly without disrupting the life of the southern village. Particularly because he disliked the suspicion cast upon Lu's senator, he had always remembered his promise to the old master. An unspoken understanding had developed between them. He refrained from probing into the secrets of Lu San's village. While Lu San did not press him about his intention to enter the Miao Mountain in search of the turtle and snake herb, the essence of communication between individuals lies in the restraint of one's curiosity about matters that cannot be openly discussed, which is the bare minimum of respect and makes for the most comfortable interactions in relationships. That night, Lu San did not return. Lang sought him out for a discussion with the clan elder, leading Xiao Yu to imagine a gathering of elderly men convening solemnly around a table, voting on the matter of outsiders entering the Miao Mountain for the herb. The next morning, when Lu San returned, he did not mention the outcome of the meeting, but conveyed through his actions that they could indeed enter the mountain. Would that path be perilous? After walking for a while, sensing Lu San's reluctance to turn back, Xiao Yu could not resist asking. Gu Zhu Yu had shown them a picture of the plant they sought, and Lu San frequently patrolled the mountains, knowing the most suitable areas for its growth. However, given his patrol duties, he appeared quite busy. If they proceeded slowly, it might take them a day or two, and Xiao Yu feared he would delay Lu San's affairs. Yet, Lu San did not mind the inconvenience, candidly informing him, yes, there are many sorcerers in the Miao Mountain. Their poisons are often kept in the mountains. These sorcerers, also known as grass spirits and grass spirit women, were the local term for those who practiced witchcraft. Xiao Yu suddenly recalled the man they had encountered by the stream who was drawing water and asked, What does it mean when a red cloth is tied to a tree? The first interpretation is a blessing. People write their names on the red cloth and tie it to a century-old tree. The second interpretation serves as a marker for sorcerers near such trees. They often keep their poisons, and those who inadvertently trespass may find themselves in grave danger. This was one of the perils of the Miao Mountain, which locals referred to as a forbidden land for the living, as they feared becoming ensnared by poisons without realizing it. The man Xiao Yu had encountered previously was indeed a sorcerer, who had deliberately misled them with incorrect directions. Lu San explained that this was already a restrained situation. Within the heart of the mountains, centered around the southern village, they had established numerous rules regarding the sorcerers nearby. If any sorcerer was found to be using poisons to harm innocent lives, they would be brought back to the rear village for judgment by the clan elder. Because of the southern village's oversight, other villages' sorcerers had moderated their behavior significantly. Yet the vastness of the 10,000 Great Mountains made it impossible to supervise every corner. They could only do their utmost. As they traveled, Xiao Yu asked questions, and Lu San answered them, even detailing the cruel methods sorcerers might employ to concoct poisons. In the past, Lu San had been reticent to discuss such matters in detail, but now he seemed unreserved in sharing this knowledge. Was it because he knew Xiao Yu would never forget? As the group settled down for the night by a stream, Zhang Kongqing kicked an old, tattered bamboo basket from the bushes. Leaning on Xiao Yu's shoulder, he raised an eyebrow and teased, A contest? Having played with Zhang Kongqing in his childhood, they often built makeshift traps in the backyard to catch birds, competing in childish rivalry. This provocation compelled Xiao Yu to showcase his skills before Lu Sr. They borrowed some pancakes made by Lu Mei, set their traps, and concealed themselves in the nearby grass. Suddenly, a hand clapped on Xiao Yu's shoulder, and he turned to see Lu San standing casually, prompting him to pull Lu San down beside him, inadvertently pushing Zhang Kongqing out of the way. Zhang Kongqing rolled his eyes and gestured his displeasure at Xiao Yu. despite extending his hand, caught a glance at Lu Sun and restrained himself from retaliating. The young men in the mountains were oblivious to the nuances of such gestures. "Be quiet. I'll add a treat for you tonight," Xiao Yu whispered. Entirely focused on the movements ahead, Lu Sun glanced at the rudimentary trap nearby, and then at Xiao Yu's hand still gripping his wrist. His deep gaze darkened, falling into silence. Chapter 57. Breathing in exhaust fumes can turn one odd city children, burdened by academic pressure since childhood, rarely engaged in such activities. Thus, for anyone who managed to catch a bird, the other children would call him Big Brother. Xiao Yu, through this talent, held the title for 2 years, with a gaggle of younger followers, bringing him a sense of pride. Although he had not been a big brother for many years, his skill in bird catching had not waned. When 2 plump birds flew by, and seeing that only 1 basket was available, Lu Sun swiftly picked up a small stone and threw it with precision at the escaping bird. The fat bird fell without a sound, its wings barely unfolding, remaining motionless as if immobilized. "Impressive, brother," Zhang Kongqing exclaimed, astonished. Xiao Yu had intended to outshine Lu Sun, but now found himself praising Lu Sun's prowess instead, conceding, "All right, you can take this one." Those who had never tasted the thrill of being a big brother did not covet the title. They simply stood up and walked over to retrieve the fat bird. Xiao Yu observed as the bird, struck by Lu Sun's stone, did not retract its wings, but remained frozen. Now, as he lifted it, it fluttered back to life. He could not help but wonder, could poisons also be cast upon animals? Or was it that all living beings were susceptible? His mind drifted to Ranping, the fugitive he had chased into the Miao Mountain. From Ranping's descriptions of a deity, Xiao Yu could sketch a likeness of Lu Senator back in the police force. He had never erred in his depictions, receiving abundant praise, which fostered a sense of confidence bordering on vanity. Yet, during that particular instance, he had been gripped by paranoia, feeling an unprecedented lack of self-assurance. Now, reflecting on Ranping's talk of punishment, did it signify that Lu Sun had exacted some form of retribution upon him? Ahem. I know he is quite handsome, but you needn't stare at him with such a foolish expression. You're worth no more than 2 coins at most. Zhang Kongqing nudged him, pulling Xiao Yu's thoughts back to the present. He had not realized he had been gazing intently at Lu Sun, lost in thought. Upon hearing Zhang Kongqing's remark, he instinctively replied, "You're the valuable one, worth 248 coins more than I am." Once their banter began, neither would relent until a victor was declared. Lu Sun, washing his hands by the stream, felt a gaze fixed upon him, a warmth so intense it was nearly palpable. Realizing it was Xiao Yu watching him, his heart swelled with a fleeting joy. However, upon turning, he found Xiao Yu already embroiled in a playful squabble with Zhang Kongqing. Their exchanges often escalated into light-hearted banter. It was as though they could quarrel over trivial matters or mock each other in jest. Yet this was not born of genuine animosity. Instead, it harbored an inexplicable camaraderie and amusement. Lu Sun could not comprehend the nature of this amusement. It merely struck him as glaring and discomforting, much like a child who treasures a favorite toy and cannot bear for others to touch it. Lu Sun felt an unfamiliar possessiveness toward Xiao Yu. Throughout his life, he had never been this possessive over anything. Yet he now found himself experiencing the raw pangs of jealousy. This emotion churned within him, seeking an outlet, until Xiao Yu beckoned him with a wave. He silently settled beside Xiao Yu, who handed him a piece of bird meat wrapped in clean banana leaves, already roasted to a fragrant crisp. Lu Sun seemed to have found a way. He leaned in and pressed a kiss to Xiao Yu's cheek. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Zhang Kongqing's astonished, wide-eyed stare, prompting him to say to Xiao Yu, "Thank you." Upon seeing Xiao Yu's disbelief, Lu Sun, harboring unspoken thoughts, produced his prepared lines. "Did you not say that expressing gratitude or greeting those with whom one shares a close relationship is a fundamental courtesy, such as kissing on the cheek?" Having finally triumphed in an argument against Zhang Kongqing, Xiao Yu caught sight of Lu Sun standing by the river, lost in thought, completely motionless. She waved him over, just as Lu Mei handed her a ready-made natural barbecue, which she casually passed to Lu Sr. Xiao Yu was taken aback by the kiss. When had this bashful youth become so audacious? Hearing Lu Sin's explanation immediately reminded her of an excuse she had previously used, which he had memorized verbatim. Before she could respond, Zhang Kongqing, with an expression that screamed shock, conveyed the sentiment of, "Good lad, so you are this kind of person?" He further exclaimed, "Wow, Xiao, you are truly despicable. You kissed. And now you're making excuses? Not only that, but you're also exploiting the naive and unsuspecting youth from the southern village. All eyes turned to Xiao Yu, except for Lu Mei and Langda. While Zhang Kongqing and Gu Zhuiwei, both seasoned in the outside world, were no longer able to simply dismiss the situation with casual banter. Shut up. Xiao Yu shot a glance at Lu San, wanting to maintain her dignity and not let him discover her deception. She picked up a small stone and tossed it at Zhang Kongqing, attempting to defend herself. Did I say anything wrong? Go abroad. And who hasn't had their face kissed all over? Is that so? Come here, our relationship is good enough. Let me kiss you too, Zhang Kongqing jested, inching closer with a mischievous expression. Get lost. Don't force me to slap you. Xiao Yu retreated, while Lu San stepped in to block Zhang Kongqing, saying, Stop it. Eat your breakfast and rest. We have a long journey ahead tomorrow. Zhang Kongqing was merely joking, relishing the sight of Xiao Yu's serious facade being punctured, eager to see her flustered. Xiao Yu glared fiercely at Zhang Kongqing. You better watch it. He grinned, while Gu Zhuiwei, more mature, asked Lu San, Will we make it if we travel another day? Lu San replied straightforwardly, As long as we don't encounter any issues, we should be fine. There was no rush to return. The scenery was quite splendid, and breathing in fresh air was preferable to inhaling exhaust fumes back home, which could be quite suffocating. Zhang Kongqing's words hinted at Xiao Yu, and finally, Lu Mei, excited, raised her hand to join the conversation. I know this. It should be called Golden Wind and Jade, due meeting on the mountain, bringing joy to countless souls. Zhang Kongqing and Gu Zhuiwei were left bewildered, while Xiao Yu nearly choked on a piece of meat, coughing as Lu San hastily offered him water, his eyes filled with concern. Chapter 58. The public execution of a poem. Zhang Kongqing, with his keen sense for gossip, detected another opportunity to mock Xiao Yu, quickly asking, What does that mean? Lu Mei proudly raised her chin. Little fish said it praises the scenery. She had overheard this, but Xiao Yu had said several phrases, and Lu Mei, with her limited Chinese proficiency, had miraculously combined two different statements. Zhang Kongqing erupted into laughter, shaking with mirth. You're amazing. He laughed so hard he could hardly speak, merely extending a hand to Xiao Yu and giving him a thumbs up, the mockery evident in his expression. As if not satisfied yet, he continued, Why bother? Not only are you leading the little ones astray, but what era are we in to still be doing? Seeing those words about to escape his lips, Xiao Yu, no longer caring for the water, grabbed a piece of meat from a banana leaf and shoved it into his mouth, squinting his eyes and threatening in a low voice. If it's delicious, eat more. Didn't your family tell you that when adults are speaking, foolish children should not interrupt? Back then, he had confidently recited numerous romantic verses, never imagining the day would come when he would face public humiliation for it. If this fellow found out, he would have to silence him. Otherwise, if Lu San learned that he had become the most unique mouse droppings in this noble profession of teaching, where would his dignity lie? Zhang Kongqing attempted to extract the meat from his mouth. You're the foolish one. You like someone yet don't dare to say it, coward. Xiao Yu quickly covered his mouth, knowing precisely what he was about to reveal. In school, there was always that one classmate who thrived on chaos, sitting at the back, hollering in a ridiculous voice. Clearly, Zhang Kongqing was that type, and he had maintained this admirable tradition to this day. The two of them squabbled like children, neither yielding. Eventually, it took Langda and Lu San each pulling one of them apart to separate the two. Meanwhile, the informed Gu Zhuiwei looked at Xiao Yu with a peculiar expression, gesturing for Lu Mei to come closer. Sister, come here. Don't play with those two anymore. Lu Mei, engrossed in the spectacle, moved beside her. Why? One is not too bright, and the other is a lecher. Keep your distance from them. While Lu Mei could understand the description of someone not too bright, what did lecher mean? The named lecher coughed, but before he could defend himself with his usual clever arguments. A group of about 10 people passed by on the narrow path, some carrying burdens on their shoulders that seemed heavy. The leader, an old man, puffed on a bamboo pipe and called out to them in somewhat broken Chinese, Little ones, can I borrow a light? Before they could respond, the group approached, making a statement rather than asking a question. Langda's hand instinctively moved toward a nearby bough, but Lu San subtly shook his head, signaling him not to act rashly. The old man sat down beside Xiao Yu, rummaging in his pocket for a handful of tobacco leaves to stuff into his bamboo pipe before turning to ask, Young lad, where are you headed? Having entered the Great Miao Mountains for the first time, Xiao Yu found himself in a similar situation, unable to discern whether these individuals were normal people. He instinctively moved closer to Lu San, their shoulders brushing against each other. Lu San, maintaining his composure, discreetly took his hand in a reassuring gesture and replied, "Into the mountains. Still going further in?" The old man shook his head, pointing in a direction. "Turn back. You can't go in there now." The others paid little attention to them, conversing in a strange language that was neither English, Chinese, nor the dialect of the southern village. Before the Lu team had pinpointed Ranping's location, they had contacted the border police, suspecting that Ranping had already crossed over. Bored, Xiao Yu listened in, noticing that some of the languages sounded quite similar to those on the border. Could it be that they had encountered smugglers? Just as Xiao Yu pondered this, Zhang Kongqing casually asked, "Why is that?" The old man took a puff from his pipe and replied, "The road is blocked." "How can a good road be blocked?" "Why did you kick me?" Zhang Kongqing exclaimed, suddenly receiving a kick from Langda, who had noticed that even Lu Mei had changed her expression. The old man tapped his pipe, emptying the ash, then looked at Xiao Yu and asked, "Do you know what we do?" He answered his own question, "Barbers. There are too many lonely souls and wild spirits that have died in these mountains. We are responsible for giving them haircuts and taking them out to display. If their families see them, they will pay silver to redeem them, allowing them to return to their roots." This light-hearted tale bore a chilling effect, rivaling that of a ghost story. Although Zhang Kongqing had previously encountered zombies, he naively assumed that the head shaving he mentioned was merely a simple act of cutting hair. Just as he was about to inquire whether the bamboo baskets contained nothing but hair, he noticed the small patch of ground where the baskets rested was damp. In Chapter 59, the atmosphere, despite being an open field with a breeze, became oppressive and rigid under Zhang Kongqing's gaze. The night wind seemed to have blown away the air, and an invisible barrier arose around them. It was uncertain who initiated movement first, but chaos erupted suddenly. Xiao Yu, having sensed the impending crisis when Lu San began to gather his strength, swiftly rolled to the side as Lu San leapt up, seamlessly swapping positions. He simultaneously grasped Rhonda's crossbow, an instrument he had studied during dull moments at Lu San's home. It was simpler than shooting a gun, though it required frequent reloading. During his tenure with the police force, as he held a civilian position, Team Leader Lu had never issued him a firearm, and he had only practiced at the shooting range, never fired at a living person. Now, faced with several individuals wielding scythes, they bore no distinction from ordinary living beings. The urgency of the situation had escalated to a life-or-death level. Xiao Yu released an arrow aimed at the throat of one assailant, who collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The psychological strain was overwhelming. He was not a psychopathic killer. He could only mentally reassure himself that it was self-defense, merely self-defense. Lu San, noticing his distraction, spoke up to stabilize his thoughts. "They're not living beings. They perished long ago, merely shells." Lu San thrust the tip of his ancient blade into the fire, flipping it to send burning embers into the midst of the attackers, igniting their clothing in flames. "Rhonda, take them into the water." Lu San appeared remarkably composed in this dire situation, as though he had encountered such chaos multiple times before. Xiao Yu initially believed he was referring to the zombies, but then saw Lu Mei had already pulled Gu Zhuyu towards the center of the stream. It appeared they were to enter the water as well. "Old Xiao, retreat quickly." Xiao Yu hastily grabbed 2 arrows, and as Zhang Kongqing pulled him towards the water, he kicked him down. The crossbow released a resounding thud, and an assailant approaching from the side was struck down by an arrow. Rhonda seized Zhang Kongqing's hand, urging him to flee, while he shouted in exasperation, "Dude, you've got me in a position here that's just ridiculous." Zhang Kongqing felt as though his hand would be wrenched from its socket, and the stones beneath him felt torturous against his backside. Yet, the one dragging him was oblivious, pulling him into the water, leaving only bubbles rising to the surface. "Xiao Yu, hurry!" Lu San flipped one attacker to the ground, and, as he turned to leave, noticed Xiao Yu aiming the crossbow at a figure engulfed in flames, hesitating to release the arrow. The acrid scent of burning fabric and flesh filled the air, and the face of the flaming individual suddenly morphed into Lin Yang's visage. "Please, take my daughter out." Lin Yang's anguished plea jolted him back to the inferno. Sorry. "I couldn't save her," Xiao Yu muttered, his fingers trembling uncontrollably as visions of the little girl in his arms with her eyes tightly shut flooded his mind. A profound guilt consumed him. He felt indebted to Lin Yang for a life he could not save. "Xiao Yu?" Lu San sensed something was amiss and swiftly pulled him back. simultaneously striking the flaming assailant away, guiding Xiao Yu forward. They plunged into the water, where all sensory perception was muffled, plunging the world into absolute silence. As guilt surged within him, he felt as though he were suffocating under its weight. It was a burden he desperately wished to evade, fearing confrontation, yet once acknowledged, it unraveled like a pulled thread from a sweater, collapsing entirely. Even though Ming Yuan had repeatedly told him that Lin Yang's daughter had inhaled too much smoke in the fire. Succumbing to carbon monoxide poisoning, the fault should not rest on him. Lin Yang had perished in flames while attempting to save him. The phrase for him bore an unbearable weight for Xiao Yu, as two individuals had sacrificed their lives for his sake. Your mother died, bringing you into this world. This echoed in his mind, and he realized he had been living in a daze, oblivious to the significance of it all, whether to repay a life or to honor those who had lived for him. As the icy waters enveloped his limbs, Xiao Yu suddenly relaxed, considering surrendering to the depths, embracing despair. However, the silver bracelet on his wrist clinked against another submerged object, producing a sharp sound. In that moment of surfacing, he was caught off guard, coughing up water, the sensation of near drowning overwhelming him. He looked up to find a strong, warm hand supporting his back, locking eyes with Lu Sen's worried gaze. Xiao Yu managed a self-deprecating smile. Thank you. Grateful for Lu Sen's timely intervention. He mused that had he truly perished, team leader Lu might have come to his grave to chastise him. His internal balance wavered between life and death, favoring the will to live. Ming Yuan had remarked on his strong survival instinct, yet Xiao Yu felt it was more akin to cowardice. I'm sorry for troubling you once again. After expressing his gratitude, he acknowledged his earlier folly. He could have avoided this turmoil had he not acted so recklessly. Lu Sun, however, did not respond to his apology, instead enveloping him in a firm embrace. In that moment, as if to ward off the fear of losing him, Lu Sun held him tightly, almost painfully so, yet Xiao Yu did not pull away, recalling the embrace they had shared at Lu Sen's home. He realized that each kiss he had shared with Lu Sun had been reciprocated, and now this embrace felt as if he too was returning it. In Chapter 60, he mused that the sycamore tree was a symbol of fortune and prosperity. The stream flowed quietly through the mountains, accompanied by the soft chirping of insects in the surrounding grass. A crescent moon hung high in the sky, rendering the night a beautiful one, devoid of chaos. Xiao Yu, not one to disrupt the atmosphere, felt the chill of his wet clothing, water dripping from his shirt. Although Lu Sen's embrace provided warmth, he ultimately succumbed to a sneeze. Reluctantly, Lu Sun released him, and they moved to a drier part of the bank to gather wood for a fire. Is it really all right that we've separated from the others? They exchanged silent glances before Xiao Yu, unable to endure the tense silence, broke the ice with a question. Since their embrace, Lu Sun had been gazing at him intently without uttering a word. His eyes, deep and inviting like water from an ancient well, sparkled with humor. Yet when fixated on something, they exuded a palpable pressure. Unable to decipher Lu Sen's emotions, Xiao Yu felt a pang of anxiety. He was burdened with the fear of being blamed for the chaos. He desperately wished for a cigarette, absent-mindedly rubbing his thumb between his fingers, recalling how nicotine occasionally provided solace, though he had refrained from carrying them since he knew Lu Sun disdained the smell. Lu Sun observed his every little movement, assuming he was concerned about Zhang Kongqing. The words he spoke were stifled and tinged with a hint of jealousy. They all had experience venturing into the mountains, and with it around, they would surely reunite by following its lead tomorrow. They referred to Randa and Lu Mei, while the it they mentioned was a shadow circling above their clearing, the black eagle that had once perched on Lu Sen's arm. Is it yours? He mused, for he had not seen any birdcage at Lu Sen's home. When the atmosphere grew overly somber, if someone else casually initiated a topic, it was evident they wished to delve deeper into that subject to shatter the awkward silence. If Lu Sun were to say anything regarding the black eagle, then Xiao Yu could seize the opportunity to continue, thus opening the conversation. Yet, Lu Sun remained particularly unyielding, merely responding with a non-committal HM. Xiao Yu voited in vain. Soon realizing that was all Lu Sun intended to say. Could it be that he truly found him a hindrance? As Xiao Yu contemplated writing a letter of assurance, promising never to be a fool at critical moments again, he was abruptly interrupted by Lu Sen's unexpected inquiry. Why didn't you shoot that arrow earlier? Lu Sun had heard the apology, and he felt a profound lack of understanding toward Xiao Yu. He only knew that when Xiao Yu learned of the ominous events from others, rather than distancing himself, he had embraced him, never attributing the misfortunes to him. Xiao Yu's slightest affection, every gesture, consistently tugged at his heartstrings, yet ultimately, the flower blooming on the cliff amid the vines remained so distant, so unattainable, visible but seemingly forever out of reach. He despised this feeling. He had resolved at the moment his body was marked with wounds that he would not let go this time. Thus, he answered every question Xiao Yu posed, cloaked in a tinge of selfish desire, as if this might provide him another excuse to keep him close. He did not question Xiao Yu's reasons for venturing into the Great Miao Mountains in search of herbs, selfishly thinking it unnecessary to know, as he would remain here regardless. Yet just moments ago, Xiao Yu's resolute plea for death had startled him. He did not know the cause of such determination, only that Xiao Yu's unease began with the unshot arrow. This question inevitably led Xiao Yu to reminisce about that incident, and his longing for a cigarette grew increasingly intense. He could only fixate on a stone at his feet, unsure how to articulate his thoughts lightly. Finally, he let out a sigh, because I suddenly thought of someone and mistakenly saw him. Indeed, Lu Sun unconsciously clenched his hands. Is that person significant to you? A decent friend, who died for me, Xiao Yu replied, striving to maintain a facade of nonchalance. Lu Sun scrutinized him for a moment before suddenly bowing his head, his fingers tightening once more, feeling a constriction in his throat. So it was because of him that you didn't want to live earlier? After a moment of silence, with only the fabric of his clothes being gently tugged, Lu Sun turned to see Xiao Yu sitting beside him, resting his chin on his knees, bluntly stating, I haven't wanted to live for a long time. Lu Sun furrowed his brows, perplexed, for Xiao Yu did not appear to be such a person. Had it not been for the earlier incident, Lu Sun would never have considered he harbored such thoughts. Rather than immediately explaining why he felt this way, Xiao Yu picked up a stick and meticulously inscribed the character in the dirt. Do you know this character? It is also pronounced Yu, but with the heart radical, meaning joyful or happy. The Yu in my name should have been this one. Joyful, akin to the meaning of ancient bamboo joy, was the original agreement between our families. However, when my father went to register my name, the official asked which Yu it was, and he said it was the Yu of the elm tree. Thus I was named Xiao Yu. These were all snippets of conversation I overheard during the new year when team leader Lu and the others were chatting. At this age, when discussing such matters, Xiao Yu had long lost the fervor of despair. He looked at Lu Sun's furrowed brow and jested succinctly. He changed one character for me without asking my opinion. So that's why I don't want to live. He spoke lightly, with an air of detachment, as if the past were mere smoke. Yet Lu Sun remained lost in thought, his brow still knit tightly. After pondering, he said earnestly, in our southern village, the elm tree is considered an auspicious and prosperous tree. Its leaves resemble coins, symbolizing a life of abundance and happiness. Families with children cherish planting it. Lu Sun spoke with utmost sincerity, devoid of any facade meant to comfort him. The glow of the bonfire illuminated the contours of his face, the warm amber light enveloping them both. Xiao Yu listened, momentarily taken aback, then genuinely smiled. All his troubles and sorrows evaporated in that moment, warmed by the light, restoring a long-lost sense of ease. How wonderful! What? He murmured too softly for Lu Sun to hear. Xiao Yu tilted his head, smiling brightly at him. Your southern village is truly wonderful. And you are wonderful. Chapter 61. Owning a cat is not as good as falling in love. Another name, how delightful. There is no need for grand lamentations over a mere change of character. It is merely that he bore his mother's life from birth, unable to find joy or happiness, rendering the character unnecessary, so his father casually changed it. Upon learning the reason, Xiao Yu had never been particularly fond of his name, each utterance serving as a reminder of how much his father disliked him. However, at present, it seemed the elm tree was not so bad. Its leaves resembled coins, suggesting wealth. Xiao Yu did indeed lack material needs, yet humans inhabit two worlds, one of reality, which craves money and connections, and another of spirit, which is abundant and diverse. Perhaps it only requires a light affirmation. When these two worlds fall out of balance, one often longs for what is lacking, searching desperately to fulfill that internal equilibrium. The elm tree might not hold much significance for him, merely a change at random. But Lu Sun's earnest words heavily pressed upon the scales of his heart. Lu Sun cautiously asked, Do you still wish to die? At this moment, that inquiry bore greater weight than persuading him to remain in the southern village. Xiao Yu shook his head. Not anymore. Previously, his lack of desire stemmed from extensive readings on psychology, caught in a limbo akin to a fishbone lodged in his throat, uncomfortable yet unyielding. Now, he felt perhaps he ought to heed Ying Mingyuan's advice to pursue a romantic relationship, embracing a more comfortable way to live. Then, will you still wish to die for that person you saw earlier? Lu Sun could not convince himself. He remained preoccupied with how significant that person was to Xiao Yu. His awkwardness had already plastered a dislike this across his face. Xiao Yu's heart surged with a tempest of emotions, yet he feigned contemplation, playfully pondering. What if I said yes? What would you do? Lu Sun's eyes flickered, genuinely believing he was serious, his breath catching. I would drag you back, locking you in a room, forbidding you to go anywhere. Would you break my legs? What if I ran away? Xiao Yu propped his chin on his hand, leaning slightly towards him, a teasing smile dancing at the corners of his mouth. No, I couldn't bear to. Besides, in the southern village, you wouldn't escape even if I didn't break your legs. Are you going to cast a spell on me? But aren't your spells ineffective against me? Even that formidable elder of the clan couldn't erase his memories. We don't only practice one type of spell. We just don't know why the living spell doesn't affect you. Lu Sun referred to the name of the gu using the language of the southern village, which Xiao Yu did not comprehend. Thus, he could only assign a name to it based on similar-sounding Chinese terms. It appeared that this particular gu was solely aimed at human memory. It was not invulnerable to all poisons, but merely immune to this specific gu. Lin Yang was also among the personnel of the Research Institute, which focused on themes related to memory and grafting. Xiao Yu felt as if a thread in his mind was weaving together those clues and pieces of information, yet it remained too vague, particularly regarding a crucial aspect he had yet to grasp, which he decided to set aside for the moment. After a brief contemplation, he shifted the topic. Can this gu transfer my memories into someone else's? He continued, in other words, can it make another person become me? Lu Sun pondered the implications of Xiao Yu's inquiry and eventually shook his head. No, it cannot. Noticing Xiao Yu's momentary distraction, Lu Sun added with a hint of meaning in his words. Any secrets you harbor, if left unspoken, I would remain unaware of, and the gu would similarly lack knowledge of them. This indicated that the gu acted according to the intentions and demands of the person who invoked it, rather than possessing an autonomous consciousness capable of probing an individual's entire memory. If such a capability existed, Lu Sun would not be so oblivious about him. At first, Xiao Yu speculated, based on information from Gu Zhuyu, that the Institute's research was merely an extension of what already existed in the southern village. However, after hearing the explanation, it became clear why this project was still under investigation, as it seemed somewhat correlated with the gu found in the southern village. It was possible that the establishment of the Research Institute was inspired by this gu. As for what illicit activities the Institute might have engaged in that attracted the attention of law enforcement across various regions, he remained unaware. Previously, when he and Zhang Kongqing arrived together, they were accompanied by a self-proclaimed team focusing on folk customs in the outer web, which might have simply been a FA, explaining why the elder was mingling within the group. Xiao Yu's thoughts drifted far afield, and becoming too engrossed in these matters, he fell silent, unaware that this brief silence had stirred a pot of jealousy. Lu Sun, now engulfed in jealousy, relentlessly returned to the earlier topic. So, you knowingly entered the perilous Mountain multiple times solely because of that person? A person who would sacrifice their life for Xiao Yu. Could they truly be just a friend? His voice, tinged with bitterness, reached Xiao Yu's ears, snapping him back to reality. And indeed, he could not deny it. I suppose so. The first time he pursued a fugitive into Mountain was indeed to seek justice for Lin Yang. And the second time seemed to be due to some attention drawn by their meeting before returning to the country. As for this time, although Gu Zhuyu sought medicinal herbs, it essentially related to the Research Institute where Lin Yang had worked. This reasoning seemed sound enough. Lu Sun gazed at the character Yu on the ground, feeling both sour and powerless. He was unsure about the notion that a deceased, white moonlight was unbeatable. He selfishly resented why the chosen gu had no effect on Xiao Yu, initially intended as a jest. Upon realizing Xiao Yu's seriousness, Lu Sun refrained from further teasing and shifted the conversation. Then why don't you ask me if I like him? Lu Sun did not turn back, believing it was evident he must harbor feelings, and, just as he was about to respond, Xiao Yu raised his hand to affectionately tap the tip of his nose, reassuringly explaining, "It has nothing to do with me. Our bond is as solid as steel, a truly good friend, devoid of any romantic inclination." Chapter 62. A vivid brushstroke of mutual affection in life. What does it mean to have a relationship that is as solid as steel? Lu Sen's proficiency in the Chinese language had significantly advanced, yet some playful expressions were not easily grasped in a short time. He understood that Xiao Yu meant there was no romantic affection, which implied the absence of such a relationship. His mood shifted like the weather from overcast to clear, yet he remained somewhat uneasy. "But you just said you would still want to die because of that person." Once a straightforward individual fixates on emotions, they find it challenging to contend with someone who has navigated various interpersonal dynamics in a bustling city. Their world, in comparison, is relatively small with fewer encounters, making it difficult to grasp the depth of urban complexities. Xiao Yu had read many psychology books. Previously, he had feelings but dared not presume too much. Nor could he equate this innocent closeness with romantic affection. He also felt that such a pure person, who seemed somewhat lost in life, could not harbor such sentiments. How uninteresting. He often believed that his impure thoughts would tarnish others, thus comforting himself that an unrequited love that fizzled out in his life was not so bad. However, if he truly failed to perceive the awkward expressions and did not recognize the underlying meanings of Lu Sen's words, which were steeped in concern over whether he shared an extraordinary bond with another, then all his reading and understanding of human dynamics would have been in vain. Previously, he had felt a bit insecure, but was not crushed by self-doubt. Upon realizing that the other person also harbored feelings for him, Xiao Yu did not succumb to a sense of unworthiness. He now felt that a vivid brushstroke of mutual affection in life was indeed a wonderful addition. With a cheerful demeanor, Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled with a straightforward smile. "I was just joking with you. Living is wonderful." Despite having previously lamented as if he could disregard life, he now smiled brightly, as if nothing had occurred. Xiao Yu's capriciousness nearly left Lu Sen struggling to keep pace with his playful banter. His deep concern rendered him incapable of dismissing it as mere jest. This was far from amusing. Who would jest about such matters? The people of the southern village hold the utmost respect for lives intertwined with kindness, believing that every life is bestowed upon them through the will of the mountain deities and should be treated with seriousness. Xiao Yu did not intend to truly anger anyone and quickly apologized. "I was wrong. I won't joke about this again." Upon saying this, Xiao Yu felt a sense of self-awareness akin to a girlfriend who knows to apologize after a displeased glance. He consoled himself, reflecting that fostering harmony within a household would benefit everyone. If only those proud men who refuse to apologize or utter kind words had a bit of self-awareness. How many fewer divorce procedures would the Civil Affairs Bureau have to process daily? Contemplating this, Xiao Yu realized he did not fully understand the southern village's views on relationships, though he was left with a profound impression from Zhang Kongqing's frequent mentions of love gu. He inquired of Lu Sen, "If someone here likes another, would they also use gu on them?" Lu Sen shook his head, finding the question rather abrupt. Then Xiao Yu asked, "What if the person you like does not reciprocate? Would you use gu on them?" Perhaps love gu and other methods existed, but he was not well versed in them. For those who feel intensely, especially those unwilling to let go, they often resort to such means to keep someone close. The southern village only regulates the use of gu that poses a tangible threat to the health of innocent individuals, thus preventing harm from initial malicious intent, which is why it was discovered in the southern village. "Would you use gu on me?" he asked, distinguishing it from previous instances. Lu Sen looked at him, his heart in turmoil, and after a considerable pause, he countered with a question. "Would you stay in the southern village? Not leave, but remain here, with me? For a lifetime?" Xiao Yu stirred the fire with a stick, pushing an unburned log deeper into the flames to make it burn brighter, and replied, "I still want to take you out for a little adventure. For instance, dining together or watching a film, which once seemed rather cumbersome, now appears to be a delightful form of courtship. I cannot depart from the southern village." This statement harbors ambiguity, leaving Xiao Yu uncertain about the nature of this inability to leave. Lu Sen succinctly clarified, "It is a punishment. Those from the middle and rear villages cannot leave this place." What would happen if one were to leave? In this era of reform and openness, such restrictions on personal freedom seem archaic. Yet Lu Sen uttered two words that had never crossed his mind. "You will die." Lu Sen is not one to jest. Thus his words carried an undeniable seriousness. But why? Is it simply a matter of adjustment? That hardly seems severe. Before Xiao Yu could contemplate further, Lu Sun continued. The clan elder has instructed me to place a curse upon you. You cannot forget what you witnessed in the Great Miao Mountains, and thus, you must remain in the southern village. He will not permit your departure. Just like before, despite countless internal affirmations of resolve, Xiao Yu's mere utterance would upend all of Lu Sun's determinations, for his affection made him cherish everything about Xiao Yu profoundly. Chapter 63. His very existence is enough to bewitch the heart. This soliloquy seemed to pull them back to the night Xiao Yu expressed his desire to leave. The clan elder had urged him to remain steadfast, to uphold the rules. Yet every time he beheld Xiao Yu, his firm conviction wavered, as if it were he, rather than Xiao Yu, who had been cursed. If he had been a shade more ruthless, Xiao Yu would have been bound to the southern village long ago. Will you heed the clan elder's command and curse me? Xiao Yu lifted his chin again, his clothes damp from the water, having tossed aside his coat to dry on a nearby stone. His white shirt, typically unbuttoned at the top unless for significant occasions, was not particularly beloved by him. Yet it bore an uncanny resemblance to the white dress of first love from the dramas, revealing his pride and concern for appearances. In the presence of his father, he meticulously maintained his image, embodying a spirit of you may not find joy, but I shall thrive. During his first interview, he donned a white shirt, earning the sensational title of the walking shirt slayer of women, the ideal artist of the world, thanks to Uncle Zhang as financial backing. However, after a fleeting glance at his televised interview, his father frowned and ordered the screen off, forever binding shirts to his identity. Now, clad in a damp shirt that clung uncomfortably as he tilted his head, his long neck was fully exposed, accentuating the enigmatic line along his collarbone. His voice, lowered and imbued with an inexplicable allure, carried an intriguing curve at the corners of his eyes. Lu Sun's gaze inadvertently drifted to the open collar of his shirt, following the line from his Adam's apple down to his collarbone, where the skin rose and fell with each breath, partially concealed beneath the fabric. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's soft, drawn his gaze snapped back, startled as though burned. His movements towards the fire grew slightly frantic. An inexplicable warmth surged through him, his heart racing as if to escape his chest. What should have been a grave inquiry was muddled by his errant thoughts. Not hearing a response, Xiao Yu inquired again, this time softer, devoid of any aggressive tone, expertly navigating a comfortable balance that neither provoked annoyance nor allowed the question to be disregarded. It seemed he sought not merely an answer, but wished for Lu Sun to confront the matter, rather than tormenting himself endlessly. Lu Sun grasped his hands, thoughts swirling like a tempest, a tangled mass of yarn with no discernible end, answering randomly, I will. He felt certain he would act, whether due to the elder's directives or his own resolve. But I believe you won't, Xiao Yu countered, his tone coaxing, reminiscent of a seasoned therapist guiding a patient. If you truly intend to leave, I will. It was unclear whether this was a threat to Xiao Yu or an attempt at self-persuasion. If it were the former, the threat lacked any substantial weight. Xiao Yu showed no fear, instead seizing Lu Sun's chin, compelling him to face him. Then leaning in to plant a comforting kiss upon his lips. Lu Sun, you will not. He indeed could not bring himself to do so. The moment he articulated his intentions, it seemed he had already tipped the scale of his resolve. Now, without clarity, he would remain in turmoil. No matter. I shall contemplate it further. I need not rush back, he thought, for the matter remained unresolved, and he could not return just yet. Before Lu Sun could despair over what to do next, Xiao Yu casually cast a reassuring anchor, indicating he would not leave abruptly and had indeed considered the possibility of lingering in the southern village. Though Xiao Yu would not place a curse, his very presence, in every word and action, was enough to enchant the heart. He drew closer, his words like feathers, gently brushing against Lu Sun's heartstrings, stirring desires that felt tantalizingly out of reach, leaving Lu Sun uncertain where to direct his gaze, as his ink-black eyes shimmered vividly in the firelight. Are you suggesting you will temporarily stay in the southern village? Yes. The smile at the corner of Xiao Yu's lips remained as he continued. During this time, may I reside at your home? Lodging in the front village is quite costly, and should I rent for an extended period, I would squander all my earnings from selling paintings. He spoke with an air of vulnerability bordering on the pitiful. While he could afford to rent indefinitely in the front village, playing the part of the needy, would facilitate his stay with the one he cherished. Lu Sun could not possibly deny him. In truth, he would never refuse Xiao Yu anything. His initial reluctance to invite him to the middle village stemmed from misguided belief that his closeness might be an inconvenience. Xiao Yu, still holding Lu Sun's chin, smiled in triumph at his acquiescence, leaning in for a kiss that lingered for 2 seconds, savoring the taste of his lower lip. Noticing Lu Sun's startled tremor, Xiao Yu withdrew, feigning innocence as he said, "Thank you." His eyes sparkled, the flickering firelight dancing within them, his smile as light as a spring breeze, yet as enchanting as blooming peach blossoms. The uncontainable emotions within Lu Sun began to stir, threatening to breach unspoken boundaries, enveloped in an atmosphere of intoxicating allure. Even his breath felt fervent. A blush crept up his neck, and Xiao Yu, reining in his own tumultuous feelings, sat back upright, forcing his gaze to the fire. His voice hoarse as he asked, "Could you explain why leaving this place bears such dire consequences?" Having inadvertently drawn himself into this seductive exchange, he could only chastise himself for being ensnared. If he did not swiftly redirect the conversation, the outcome could be unpredictable, and he wished to avoid an uncontrollable encounter in this uncertain setting. As the topic shifted rapidly, Lu Sun emerged from his reverie, blushing deeply as he took a moment to regain his composure. Chapter 64. They had grown accustomed to considering one another first. As for the reasons behind their inability to leave this place, Lu Sun could not articulate clearly. It was as if a curse had descended upon them since the birth of the mountain maiden. Whoever departs shall succumb to a curse and perish. Divided by the central village, the front village has remained untouched. At least they are still free. However, the middle and rear villages feel as though they have been severed from the world. They cannot integrate, nor do they wish to, and they are fraught with peril. Under the guidance of the clan elder, Lu Sun, burdened by a sense of guilt, patrols the mountains day after day, safeguarding this high ground and the land where they exist. Had Xiao Yu not appeared, his life would have likely remained unchanged. He might still have been too timid to reach out to anyone. Lu Mei, whom he found as a child while following the clan elder on a mountain patrol, was left unclaimed, and the elder took her in, raising her as his sister. Long has also accompanied the elder since childhood. They are the only two in the southern village who do not shy away from him. Freedom, one might say, is entirely subjective. Some, trapped in a confined space, can live as freely as soaring eagles, while others, wandering the globe, fail to grasp the essence of true freedom. Xiao Yu recounted to him the circumstances that led him to chase a fugitive into the Great Miao Mountains due to Lin Yang. "I feel indebted to him for a life, and I have a duty to bring the criminal to justice. I never anticipated that this matter would entangle me so deeply, and now I find myself ensnared within it." Cooper harbors distrust toward him, and there are others with unknown intentions fixated on him as well. Unless he clarifies this mess, his life may never know peace again. Is your injury also a result of this? As the conversation unfolded, the previously charged atmosphere began to dissipate. Xiao Yu instinctively raised his hand to the site of his wound, nodding as he recounted the tale in full. "Though I hold a civilian position in the police force, I am no mere decorative piece. I have indeed trained with others." He expressed gratitude toward team leader Lu for having thrown him into the fray as a sparring partner, embellishing his narrative to emphasize his valor in battling nefarious foes, painting himself as calm and astute, attributing the final injury to the adversary's weapon and underhanded tactics, thus deflecting the truth of being mistaken for a criminal and taken away by a police officer invited by his father to his birthday party, a humiliation best left unmentioned. Lu Sun listened, heart racing. The dangers he faced on his mountain patrols paled in comparison, yet he found himself sweating for Xiao Yu, further affirming the elder's wisdom that the perils beyond rival those of the Great Miao Mountains. He wished to suggest that, given the external threats, Xiao Yu ought to remain in the southern village where he could protect him, but recalling Xiao Yu's mention of Lin Yang, he swallowed his words, knowing that voicing such a thought would only burden Xiao Yu further. They had both grown accustomed to prioritizing each other's concerns. As they warmed themselves by the fire, drying their clothes, they conversed about the foreigners who had stealthily entered the back mountains. Lu Sun admitted he had no inkling of their intentions. Once they ventured into the Great Miao Mountains, they were typically escorted back by the villagers. The matter of the contact point was unknown to the southern village. The two endured the night, and as dawn broke, Lu Sun did not rush to find others, but instead returned to retrieve their abandoned belongings. He felt especially anxious while entering the water, fearing Xiao Yu might again succumb to despair and swim awkwardly, frequently looking back. Concerned for his safety, Xiao Yu took the initiative to grasp his hand, only releasing it once they reached the shore. The place they had occupied was now a disarray of remnants. A testament to the previous night's events, the barbers were nowhere to be found. Xiao Yu expressed confusion. You said they are dead, merely husks. Yet why do they appear as normal living beings? His first encounter in the Great Miao Mountains with Lu Sun had also presented such a scenario, and at the time, he had naturally assumed it was due to miasma poisoning, but last night there had been no fog, and the nearby water source was pristine. Yet they still appeared as though they were alive. It's the pollen, Lu Sun explained. The wind that blew yesterday originated from the flower valley. Typically, the flowers wilt during this time, and it will be several days before the next bloom. I did not expect it to occur so soon. Those pollen grains contain hallucinogenic properties? Lu Sun noted, clarifying that their prohibition against outsiders entering the Great Miao Mountains was to prevent them from inadvertently wandering into the flower valley, from which it is difficult to escape unless one is a sorcerer skilled in curses. That place is exceedingly perilous, and even their local sorcerers tend to avoid it. Currently, the clan elder oversees it, and he himself rarely ventures there. Moreover, during the transition between wilting and budding, the mountain maidens in the Great Miao Mountains become particularly active. It would be unwise to spend the night there. They must procure the tortoise and snake grass required by Yu today, or they will have to exit and wait until this blooming period concludes before re-entering. The midday sun shone brightly as they followed the Black Eagle, walking under its rays until they reunited with the other four, their clothes nearly dry. Yu and Lu may appear to be well. Only Zhang Kongqing was being supported by Long Da. Upon seeing Xiao Yu, he immediately exclaimed, "Where the hell did you disappear to halfway through your swim? I thought you had been dragged off by a water ghost to become their ghostly spouse." Despite his limping gait, his voice remained as boisterous as ever. The sound of it reassured them that he was not in grave danger. Had Zhang Kongqing known of Xiao Yu's suicidal thoughts while in the water, he would undoubtedly have insisted on a 2-month intensive care package from Ming Yuan, along with a reservation for a luxurious VIP room in a psychiatric hospital. Thus, Xiao Yu calmly fabricated a lie. "I just had a cramp." "Really?" Zhang Kongqing expressed skepticism. Turning to Lu Sun, "Did your foot cramp too?" "He came to rescue me." Xiao Yu shot a discreet glance at Lu Sun, who, unskilled in deception, remained silent. Before Zhang Kongqing could connect the dots with his usual, albeit occasionally astute, intellect, Xiao Yu redirected the conversation by pointing at his foot, feigning concern. "What happened to you? You should be the one who was dragged by the water ghost. How did you suddenly twist your foot?" At this, Zhang Kongqing had quite a bit to say, his expression one of indignation.